Imagine for a profound moment the truly liberating and transformative sensation of being able to maintain an unshakable sense of calm and serene collectedness, even in the midst of life's most intensely frustrating, chaotic, and seemingly overwhelming moments. Picture yourself navigating with an inner stillness, the suffocating, grinding standstill of a massive traffic jam that stretches endlessly before you. Envision facing with a quiet strength the daunting challenge of a difficult, high-stakes, and emotionally charged conversation with your demanding boss, where every word feels weighty and every outcome uncertain. Or perhaps contemplate the sheer fortitude required to deal with and even transcend the tumultuous, heart-wrenching depths of a deeply personal crisis that threatens to unravel your very being. This, my friend, is not merely a fleeting dream, a whimsical fantasy, or an unattainable ideal whispered only in ancient texts. This is the tangible, undeniable, and universally accessible power of Stoicism, an ancient, enduring philosophy that, for centuries, has served as a luminous guiding beacon, meticulously illuminating pathways and empowering countless individuals from all walks of life to live happier, more purposeful, more resilient, and profoundly fulfilling lives. Its wisdom transcends time, speaking directly to the human condition across all eras. Stoicism, at its very core and foundational essence, doesn't advocate for the suppression or the forced eradication of your natural human emotions. Such an endeavor would be an impossible, self-defeating feat, and indeed an undesirable one, for emotions are part of our human fabric. Instead, it teaches you the invaluable, refined art of mastering them, of becoming the discerning, unshakable commander of your own inner world, rather than being tossed by its currents. It illuminates with a crystalline clarity a fundamental and profoundly liberating truth, a cornerstone of its teachings. The only thing we can truly, unequivocally, and absolutely control is our own thoughts, our own perceptions, our own interpretations of events, and our own deliberate, intentional actions and responses. Everything else in this vast, unpredictable universe, from the capricious, ever-changing patterns of the weather to the fluctuating, often turbulent currents of the global economy, to the unpredictable, sometimes frustrating behavior of others, and even the seemingly random, inevitable hand of fate itself exists entirely, demonstrably outside our direct dominion, beyond our immediate influence or command. By bravely, consciously, and with profound intention accepting this immutable, unyielding reality, by embracing what cannot be changed, we can immediately and dramatically free ourselves from the suffocating grip of anxiety, the corrosive sting of frustration, and the endless, self-perpetuating cycle of suffering that invariably comes from futilely trying to control things that are inherently, profoundly, and irrevocably beyond our reach. This acceptance is not surrender, but liberation. Beyond this foundational principle of acceptance and the dichotomy of control, Stoicism also relentlessly compels us to sharpen our focus with laser-like precision and unwavering dedication on what is undeniably entirely within our command: our character, our virtues, and our deliberate, intentional actions. By consistently, relentlessly, and with deep commitment, striving to live a virtuous life, a life meticulously guided by the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we can cultivate within ourselves an unbreakable, deeply resilient sense of inner peace and profound contentment. This inner state of tranquility is not merely dependent on, nor easily swayed by, the fleeting whims of external circumstances, the fickle nature of fortune, or the opinions of others. This isn't just a theoretical concept or an abstract intellectual exercise. It's a practical, actionable, and deeply transformative roadmap, an unerring compass guiding you towards profound self-mastery, unshakable resilience, and genuine flourishing. In this transformative journey, we'll delve deeply and extensively into 10 profound, life-altering lessons drawn directly from the inexhaustible wellspring of Stoicism insights that can unequivocally help you achieve unwavering inner peace, profound emotional regulation, and absolute dignified mastery over your emotions and reactions. Join us now with an open mind and a curious heart on this enlightening odyssey of self-discovery, where we will meticulously explore the ancient, enduring wisdom of Stoicism and learn precisely how to apply its powerful, practical, and universal truths to the intricate complexities of our modern, often turbulent, demanding, and fast-paced lives. Lesson 1. Embrace what you can control, the indispensable dichotomy of power. Epictetus, the venerable and deeply influential Stoic sage, whose personal journey from the chains of slavery to the profound freedom of philosophical mastery gives his words an unparalleled resonance, offers us a fundamental foundational lesson that truly serves as the very cornerstone, the immutable bedrock of all Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of control. At the profound and essential heart of this timeless teaching, a principle that simplifies life's complexities, lies the unwavering crystalline recognition that our lives, in their entirety, with all their joys and struggles, are subject to a fundamental, inescapable division. This division exists between those elements we can genuinely, directly, and fully control our inner world, and those that are forever, unequivocally, and definitively beyond our influence, the external world. This powerful yet deceptively simple concept, easily grasped intellectually but challenging to embody consistently, is absolutely pivotal in cultivating a calm, serene, and profoundly composed demeanor. A state of inner tranquility that allows you to stand resolute, unshaken, and centered even amidst life's most unsettling, chaotic, and uncertain moments. It is the key to true resilience. In its very essence, Epictetus, with his characteristic clarity, directness, and profound practicality, advises us to invest our most precious and finite resources, our invaluable energy, our irreplaceable time, and our undivided attention exclusively and judiciously into those aspects of life that fall squarely and truly within our personal sphere of control. These include, but are not limited to, our thoughts, our chosen beliefs, our deliberate actions, the intentions that drive our behavior, and, most critically, our responses to external events. These are the domains of our true power. By unflinchingly and consistently directing our focus with laser-like precision and unwavering dedication to what is genuinely within our inherent power and capability, we can navigate life's intricate pathways, its twists and turns, with an unshakable sense of purpose, profound effectiveness, and undeniable personal mastery. It is this courageous, liberating, and empowering acknowledgement that our internal world, our inner citadel of consciousness, is entirely under our absolute sovereign dominion, subject to our will, that forms the bedrock, the unshakable foundation of our tranquility and inner peace. This inner fortress, once built, cannot be breached by external forces. Conversely, external events and circumstances, those unpredictable, often overwhelming forces which frequently and frustratingly elude our direct sway and resist our attempts at manipulation, are to be acknowledged with serene acceptance and profound equanimity as residing entirely outside the realm of our personal control. This acceptance is not passive resignation, but an active, conscious choice. Just as a highly skilled and dedicated archer, as powerfully and vividly exemplified by Epictetus himself, can aim carefully at the target with focused precision, draw the bowstring with utmost strength and technical perfection, and release the arrow skillfully with perfected form and execution, yet must remain utterly and completely uncertain of the arrow's ultimate flight path, its trajectory, and its final outcome once it leaves their hand. So too must we learn to courageously and gracefully release our desperate attachment to outcomes we simply cannot govern. We must release the need for things to be other than they are. This profound release is not an act of weakness or resignation, not a surrender to apathy or indifference, but rather an active, conscious, and deeply liberating embrace of profound equanimity in the face of life's inherent unpredictability, its ceaseless flux, and its grand, indifferent design. Epictetus's vivid and enduring metaphor of the archer who derives unconditional contentment and a deep, intrinsic sense of satisfaction and fulfillment from knowing they have exerted their absolute best effort, applied their utmost skill, and acted with full virtue, regardless of the target's eventual fate or whether the arrow hits its mark, serves as a potent and eternally relevant reminder of the practical Stoic approach to living. It powerfully inspires and compels us to concentrate with unwavering dedication on our purest intentions and the committed, diligent, and virtuous efforts we conscientiously put forth, gracefully accepting that the ultimate results are often subject to a vast multitude of external, uncontrollable, and often unforeseen factors. Our task is the effort, not the outcome. In essence, Stoicism powerfully reminds us, with a clarion call that echoes deep within, to seize the reins of our inner world, to become the true governor and masters of our thoughts, our reactions, and our emotional responses, embracing the dichotomy of control as an indispensable, transformative, and empowering tool to maintain a calm, serene, and impeccably composed disposition, even in a world where much, indeed, remains profoundly and irrevocably beyond our direct influence. By concentrating our energies with laser-like precision on what we can truly shape, refine, and perfect within ourselves, we liberate ourselves from the immense, crushing, and self-imposed burden of attempting to futilely govern the uncontrollable, allowing us to discover deep, abiding, and lasting serenity in the profound and comforting knowledge that we've done our absolute utmost, exerted our best efforts, and utilized all the virtuous tools at our disposal. This, my friend, is the true path to unparalleled empowerment, unshakable inner freedom, and genuine, enduring peace. Lesson 2, the unyielding power of acceptance, dancing with life's inevitable rhythms. In the grand and intricate tapestry of Stoic philosophy, a magnificent mosaic intricately woven with resilient threads of profound reason, unwavering virtue, and indomitable inner strength, few figures stand as tall, majestically influential, and luminously inspiring as the Roman emperor and profound philosopher Marcus Aurelius. His timeless and deeply resonant insights, often meticulously chiseled into the immortal, deeply personal monument of his meditations, a collection of his innermost thoughts, echo powerfully and consistently through the ages, continuing to offer solace and wisdom. They brilliantly illuminate one of the most powerful and fundamentally transformative lessons in all of Stoicism, the unwavering, courageous, and deeply liberating lesson of acceptance. Marcus Aurelius, through his contemplative and heartfelt writings, gently yet firmly guides us with unparalleled wisdom through a profound and empathetic exploration of the human condition, courageously acknowledging with brutal honesty the absolute inevitability of both soaring triumph and grinding, often painful, tribulation in every human life. Life, as he observes with piercing clarity, dispassionate wisdom, and a deep understanding of its true nature, is not a static, unchanging state, but a dynamic, ever-unfolding symphony of ups and downs, a constant, rhythmic, and inescapable ebb and flow of fortune and adversity. Within this ever-shifting, unpredictable, and ceaselessly transforming landscape of existence, there exist countless circumstances, myriad events, and myriad individuals that are undeniably, demonstrably beyond our personal influence, our command, or our ability to alter. These are the elements that we simply cannot control or bend to our will, no matter how desperately we try. Marcus Aurelius, in his esteemed role as a Stoic sage and a ruler burdened by immense responsibility and the weight of an empire, extols the sublime, liberating virtue of accepting these immutable, unchanging, and undeniable truths. To accept in the Stoic sense is far more than mere passive resignation, a spiritless surrender to fate, or a descent into apathy. Instead, it is a courageous, active, and deeply conscious embrace of the raw, often messy, sometimes painful reality of life's inherent unpredictability and its fundamental, inescapable impermanence. It is to boldly and consciously release the tenacious, often self-imposed chains of attachment to specific preconceived outcomes, to let go of our rigid expectations, and to walk in profound, harmonious alignment with the unceasing, indifferent, yet fundamentally ordered rhythm of the vast universe itself. This is the ultimate act of humility and wisdom. In Marcus Aurelius's timeless, poignant, and deeply impactful words, a truth that still resonates with powerful immediacy and clarity today. Resistance to the natural course of events leads only to inner turmoil and profound distress, much like a desperate ship futilely struggling against a relentless, overwhelming current, exhausting itself in vain against an unstoppable force. The Stoic perspective on acceptance is beautifully and profoundly akin to setting sail on the boundless, unpredictable sea of existence without a rigidly fixed destination, without demanding a specific port of call or a preordained journey, yet doing so with an unwavering, quiet faith in the inherent goodness, the fundamental order, and the profound purpose of the voyage itself, wherever it may lead. It is an invitation to graciously and consciously relinquish the fervent, often desperate, and ultimately self-defeating desire for unyielding, total control over that which is uncontrollable. Instead, it is an invitation to flow effortlessly, gracefully, and with inner peace with the ever-changing, ceaseless stream of life, adapting and moving with it, to dance gracefully and with a tranquil heart with the music of the cosmos, to embrace its symphony, whether its notes are currently serene, melodious, and comforting, or tempestuous, discordant, and challenging, is the very embodiment of Stoic temperance, profound self-control, and unshakable inner harmony. In the sacred and transformative realm of Stoicism, this profound lesson of acceptance forms the bedrock, the immovable, unshakable foundation of unshakable inner peace and profound, lasting tranquility. It powerfully urges us with a compassionate yet firm voice to open our arms wide with courageous vulnerability to life's inherent capriciousness, its unpredictability, its twists of fate. It implores us to savor the exquisite, fleeting sweetness of success when it arrives, to truly taste its joy, and to bravely, with fortitude, weather the fiercest storms of adversity with unparalleled grace and dignified composure, never losing our footing. The power of acceptance, as brilliantly and compassionately illuminated by Marcus Aurelius through his own lived example and profound writings, is a luminous, unwavering beacon that guides us unerringly through the complex, often perplexing, and challenging labyrinth of existence. It allows us to greet each moment, each unforeseen circumstance, each new reality with an equanimous, balanced, and profoundly resolute heart, free from panic. It is the serenity, the quiet strength of bravely embracing life in all its unpredictable, messy, yet beautiful glory, finding profound and enduring peace precisely amidst its ever-shifting, constantly transforming landscape. This is true freedom. Lesson 3, the liberating practice of mindfulness, anchoring in the eternal now for unburdened living. Seneca, the venerable and deeply influential Stoic philosopher whose profound wisdom has gracefully transcended the ages and continues to offer timeless solace and practical guidance to seekers of inner peace, illuminates a crucial, indispensable, and profoundly transformative lesson for those relentlessly seeking unwavering calm and unshakable composure amidst the relentless tempests, the ceaseless demands, and the overwhelming noise of modern life, the empowering, foundational, and deeply accessible practice of mindfulness. In the rich and precise Stoic lexicon, mindfulness is not merely an abstract concept or a fleeting trend, but a steadfast, unerring compass, guiding us unerringly, consistently, to the serene, tranquil shores of the present moment, offering an inviolable sanctuary, a sacred refuge from the ceaseless turbulence of past regrets, the heavy burdens of what could have been, and the paralyzing anxieties of future uncertainties, the fear of what might come. In its very essence, mindfulness is the exquisite, deliberate art of inhabiting the now, of immersing oneself completely and fully in the present moment with profound, luminous awareness. It is the potent, life-giving antidote to the crippling affliction of rumination, that ceaseless, unproductive churning of the mind over past sorrows, missed opportunities, and hypothetical future anxieties, a cycle that drains our energy. Seneca's timeless Stoic teachings beckon us, with a gentle yet firm insistence, to pay homage, to give our full respect and attention to the inherent beauty and profound profundity of the present, recognizing with crystalline clarity and unwavering conviction that it is the only time that holds genuine existence, the only moment that is truly ours, the only point of power in which we can act and live. The practice of mindfulness, as eloquently and practically outlined by Seneca himself, is not rigidly confined to the extraordinary peak moments of life, the grand gestures or monumental events that stand out in memory. Instead, it extends its generous, encompassing embrace to the ordinary and the seemingly mundane, infusing every breath, every task, every simple sensation with meaning and presence. It courageously encourages us to witness life's intricate, unfolding tapestry with a keen, discerning eye, to observe everything from the truly remarkable and awe-inspiring to the seemingly inconsequential and everyday occurrences. In doing so, we decisively and liberatingly detach ourselves from the tormenting, self-imposed clutches of regret for past mistakes and the paralyzing, suffocating grip of worry about an uncertain future. Those self-imposed prisons of the mind that steal our present joy. This Stoic mindfulness, a precious and invaluable tool for preserving unshakable inner calm, crystal clear clarity, and unwavering focus, acts as a vibrant, living bridge to the precious now, profoundly connecting us to the simple yet boundless beauty and richness of the present moment. It is an art, a cultivated skill, that grants us the unparalleled ability to fully engage with our current circumstances, whatever they may be, with total presence. It empowers us to savor each precious, fleeting breath, to feel its full presence, and to relish the exquisite, subtle beauty that unfolds in every single heartbeat, every rustle of leaves, every ray of sunlight, every interaction. In the dedicated, consistent practice of mindfulness, we discover a timeless and sacred sanctuary within ourselves, an inviolable inner space, a tranquil harbor where the mind finds profound solace and unburdened rest, a place where unwavering inner tranquility is nurtured, resilient composure is cultivated, and true peace is found amidst the swirling, often chaotic, and unpredictable tides of existence. Lesson 4. Cultivate unbreakable resilience, the masterpiece of character, forged in adversity. In the vast, inspiring, and often challenging landscape of Stoic wisdom, a profound philosophy that speaks to the deepest human experiences, the lessons of resilience echo as a resounding, triumphant anthem, a powerful testament to the human spirit's innate capacity for endurance, adaptation, and transformation. And it is Epictetus, the indomitable Stoic philosopher par excellence, whose deeply moving personal journey from the literal chains of slavery to the profound freedom of philosophical mastery gives his words an unparalleled weight, authenticity, and enduring resonance. It is he who raises his voice with a clarion call to teach us the profound and empowering art of confronting adversity with unwavering fortitude in an unyielding spirit. To Epictetus, adversity is not an enemy to be feared, not a force to be avoided at all costs, nor a sign of cosmic injustice. Instead, it is a masterful chisel that painstakingly sculpts the very masterpiece of our character, refining us, strengthening us, and defining us with every single blow, every single challenge. Stoicism, with its deep roots firmly embedded in the natural order of life and the unchangeable universal laws of the cosmos, imparts the fundamental and undeniable truth that challenges and hardships are not anomalies, not exceptions to the rule. They are the warp and weft, the very fabric, the intrinsic nature of existence itself. Life, in its essence, is a series of problems to be solved, lessons to be learned. Stoics, embodying this timeless wisdom with their very lives, with their choices and responses, do not perceive adversity as an insurmountable obstacle, an unbearable burden, or a relentless source of suffering designed to crush them and break their spirit. Instead, they view it as an extraordinary, invaluable opportunity, a fiery crucible that tempers, strengthens, and profoundly refines their inner metal, their very being, transforming lead into gold. Epictetus beckons us with a powerful and insistent call not to wilt before the storms of life, not to crumble under pressure, not to despair when faced with difficulty, but to stand steadfast, immovable, and resolute, like the unyielding oak tree, whose roots grow deeper and stronger with every gale, remaining unshaken, unbroken, and firm even by the fiercest tempest. The essence of this profound Stoic perspective lies in the liberating and undeniable realization that it is not the external events themselves, however dire, however painful, however unjust, but our judgments, our interpretations, our reactions, and the conscious choices we make in the face of adversity that truly hold the power to distress us, to make us suffer, or to break our peace. It is the lens through which we choose to view life's trials and tribulations that fundamentally, unequivocally shapes our inner tranquility, determines our peace of mind, and defines our resilience. To cultivate resilience in the authentic Stoic vein is to courageously and consistently walk the path of relentless personal development, to embrace continuous growth, to seek wisdom in every experience, and to recognize adversity not as a scourge, a punishment, or a curse, but as a profound and patient tutor, a demanding yet invaluable teacher, a necessary catalyst for transformation. Stoicism powerfully teaches us that in the crucible of hardship, in the heart of our struggles, in the moments of greatest difficulty, we discover the true, boundless, and often hidden extent of our inner strength, our innate fortitude, our deepest reserves of courage. And it is precisely through facing life's tribulations, its challenges, and its pains with indomitable courage, unwavering resolve, and unshakable resilience that we emerge, not unscathed, but like tempered steel, stronger, more refined, more capable, with a character fortified, made magnificent, and deeply etched by the trials we have endured. The Stoic perspective on adversity harmonizes seamlessly and perfectly with the core Stoic belief in the sovereignty of choice, the ultimate freedom of our will, our ability to choose our response. Epictetus, in his profound sagacity and deep understanding of human nature, urges us to confront challenges not with trepidation, fear, or despair, not with a victim mentality, but with the valor, the inner strength, the dignity of a true warrior, a noble spirit. For it is through our deliberate, reasoned, and virtuous responses to external events that we preserve the sanctity, the inviolability of our inner calm and composure, our true freedom. It is the invaluable, transcendent gift of resilience, that cultivated ability to adapt and grow from hardship, that allows Stoics to navigate life's tempestuous seas with an unswerving gaze, a steady hand on the helm, and an unwavering spirit, remaining resolute and grounded even in the face of the most turbulent, overwhelming storms. This, my friend, is the essence of a truly free, unconquerable mind, a spirit that cannot be broken. Lesson 5. Choose your response. The ultimate freedom and unassailable inner sovereignty. Epictetus, the venerable and deeply respected Stoic sage, whose timeless wisdom has gracefully traversed the annals of time, echoing through centuries, and continues to brilliantly illuminate the path for countless seekers of truth and inner peace, bequeaths to us a profound lesson of immeasurable transcendent value, the unassailable, absolute, and undeniable power of choice in our responses. Within the sacred, immutable heart of Stoic philosophy, this single foundational lesson stands as an indomitable pillar, an unyielding fortress of truth, serving as a brilliant, unflickering lighthouse, guiding us unerringly through the tumultuous, often treacherous, and unpredictable seas of existence. Epictetus, with his characteristic unwavering conviction, profound clarity, and liberating honesty, imparts the liberating truth that while the relentless, often overwhelming tides of external events may forever remain far beyond our dominion, our command, our ability to alter, the helm of our responses, our reactions, our attitudes, our interpretations, our chosen actions, is firmly, irrevocably, and absolutely within our grasp. This profound truth he proclaims with absolute certainty and liberating force is the very essence, the core, the beating heart of all Stoic wisdom and personal freedom. In the Stoic sanctum, that inviolable inner sanctuary where unwavering calm and profound composure reign supreme, undisturbed by external chaos, the locus of true and ultimate control is resolutely and solely internal. Stoicism, a philosophy deeply grounded in profound self-mastery, radical autonomy, and personal responsibility, extols the absolute, undeniable sovereignty of our responses to life's multifarious, often overwhelming, and ceaselessly challenging events. It is in this sacred, internal space, this inviolable inner citadel of our consciousness, that the foundational Stoic virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance do not merely exist as ideals, but serve as shining, unwavering guiding stars, brilliantly illuminating the arduous yet immensely rewarding path to maintaining unshakable inner tranquility and a steadfast spirit. Epictetus, with his sage and timeless counsel born of deep experience and observation, invites us to contemplate with deep, honest introspection the inherent nature of our judgments and reactions, particularly when we are tested in the fiery crucible of adversity, in moments of intense pressure or difficulty. It is through this candid, unflinching self-examination, this brave look within, that we awaken to the profound, transformative truth that we possess the sacred, inalienable gift of choice, the unparalleled ability to consciously, deliberately, and virtuously craft our responses to the myriad external events that incessantly unfold in our lives, whether those events appear good or bad, fortunate or adverse. This choice is our ultimate power. The Stoic approach to responding sagely and wisely to life's inevitable vicissitudes, its changes, its challenges, its ups and downs, is akin to a masterful, deliberate stroke on the grand, unfolding canvas of existence, painting our reality with intention. It is the courageous, virtuous choice to align our responses, our reactions, and our actions with the immutable Stoic virtues, to confront life's deepest tribulations and difficulties with the unclouded wisdom of true sages, the indomitable courage of authentic heroes who act despite fear, the unwavering justice of righteous hearts that seek fairness, and the disciplined temperance of those who steadfastly tread the noble path of inner mastery and self-control. The Stoics' arsenal, laden with the profound practical wisdom gleaned from Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and Seneca, is not merely a collection of abstract ideas or intellectual exercises. It is a bastion of unshakable inner peace, an impenetrable fortress, utterly impervious even to the fiercest, most destructive storms that rage externally. Through conscious, deliberate, and virtuous choice and unwavering alignment with Stoic virtues, we forge a powerful, impenetrable shield that steadfastly preserves our serenity, our inner calm, and our integrity in the face of any adversity, any challenge, any external pressure. It is the Stoics' clarion call, a resounding summons to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of life with unparalleled grace, profound resilience, unwavering purpose, and self-possession. For in the crucible of conscious, virtuous choice, in that sacred space of decision, we find the very essence, the very wellspring of enduring, unshakable inner peace and true freedom. Lesson 6. Limit excessive desires. The royal road to authentic and lasting contentment. In the illustrious, richly woven tapestry of Stoic wisdom, a magnificent design intricately woven with resilient threads of unyielding reason, practical virtue, and profound self-awareness, Seneca's timeless counsel on the essential Stoic principle of moderation stands as a magnificent masterpiece in itself, a testament to its enduring power. A sage renowned for his profound philosophical essays on virtue, the pursuit of happiness, and comprehensive personal development, Seneca extends to us a lesson of paramount importance, a truth that echoes through the ages and resonates with universal relevance, a lesson that powerfully beckons us to curb, to rein in, to moderate the tempestuous, often destructive desires that so frequently threaten to engulf our inner calm, to shatter our tranquility, and to lead us astray from true peace. At the very heart of Stoicism lies the unwavering, fundamental, and deeply practical belief that excessive, unchecked desires, like turbulent, unpredictable seas in a storm, possess the insidious power to cast our lives adrift, to pull us off course, leaving us in a perpetual state of inner turmoil, gnawing discontent, and restless, unfulfilled longing. The Stoic sages, in their relentless, unwavering pursuit of unshakable inner tranquility, recognized with piercing clarity the profound perils of unbridled, insatiable longing for vast, fleeting wealth, for ephemeral status, and for endless material possessions, pursuits that extend far beyond what is truly necessary or genuinely conducive for a life marked by virtue, wisdom, and genuine well-being. They understood that true happiness is not found in accumulation. Seneca, eloquently echoing the timeless and profound Stoic sentiment, imparts his wisdom, deeply rooted in the unshakable belief that authentic, lasting contentment finds its true dwelling in the sacred sanctuary of limited, measured, and carefully chosen desires. It is a lesson that courageously encourages us to navigate the labyrinthine, often confusing and distracting corridors of existence with the steadfast rudder of moderation, a guiding force that steers us unerringly toward the tranquil, peaceful harbor of unshakable inner peace. The Stoic path, as brilliantly illuminated by Seneca's wisdom and personal example, beckons us with gentle persuasion to simplify our desires, to prune away the unnecessary, the superfluous, seeking only that which is truly requisite, truly essential for a life marked by goodness, moral uprightness, and profound virtue. In this radical, liberating simplification of our desires, we unearth the precious, often hidden gems of contentment and profound tranquility, gems that are utterly independent of the capricious, unpredictable winds of external fortune or the fleeting whims of fate. Our peace is self-generated. The Stoic practice of limiting excessive desires becomes the unwavering lodestar, the guiding light, ensuring the consistent maintenance of a calm, composed, and impeccably balanced disposition, regardless of external circumstances. It is precisely within the sturdy, protective walls of this ancient, time-tested wisdom that we discover the profound, liberating truth that the fervent, often desperate, and exhausting pursuit of external treasures is but a fleeting mirage, an illusion that promises much but delivers little lasting satisfaction, leaving us perpetually wanting. Instead, the true, enduring, and inexhaustible treasures lie patiently within ourselves, waiting to be unearthed, discovered, and cherished through inner work. Seneca's teachings stand as an enduring testament to the Stoic commitment to profound inner mastery and the unwavering temperance of desires, meticulously forging a clear, straight path that leads directly to the sacred, inviolable sanctuary of inner calm. This, my friend, is the true secret to a life of unparalleled richness, abundance, and authentic joy, a life not defined by what you have, but by who you are. Lesson 7. Be unyieldingly virtuous, the foundation of unshakable inner harmony and ethical living. The very essence, the beating heart, the animating spirit of Stoicism, as meticulously nurtured, cultivated, and profoundly cherished by the great towering Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, resides in their unwavering, absolute, and non-negotiable commitment to virtue, a commitment that truly lies at the very, very heart of this ancient living philosophy, serving as its guiding star. The foundational Stoic virtues comprising wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance do not merely exist as abstract concepts to be debated in academic halls. Instead, they become the unfailing, unerring compass, guiding us with precision, integrity, and moral clarity toward a life marked by unshakable inner composure, profound tranquility, and lasting fulfillment, regardless of external rewards. In the rich and intricate tapestry of Stoic wisdom, a design of profound depth and unparalleled practical application, these virtues occupy a hallowed, revered, and indispensable place. They are the moral lodestars, the celestial guides that beckon us with a powerful, insistent, and ethical call to navigate life's tempestuous, unpredictable seas with unparalleled grace, profound wisdom, and unerring moral direction. These virtues, meticulously etched into the very annals of Stoic thought and lived experience, validated by their application in diverse lives, are not mere abstractions, not simply intellectual ideals to be admired. They are the indomitable, rock-solid pillars upon which the entire Stoic ideal of living in profound harmony with the natural order of the universe unequivocally and fundamentally rests, ensuring a life lived with integrity. Wisdom, the first and foremost of these cardinal virtues, serves as a brilliant, penetrating beacon of light, illuminating the arduous yet profoundly rewarding path of reason, discernment, and comprehensive understanding. It courageously calls upon us to cultivate a deep, comprehensive, and empathetic understanding of the world around us, its true nature, its mechanisms, and crucially, our intrinsic place, our unique role, our responsibilities within its vast unfolding design. The Stoic sages, such as Epictetus, profoundly understood with crystalline clarity that wisdom is not just a virtue. It is the absolute, unshakable foundation upon which all other virtues are meticulously built, steadfastly sustained, and authentically expressed. With wisdom as our unwavering guiding star, our constant north, our true compass, we gain the unparalleled capacity to see the world as it truly is, raw, unfiltered, objective, and to discern with absolute clarity between the fleeting and the enduring, the trivial and the essential, the ephemeral and the eternal. Courage, the second cardinal virtue, stands as the steadfast, unyielding sentinel guarding the very fortress of our moral character and inner integrity. It powerfully calls upon us to face life's myriad challenges, its inevitable difficulties, its moments of fear, with unyielding steadfastness, unwavering resolve, and an indomitable spirit. In the precise Stoic lexicon, courage is not defined by the absence of fear, which is a natural human response that can never be fully eradicated. Rather, it is the triumphant, conscious mastery over it, the ability to act nobly, virtuously, and with integrity despite its presence, feeling the fear but doing it anyway. It is the unwavering determination to confront adversity, discomfort, and danger with indomitable inner fortitude, a resilient spirit that refuses to break, to yield, or to compromise its principles. Seneca, through his timeless and deeply practical teachings, extols the paramount importance of courage in forging a character marked by unshakable resilience, unwavering resolve, and profound active strength. Justice, the third cardinal virtue, extends its noble, encompassing mantle of righteousness over the entire Stoic path, guiding our interactions with the world, with others, and with ourselves. It beckons us, with a clear and ethical imperative, to live in unwavering accordance with the principles of fairness, equity, and moral rightness, ensuring our actions contribute positively to the common good, to the well-being of all. The Stoic philosophers, drawing profound inspiration from the deep, pure wellsprings of justice, guide us unerringly toward making decisions that are rooted in absolute equity, profound compassion, and unwavering virtue, always considering the impact on the larger community. The relentless, consistent pursuit of justice ensures that our actions align seamlessly and harmoniously with the moral order of the universe, fostering unshakable inner tranquility and profound composure. Temperance, the final cardinal virtue, serves as the diligent, ever-present guardian of moderation, self-control, and unwavering self-restraint. It powerfully reminds us to exercise absolute, conscious control over our desires, our appetites, our impulses, and our reactions. For it is precisely through temperance, through this disciplined self-governance, that we discover the gateway to true and lasting contentment, a peace that is not fleeting or dependent on external gratification. Seneca, in his insightful philosophical essays, emphatically emphasizes the profound importance of simplifying our desires and rigorously seeking only that which is truly essential, truly requisite for a virtuous, meaningful life. In the temperance, the wise moderation of desires, we uncover the deep, inexhaustible wellspring of unshakable inner calm, a serenity that remains unaffected, truly irrespective of external circumstances, however challenging or enticing they may be. These virtues, championshiped and embodied by various Stoic philosophers across different eras and diverse life circumstances, converge harmoniously to shape a life that exemplifies the highest Stoic ideal, a life of profound human flourishing. They serve as the unwavering lodestar, a constant guiding light, leading us unerringly through life's turbulent seas with unparalleled grace, profound wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. By adhering steadfastly, consistently, and with profound intention to these virtues and allowing them to profoundly permeate and shape our thoughts, our words, and our actions, we maintain a calm, composed, and impeccably dignified disposition, powerfully reflecting the core Stoic commitment to inner harmony, ethical living, and self-mastery. In the intricate, vibrant mosaic of Stoicism, these virtues are not just concepts. They are the luminous, radiant colors that compose the magnificent, enduring image of a life lived in profound harmony with the eternal truth of the cosmos, a life of purpose and integrity. This, my friend, is the essence of a life truly well lived, a testament to human potential. Lesson 8. Understand the transitory nature of life. Embrace the flow, not the fear of change. In the profound and timeless verses of his deeply personal meditations, a collection of raw, intimate reflections meant only for himself, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and revered Stoic philosopher, delves with piercing insight into the very essence of life, a life intrinsically and undeniably imbued with inherent transience and ceaseless, inevitable change. His teachings are a powerful, undeniable testament to the profound wisdom that consciously accepting the ever-changing, impermanent nature of existence is an indispensable, fundamental cornerstone for meticulously maintaining a calm, composed, and impeccably dignified demeanor amidst life's inevitable shifts, its constant flux. Through the liberating lens of Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius imparts a lesson that is perhaps one of the most pivotal, most transformative, and most foundational for achieving unshakable inner serenity and lasting peace in a world defined by change. He invites us with a gentle yet firm hand to embark on a philosophical journey, an internal exploration of reality that courageously involves acknowledging the ephemeral, transient, and fleeting aspects of life, seeing them for what they truly are, temporary. The Stoic recognition of this raw reality, often simply referred to as the transitory nature of life, is emphatically not a harbinger of despair, not a call to nihilism, not an invitation to apathy. Rather, it serves as a cornerstone of immense, indomitable strength that can lend profound depth, powerful meaning, and a sense of urgent appreciation to our very existence, urging us to savor the present. The core of this lesson is the unwavering, liberating understanding that absolutely nothing in the vast, unpredictable realm of human experience, be it the exquisite, joyful moments of success and triumph, or the challenging, arduous trials of adversity and loss, is immutable, permanent, or unchangeable. All things come and all things pass. The universe, in its eternal, ceaseless ebb and flow, constantly weaves a magnificent, intricate tapestry of constant, beautiful, and necessary change, always in motion, always evolving. The Stoic sage, with their cultivated wisdom and inner calm, does not resist this cosmic dance, does not struggle futilely against the currents of impermanence. Instead, they choose to waltz in profound harmony with it, with unparalleled grace, deep understanding, and profound wisdom, accepting its rhythm. Marcus Aurelius powerfully urges us with gentle insistence to unburden ourselves from the crippling, often self-imposed weight of desperate attachments to those fleeting moments that shimmer like distant, temporary stars across the vast night sky, and to the material possessions, the external trappings that often hold our attention captive for but a brief, ephemeral interlude. He teaches us with compassionate realism and profound foresight to appreciate these moments and possessions deeply as they come into our lives, to savor their fleeting beauty and utility, but also to courageously and gracefully let them go when the inevitable time for their departure, for their transformation, arrives. In doing so, we unearth an inner sanctuary of unshakable calm and profound composure, an inner fortress utterly impervious to the external tempests, the winds of change, and the inherent uncertainties of the world, for our peace is sourced within. Accepting the impermanence of all things as courageously and eloquently championed by Marcus Aurelius through his teachings and his life, acts as a soothing salve for the soul, a balm that heals the wounds of clinging and resistance. It allows us to put into profound and healthy perspective the inevitable vicissitudes of life, its unavoidable ups and downs, its twists and turns. It liberates us from the suffocating bondage of anxiety that so often stems from desperately clutching onto what was or what might have been, from yearning for what is no more, for an idealized past or future. Through this transformative Stoic teaching, we become the architects of our inner fortitude, the sculptors of our own resilience, meticulously crafting a character marked by unyielding resilience, quiet strength, and unwavering adaptability in the face of life's inevitable, relentless changes. Our strength is in our flexibility, in truly understanding and internalizing the transitory nature of life, embracing its fleeting essence. We pave the way for a profound, enduring sense of inner tranquility. We recognize, with crystal clarity, that our capacity for calm and unwavering composure transcends the ephemeral rise and fall of external circumstances, the transient nature of external fortune. It is an enduring presence, an eternal flame within, much like the stars that continue to shimmer brilliantly and steadfastly in the night sky, irrespective of the fleeting clouds that momentarily pass before them, obscuring but not extinguishing their light. Marcus Aurelius, through his profound Stoic wisdom and deeply lived experience, invites us to bask in the radiant, liberating light of this understanding, offering us the invaluable opportunity to savor life's precious moments with deeper appreciation and fuller presence, while consistently retaining an unwavering sense of inner peace. This is true freedom and profound wisdom. Lesson 9. The boundless value of gratitude, igniting your inner light and cultivating abundance. In the profound and richly woven tapestry of Stoic philosophy, a magnificent design intricately woven with resilient threads of unyielding wisdom, practical resilience, and profound self-awareness, there exists a gem that sparkles with unparalleled, luminous insight, the boundless, transformative, and deeply enriching value of gratitude. This powerful lesson, courageously championed and eloquently expounded by Seneca, one of Stoicism's most eminent and insightful philosophers, brilliantly illuminates the path to unshakable inner calm and profound, lasting contentment, truly irrespective of life's inevitable, often daunting and challenging circumstances. It guides us with gentle yet firm insistence to celebrate not only life's soaring triumphs and moments of joy, but also its tribulations, its difficulties, its periods of adversity, seeing them as opportunities for growth. For it is precisely through the clarifying, illuminating, and alchemical lens of gratitude that we can discover and find deep serenity, quiet strength, and profound purpose, even when confronted squarely by the face of adversity in the heart of the storm. Seneca, in his insightful and deeply contemplative essays dedicated specifically to the concept of gratitude, masterfully extolled its profound virtues and its transformative power, revealing it as a key to true wealth. He powerfully beckoned us with a compassionate yet urgent call to consciously and consistently redirect our gaze from what we may perceive we lack, what is missing, or what we yearn for, to what we already possess, to what we currently have in abundance. He urged us to actively find solace, quiet comfort, and profound joy in the present moment, in its simple blessings, and to consciously embrace the countless, often overlooked treasures that typically go unnoticed in our busy, distracted, and consumer-driven lives. In this deeply enriching Stoic practice, this conscious act of appreciation, we unearth a potent, enduring, and endlessly renewable tool for sustaining a profound, unwavering sense of inner peace and satisfaction. The core of Seneca's timeless teachings on gratitude is a gentle yet incredibly powerful and profoundly simple reminder that the act of being truly thankful, authentically grateful, is emphatically not contingent upon the sheer abundance of our material possessions or our external circumstances. Rather, it hinges profoundly on our innate, cultivated ability to perceive life's boundless blessings in their myriad forms and subtle manifestations, seeing the sacred in the mundane. In this profound sense, gratitude is not a mere conditioned response to life's easy, comfortable moments, its effortless worsen, or its convenient fortunes. Instead, it is a profound, courageous, and conscious acknowledgement that even amidst the tempest's fury, the chaos, the struggle, and the storm, there is always a shelter of calm to be found, a haven of peace within ourselves. By diligently cultivating a steadfast, consistent, and active sense of gratitude, we fundamentally recalibrate our entire relationship with life, transforming our perception of reality from scarcity to abundance. We learn to see the splendor, the profound beauty, the inherent wonder in the ordinary and the mundane, the profound lesson, the hidden gift, even within adversity, and the priceless, transient preciousness of every fleeting moment, understanding its unique value. Seneca inspires us with eloquent persuasion to be profoundly and authentically content with the present, to rest in its fullness, recognizing with clarity that the true, enduring treasures of life are not external commodities to be endlessly acquired or accumulated, for they are fleeting. Instead, they are profound experiences to be cherished, moments to be deeply felt and appreciated. The boundless, transformative value of gratitude, as brilliantly and compassionately illuminated by Seneca through his writings and his very example, acts as a steadfast guardian of our inner peace, an unyielding sentinel at the gates of our mind, protecting it from discontent. It teaches us to ceaselessly reflect, to constantly bring to mind the myriad blessings that have graced our journey, however small, however numerous they may seem. In doing so, we discover that gratitude is a powerful, alchemical elixir that transmutes the base elements of despair, longing, dissatisfaction, and self-pity into the radiant, enduring gold of contentment, profound serenity, and true joy. In moments of challenge, when faced with difficulty, a heart deeply steeped in gratitude does not falter, does not break, does not despair. Instead, it finds unyielding strength. It triumphs even in the midst of adversity, for it recognizes that the trials of life too are profound teachers, guiding us towards greater wisdom and resilience. As Seneca would remind us, the true Stoic spirit does not waver in the face of hardship or difficulty. Instead, it flourishes, it thrives, drawing nourishment and sustenance from gratitude's deep, inexhaustible well. In the timeless Stoic tradition, the value of gratitude is an unwavering, constant companion that ushers us with gentle yet firm insistence towards a profound sense of tranquility. It elevates us, lifting our spirits above life's tempestuous, crashing waves of worry, revealing the serene, quiet peace that lies in embracing the blessings that are always present, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant they may appear to the distracted eye. With Seneca's profound wisdom, we come to realize that practicing gratitude is not merely a reactive response to life's joys, a fleeting emotion. Instead, it is a steadfast, courageous, and intentional embrace of the beauty that can be found even in life's most trying, most difficult moments, seeing them as opportunities. With every breath, every heartbeat, and every fleeting moment, we are presented with boundless, invaluable opportunities to unearth the hidden treasures of gratitude, to find blessings in disguise. Seneca's Stoic legacy beckons us with a powerful living call to cherish the present moment, to live it fully, not in spite of life's challenges and difficulties, but precisely because of them, for they define our strength and wisdom. It urges us to savor the exquisite beauty that surrounds us in every waking moment, to see the wonder in the ordinary. It is in this luminous, daily practice that we discover a profound, lasting sense of tranquility and unshakable calm, even amidst the fiercest tempests of existence. Lesson 10. Keep learning and growing. The relentless journey to your highest, most virtuous self in the profound and intricately woven tapestry of Stoicism, where wisdom is meticulously woven with resilient threads of unyielding endurance, disciplined reason, and profound temperance. We find a radiant, illuminating, and infinitely rewarding lesson that powerfully beckons us to embark on an unending, lifelong journey of self-improvement and continuous evolution. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's most luminous figures and an embodiment of self-mastery through his personal example, stands as a steadfast, unwavering guide in this relentless pursuit, consistently revealing that the path to unshakable inner calm, profound composure, and lasting happiness is unequivocally paved with the very stones of persistent, deliberate personal growth and intellectual expansion. The Stoic commitment to self-improvement is not an isolated idea, a peripheral concept, or a fleeting intellectual pursuit, but a recurring, vital, and indispensable theme that finds profound resonance and unwavering emphasis across the diverse teachings of all Stoic philosophers. Epictetus, in particular, with his characteristic fervor and inspiring directness, carries the torch of this lesson with unwavering conviction and inspiring fervor, illuminating its immense importance. He invites us with an open hand and a guiding spirit to tread a path of perpetual growth, continuous learning, and unending self-refinement, a journey without end. He emphasizes with absolute certainty that this unwavering commitment to constant betterment is, in itself, a treasure trove of wisdom, a boundless, inexhaustible resource that equips us not only to survive the challenges of existence, but to truly navigate life's inevitable challenges with unparalleled grace, profound sagacity, and unshakable inner strength. At the very heart of this profound Stoic doctrine lies a deep, liberating, and transformative realization that life is not a static destination, a fixed point to be reached, but an unceasing dynamic voyage, a continuous unfolding, a relentless process of becoming. We are not static beings, fixed and unchanging in our essence, but rather vessels of boundless potential, forever capable of magnificent evolution, continuous adaptation, and profound transformation. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is not merely a suggestion or a gentle nudge. It is an unyielding call to action, a powerful inner imperative, a moral obligation to ourselves. It serves as a constant, gentle yet firm reminder that no matter where we stand on our journey, no matter how much we think we know or have achieved, there are yet new horizons to explore, deeper insights to uncover, and invaluable virtues to cultivate, tirelessly, continuously, with an insatiable hunger for knowledge and betterment. The Stoic pursuit of self-improvement aligns seamlessly and harmoniously with the relentless quest for wisdom and profound tranquility. It is an unwavering conscious acknowledgement that inner calm and serene composure are not static attributes, fixed and unchangeable, given once and for all. Instead, they are dynamic, living processes, constantly enriched, deepened, and refined by the ceaseless quest for understanding, for knowledge, for ethical living, and for self-mastery. Epictetus courageously encourages us to strive for wisdom as we would for a precious, irreplaceable gem, knowing with absolute certainty that it is wisdom, and wisdom alone, that serves as the unfailing compass that guides us through the complex, often perplexing, and challenging labyrinth of existence. The Stoic journey of self-improvement finds its vital pulse, its very rhythm, its driving force, in the ceaseless ebb and flow of life's myriad experiences. We are not called to unattainable, crippling perfection, which is an illusion, a pursuit that only leads to frustration. Instead, we are called to unyielding progress, not to stagnation, to remaining fixed and unchanging, but to steady, meaningful growth, incremental yet profound, continuous and sustainable. This transformative Stoic lesson echoes powerfully through the ancient corridors of wisdom, whispering a profound truth that resonates deeply, that there is no final destination in this journey of self, but rather an endless, magnificent odyssey of becoming a better, more profound, more virtuous version of ourselves, a process of perpetual self-refinement. In bravely and wholeheartedly embracing this lesson, truly taking it to heart, we learn not only to survive the inevitable challenges of life, but to truly navigate life's inherent difficulties with unyielding resilience and unwavering fortitude. The indomitable Stoic spirit finds its truest strength not in the absence of adversity, not in a life devoid of problems, but precisely in the relentless, unwavering quest for growth, which adversity so often catalyzes, igniting our inner fire and revealing hidden strengths. We discover, with liberating clarity, that setbacks are not crushing roadblocks, not insurmountable barriers designed to stop us, but rather powerful stepping stones leading us higher, forcing us to adapt and innovate. And every single trial, every difficulty, every moment of discomfort is not a punishment, but a wise, demanding teacher, offering invaluable lessons, fostering deeper insight. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is a lighthouse in the tempest, an unyielding beacon guiding us through life's fiercest storms. It is a constant, unwavering source of unshakable calm in the face of life's most daunting challenges. It is a testament to the core Stoic principle that regardless of external circumstances, regardless of what happens outside of us, we are the absolute masters of our inner world, the captains of our own souls, the architects of our own character. The more we learn, the more we grow, and the more we grow, the better, the stronger, the wiser, and the more virtuous we become at weathering the relentless storms of existence, emerging not unscathed, but stronger, more refined, and more capable. In the profound echoes of Epictetus's timeless teachings, deeply practical and inspiring, we find an irresistible invitation to celebrate the magnificent, ongoing journey of self-improvement, to revel with joy and gratitude in the profound, continuous process of learning and self-discovery, and to honor the noble, courageous, and profoundly rewarding endeavor of growth. It is a lesson that assures us with absolute certainty that with every conscious step taken on this path, with every act of self-discipline, with every moment of reflection, we come ever closer to the very heart of Stoicism, a life marked by unshakable inner calm, profound composure, unwavering resilience, and the relentless, fulfilling pursuit of wisdom and virtue. This, my friend, is your destiny, your true calling. Living Unburdened, 16 Strategies for a Detoxified Mind and a Life of Intentional Peace. In a world often filled with ceaseless distractions, overwhelming information, and gnawing uncertainties, a world that constantly bombards our senses and demands our attention, Stoicism, with its timeless principles and enduring wisdom, offers an invaluable, profoundly practical, and universally applicable guide to maintaining unwavering calm and serene composure. By consciously and consistently embracing these 10 foundational, life-altering lessons drawn from the heart of Stoicism, meticulously inspired by the profound wisdom of various Stoic philosophers, including Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and Seneca, and by diligently embodying the virtue of temperance in all aspects of life, you can confidently navigate life's challenges with unparalleled grace, profound wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. The Stoic temperance, that cultivated moderation and self-control, becomes your unyielding anchor, grounding you firmly, holding you steady, guiding you steadily through the fiercest storms of existence, and consistently helping you maintain your calm even in the face of the most daunting, unpredictable adversity. As you bravely, consistently, and with profound intention embrace these Stoic lessons, truly integrating them into your being, you will discover within yourself a profound sense of tranquility and equanimity, a balanced, steady state of mind and spirit that enables you not just to survive the complexities of life, but to truly thrive, to flourish, to live a life of meaning and purpose, regardless of life's relentless challenges. Today, we're diving deeply into a topic that I'm sure many of you will find utterly fascinating, deeply relatable, and profoundly relevant to your daily lives. How to effectively detoxify our minds, to cleanse them of unnecessary clutter, pervasive negativity, and unproductive rumination, and unequivocally stop the pervasive, draining habit of overthinking everything. It sounds like something we all desperately need, a universal longing for mental peace, clarity, and quiet, right? There are countless times for each of us when our minds feel like a raging whirlwind, a relentless tempest of thoughts, a cacophony of internal noise, constantly spinning with endless worries, self-doubt, gnawing doubts, and hypothetical scenarios that relentlessly prevent us from being able to fully enjoy the present moment, to experience life as it unfolds authentically. But fear not, my friend, because today I'm going to share 16 simple, yet incredibly powerful, practical, and transformative strategies directly based on time-tested Stoic philosophy strategies that will definitively help you liberate your mind from its self-imposed prisons of anxiety and rumination, and find unshakable inner peace and profound clarity. Imagine this common yet often distressing scenario. You're finally in bed, the day's tasks are done, the world outside has quieted, and you're utterly ready to fall into a peaceful, restorative sleep. But your mind, seemingly beyond your control, is racing, spinning uncontrollably with intrusive thoughts about work deadlines, family concerns, frustrating unmet goals, unresolved conflicts, and even the daunting, uncertain future. You keep tossing and turning, utterly unable to quiet the relentless noise in your head, the cacophony of worries, the endless mental chatter. This is something we have all experienced at one point or another, a familiar struggle that steals our rest. But it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to define your nights or your days. The Stoics, with their ancient, time-tested wisdom and profound understanding of human psychology, teach us with absolute certainty that we can indeed train our minds to be calmer, more focused, more disciplined, and ultimately more at peace, regardless of external circumstances. And that's precisely what we're going to explore in intricate detail today. These 16 strategies, deeply grounded in the practical, actionable wisdom of Stoic philosophy, are meticulously designed to help us live a more serene, more balanced, more purposeful, and profoundly flourishing life. We'll take a closer, more insightful look at each strategy, explaining not only how to apply them effortlessly and practically in our daily lives, integrating them seamlessly into your routine, but also precisely why they work with such profound efficacy, the underlying principles, and how they can utterly transform the very way we think, feel, and respond to the world around us. To make this even more profoundly meaningful, impactful, and memorable, I'll accompany each strategy with a special, illuminating quote from a revered Stoic philosopher, a quote that will truly inspire you, deepen your understanding, and help you grasp the concept with greater clarity and personal resonance, acting as a mental anchor. Strategy 1, the transformative power of positive affirmations, rewiring your internal reality for resilience. Let's begin this journey of mental liberation and self-mastery with the very first, yet often underestimated strategy: the transformative, often miraculous power of positive affirmations. This may sound remarkably simple, perhaps even cliché to some, a mere platitude, but it's often tragically overlooked, dismissed as fluffy or ineffective, and yet it can have an immeasurably profound, far-reaching, and revolutionary impact on your inner landscape, your emotional state, and your perception of outer reality. Seneca, a well-known and deeply insightful Stoic philosopher, known for his practical wisdom and elegant prose, once sagely declared, with profound, enduring wisdom, "The greatest part of happiness depends on our disposition, not our circumstances." This highlights our internal control. Positive affirmations at their core are powerful, intentional, and deliberately crafted statements we consciously and repeatedly articulate to ourselves with the unwavering intention of fostering a positive, constructive, and resilient mindset, and deeply empowering ourselves, literally reshaping our internal narrative, our self-talk, from one of doubt to one of strength. They are crucially and fundamentally important because our thoughts, whether conscious or deeply unconscious, have a profound and undeniable effect on our perception of reality, shaping the very lens through which we view the world, our experiences, and our potential. If we constantly, relentlessly, and habitually tell ourselves negative, self-defeating, or limiting things, we'll inevitably begin to see the world, our challenges, and even ourselves in a negative, distorted, and often pessimistic light, confirming our worst fears, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. However, if we bravely and decisively change that insidious internal dialogue, if we courageously challenge those negative, ingrained thought patterns and start telling ourselves powerful, uplifting, positive, and empowering things, our entire perspective can transform drastically, as dramatically as the dawn breaking after a long, dark night, flooding the world with light and new possibilities. For example, imagine waking up in the morning, the beginning of a new day, and the very first ingrained thought you have is, today is going to be a difficult, challenging, and stressful day. That thought, whether you realize it or not, will likely insidiously influence how you approach the rest of your day, coloring every interaction, every task, every moment with its negativity. But if instead you courageously and deliberately tell yourself, with conviction, today I have the boundless opportunity to do amazing things, to learn, to grow, to connect, and to contribute to the world. That powerful affirmation can powerfully motivate you, infuse you with energy, resilience, and a sense of purpose, and set an unequivocally positive, inspiring, and proactive tone for your entire day, guiding your actions and responses. Positive affirmations work with remarkable efficacy and consistency because they help us actively and consciously reprogram our minds, subtly yet powerfully shifting our focus unequivocally toward achievement, opportunity, possibility, and continuous growth, rather than toward paralyzing fear, self-doubt, or perceived limitations. This conscious, intentional shift dramatically reduces anxiety, alleviates rumination, and helps us stay laser-focused on constructive, uplifting, and purposeful thoughts and actions. I ardently encourage you, with every fiber of my being, to courageously begin using positive affirmations in your life today, right now, this very moment. Identify with unwavering honesty and crystalline clarity the specific areas where you feel insecure, where negativity subtly creeps in, or where self-doubt stubbornly takes root. Then, courageously create powerful counteracting affirmations that directly challenge and counteract those limiting, self-defeating thoughts. For instance, if you're worried about not being good enough at your job, if imposter syndrome whispers its insidious doubts in your ear, you might say, with unwavering conviction and inner strength, I am capable and confident in my skills. I am learning and growing every day, and my efforts are sufficient. Repeat these affirmations daily, consistently, and with sincere belief, especially in moments of doubt, stress, self-criticism, or when old negative patterns resurface. How do you truly feel about trying positive affirmations today, right now, as a tool for your inner peace? I passionately encourage you to pick just one that resonates deeply with your soul, one that speaks directly to your current struggle or aspiration, and start using it with unwavering intention right now. This is the first powerful step towards reclaiming your mental landscape, your inner freedom, and your peace. Strategy 2, simplifying your life. Unburdening your mind for uninterrupted clarity and purpose. Now let's move on to the second profound, yet often underestimated strategy, simplifying your life. It might seem like an obvious, almost intuitive concept, a piece of common sense advice we often hear and intellectually agree with, but it's something we often, tragically, forget to consistently practice, truly embody, and make a non-negotiable part of our daily existence. Seneca, with his characteristic clarity and profound practicality, also sagely proclaimed with timeless insight, "It is the mind that does good or evil. It is the mind that makes us unhappy or happy, rich or poor." This profound statement powerfully highlights the immense, undeniable power of our internal state, our mindset, over our external circumstances and perceived well-being. In our modern, relentlessly complex and consumer-driven world, we are ceaselessly surrounded and often overwhelmed by an astonishing amount of complexity, not just in our external environment, but in the very fabric of our lives, our schedules, our relationships. We often acquire too many material possessions, burden ourselves with too many tasks and endless commitments, and carry far too many worries, concerns, and anxieties, many of which are superfluous. All of these undeniably contribute to an overloaded, perpetually busy, restless, and often profoundly stressed mind. Simplifying our lives means courageously and intentionally reducing excess in all its insidious forms. Whether it's accumulating unnecessary material things that clutter our physical and mental space, taking on endless, draining commitments that fragment our time and energy, or clinging to superfluous, unproductive, and cluttered thoughts that serve no genuine purpose. Take a moment right now, a conscious, deliberate pause, to reflect deeply on your physical home environment. Look around you. How many things do you own that you don't genuinely need, that don't bring you authentic joy, or that serve no practical utility? Each additional unnecessary object, each item that simply sits there, is, in essence, a subtle yet persistent mental burden, a tiny demand on your attention, a small piece of mental clutter. The same principle applies with equal power and relevance to our daily activities, our meticulously planned schedules, and our myriad commitments. Sometimes we commit to far too many things, taking on more than we can realistically handle with excellence, leaving us feeling utterly overwhelmed, scattered, resentful, and constantly behind. By simplifying with clear intention and deliberate purpose, by consciously choosing less, we create more sacred, expansive space in our physical lives and, crucially, in our mental landscape, allowing vital room for peace, clarity, and focus to flourish. This deliberate reduction, this conscious paring down, is profoundly effective because eliminating unnecessary distractions dramatically reduces the sheer number of things we constantly need to think about, to process, to manage, to remember. The fewer external demands we have, the fewer decisions we need to make, and the less mental clutter we have to frantically manage, the clearer, calmer, and more focused our minds become. This conscious act of simplification liberates more precious time and invaluable energy to focus on what truly unequivocally matters, on what genuinely aligns with our deepest values, our core purpose, and our highest aspirations. Start by courageously and systematically decluttering your physical environment, starting with one small area. Get rid of things that you genuinely don't need, that don't bring you or that serve no practical purpose, letting them go with gratitude. Then take a discerning, honest look at your commitments, your schedule, your obligations, your social engagements, and see if there's anything you can decisively simplify, gracefully say no to, or delegate to others, freeing up your time. Lastly, and most importantly for mental peace, try simplifying your thoughts by diligently practicing mindfulness and staying laser-focused on the present moment, consciously releasing the need to constantly replay the past or predict the uncertain future. This holistic approach, integrating physical scheduling and mental simplification, will help dramatically reduce mental clutter, quiet the incessant mental noise, and bring an unshakable sense of calm, clarity, and profound peace to your life, creating a sanctuary within. Strategy 3. Limiting information consumption. Cultivating clarity and focus in a noisy world. Let's move on to the third crucial strategy, limiting the vast, often overwhelming amount of information you consume. In today's relentlessly connected, always-on digital age, we are constantly, incessantly bombarded with an endless torrent, a veritable flood of information from every conceivable direction. While some of it is undeniably valuable, enriching, and necessary for our growth and understanding, much, perhaps even most of it is superfluous, irrelevant, distracting, or even detrimental to our mental well-being. This constant, overwhelming influx of information can utterly overwhelm our minds, leading to mental fatigue, cognitive overload, and ultimately preventing us from being truly present, truly engaged with our immediate reality, our conversations, and our tasks. By consciously and deliberately limiting the sheer amount of information we take in, by building conscious filters, we can dramatically reduce unnecessary distractions, minimize internal mental noise, and maintain better, sharper, and more sustainable focus and concentration. This approach, while simple in concept, can be particularly challenging to implement in today's hyper-connected digital age, where information is constantly flowing, demanding our attention, and designed to hook us. However, it is absolutely crucial for our mental well-being, our peace of mind, our cognitive function, and our ability to think clearly and creatively. As Marcus Aurelius, with his profound wisdom and deep understanding of the mind, wisely stated, The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Our thoughts, our internal landscape, our very perception of reality are deeply and intimately influenced by the quality and quantity of the information we take in. And in a world flooded with constant streams of breaking news, endless social media feeds, relentless emails, countless messages, and pervasive advertising, it's tragically easy to feel utterly overwhelmed, fragmented, mentally exhausted, and perpetually anxious. All of this competing for our finite attention, vying for our mental bandwidth, can easily lead to information overload, leaving our minds feeling cluttered, jumbled, stressed, and unable to find quiet. By courageously and intentionally limiting the information we consume, by taking proactive steps to filter our intake, we can powerfully alleviate this relentless mental noise, this constant hum of data, allowing our minds to breathe. To start, be more selective, more discerning, more intentional with the sources of information you choose to engage with. Choose only those that genuinely add profound value, meaning, insight, or practical utility to your life, that align with your values. And boldly avoid, disengage from, or unfollow the ones that only contribute to stress, anxiety, negativity, comparison, or a sense of inadequacy. Another remarkably effective step is setting strict, non-negotiable time limits for your use of electronic devices and digital platforms. For example, you might decide to check the news just once a day at a specific time to be informed but not overwhelmed, or restrict your social media use to certain designated periods, like short, intentional breaks, rather than mindless scrolling. This deliberate approach works with profound efficacy because by reducing the sheer volume of information we consume, we allow our minds to breathe, to rest, to decompress, to integrate, and have more sacred space to process the things that truly matter, that truly resonate with our purpose and well-being. This conscious reduction creates vital room for deeper thinking, for genuine reflection, for creative insights, and for a profound, sustainable sense of inner calm and clarity. Strategy 4, the invigorating power of exercise, uniting mind and body for unyielding resilience. The fourth powerful, indispensable strategy ardently encourages the consistent development of a regular, intentional exercise routine, a practice that transcends mere physical fitness and benefits both our mind and body in profound, interconnected, and synergistic ways. Seneca, with his keen understanding of the human psyche and the intricate connection between our physical and mental states, once lamented, capturing a universal human experience, "The mind is anxious for the future. It is miserable." This perfectly captures the debilitating state of overthinking, worry, and chronic anxiety. Exercise, far from being just a physical activity or a chore, serves as an excellent, powerful, and natural way to calm that pervasive, gnawing anxiety and brilliantly clear our minds of mental clutter, stagnant energy, and unproductive rumination. It is a dynamic meditation. Not only does regular physical activity undeniably improve our physical health, strengthening our bodies, increasing our vitality, improving cardiovascular health, and boosting our energy levels, but it also has a significantly positive, enduring, and measurable impact on our mental health, our emotional well-being, our cognitive function, and our overall resilience. When we engage in physical exercise, whether it's a brisk walk, a challenging run, or a vigorous workout, our body naturally and wonderfully releases endorphins, the powerful natural chemicals that create feelings of well-being, reduce pain, elevate mood, and dramatically reduce stress. Exercise can also fundamentally help us clear our minds to break free from mental loops, as it powerfully shifts our focus from incessant worries and unproductive rumination to deliberate, mindful movement and conscious, rhythmic breathing. This redirection is key. Imagine for a moment vividly starting your day with an invigorating, brisk run in the crisp, fresh air, feeling the cool breeze against your skin, the rhythmic, steady movement of your feet on the ground, and your mind beginning to clear with refreshing, crystalline clarity, dissolving the fogginess of sleep or worry. As you run, as your body moves with purpose, the worries about work, the concerns about personal issues, or the anxieties about the uncertain future gracefully fade into the background, losing their immediate grip, their urgency. You're simply enjoying the present moment, fully immersed in the physical sensation, in the rhythm of your body and breath, which is a great, accessible way to practice mindfulness while simultaneously taking exceptional, proactive, and holistic care of your body and mind. This strategy works with remarkable efficacy and consistency because exercise not only profoundly enhances physical fitness, building strength, stamina, and physical resilience, but it also helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively, serving as a powerful, natural outlet for pent-up energy and tension. Furthermore, it consistently provides a deep, intrinsic sense of accomplishment, competence, and overall well-being. A feeling of mastery over oneself, which undeniably improves our overall attitude, our disposition, and our outlook toward life, fostering optimism. It's highly beneficial and strongly recommended to incorporate more consistent physical activity in whatever form appeals to you into your daily routine. Your mind and body, in harmonious concert, will profoundly thank you for it, yielding lasting peace, profound resilience, and vibrant energy. Strategy 5. Daily meditation, the indispensable sanctuary within your own mind. The fifth strategy, seemingly simple in its execution yet profoundly impactful in its results, is daily meditation. Though this ancient practice may initially seem straightforward or even deceptively easy, a mere sitting, it has a profound, truly transformative, and deeply cumulative impact on our mental clarity, emotional regulation, inner peace, and overall well-being. Meditation is an incredibly powerful, time-tested, and universally accessible tool to calm the relentless, often noisy and chaotic mind and dramatically reduce an excess of intrusive, overwhelming, and unproductive thoughts. It involves taking some sacred, dedicated time each day, even just a few minutes, to sit in stillness, in silence, to intentionally focus intently on your breathing, the constant, unwavering anchor of the present moment, and to observe your thoughts without judgment, without attachment, simply allowing them to arise and pass like clouds in the sky. Through this consistent, disciplined practice, we train our minds to become more present, more aware, more discerning, and less reactive to internal and external stimuli, gaining mastery over our attention. Picture yourself finding a quiet, undisturbed space, a personal sanctuary in your home or in the stillness of nature, sitting comfortably, perhaps on a cushion or a chair, and gently closing your eyes, intentionally shutting out the external world's distractions. As you breathe deeply, intentionally, and rhythmically, you focus with unwavering attention on the subtle sensation of the air entering and leaving your lungs, feeling the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen, the expansion of your chest. If your mind starts to wander, as it inevitably will, drifting to thoughts of past or future, you gently, compassionately, and without self-criticism, guide it back to your breath, gently redirecting your attention to the present anchor. This regular, consistent, and compassionate practice helps significantly reduce stress, alleviate anxiety, and quiet the incessant chatter, the cacophony of the mind, ultimately allowing you to better manage the challenges of daily life with greater grace, clarity, and unshakable resilience. It works because meditation profoundly teaches us to observe our thoughts without becoming attached to them, without identifying with them completely, without letting them define our reality or dictate our emotions and actions. Over time, this consistent practice creates vital mental space, an expansive inner landscape of quiet, helping us see things more clearly, more objectively, and with less emotional attachment or impulsive reactivity. It also dramatically reduces the volume and intensity of overwhelming thoughts, leading to a more calm, more focused, and profoundly serene mind, a true inner sanctuary that is always available, always present. Strategy 6. Setting clear limits, protecting your peace, energy, and authentic self. The sixth crucial strategy, a cornerstone of self-mastery and healthy relationships, is about the absolute necessity of setting clear, firm, and consistently upheld limits. This often overlooked and sometimes feared practice is absolutely crucial for maintaining your peace of mind, preserving your valuable energy, upholding your self-respect, and living a life aligned with your values. Epictetus, a profound Stoic philosopher renowned for his practical, actionable wisdom, reminds us with powerful clarity, no one can hurt you without your consent. This timeless wisdom applies profoundly and directly to our innate ability to establish clear, healthy, and non-negotiable boundaries in every aspect of life, with others, with work, with our own impulses. Setting boundaries means being unambiguously clear about what you are willing to accept and what you are not. A clear, confident declaration of your needs, your limits, and your non-negotiables. This includes consciously defining your precious time, your valuable energy, your emotional capacity, and the dynamics within all your relationships, both personal and professional. Without clear, well-defined, and consistently enforced limits, we can easily become utterly overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and deeply resentful as we inadvertently allow others' demands, expectations, and projections to take precedence over our own essential well-being, our own inner peace, and our own true priorities. Imagine a very common yet often emotionally taxing scenario. You are at work, already stretched to your absolute capacity, perhaps even feeling the early signs of burnout, and your boss asks you to take on an additional demanding project, even though your plate is already overflowing. Setting a clear, healthy boundary in this situation could mean respectfully, yet firmly and without apology, saying, "I understand this project is incredibly important, and I am deeply committed to its success, but to maintain my current level of effectiveness and avoid compromising my existing commitments, I cannot take on this additional task at this time." At first, articulating such a boundary may feel incredibly uncomfortable, even counterintuitive, due to ingrained habits of people-pleasing, fear of disapproval, or a desire to always say yes. However, it is vital for your long-term health, your mental well-being, your emotional resilience, and your sustainable productivity and effectiveness. This strategy works with remarkable efficacy because when we set clear, intentional limits, we proactively protect our time and energy, those invaluable and finite resources, which then allows us to focus our efforts and attention on what truly matters, on what genuinely aligns with our deepest values and purpose, allowing us to perform at our best where it counts. Establishing healthy boundaries undeniably reduces stress, alleviates anxiety, prevents burnout, and it fosters healthier, more balanced, and profoundly respectful relationships, built on mutual understanding, clear communication, and honoring each other's needs. So what do you think, my friend? Are you ready to courageously start setting clearer, more intentional, and more protective boundaries in your life? Starting today? Let's move on to the next strategy. But before we do, take a moment of quiet, honest reflection to consider an area of your life where establishing a clear limit, a firm boundary, could bring you some profound, liberating benefits and a renewed sense of peace, creating space for what truly matters. Strategy 7, surround yourself with positive people, nurturing your spirit for genuine growth. Now let's talk about the 7th profound strategy, a practice that directly impacts your inner landscape. Surround yourself with positive, uplifting people. This is an important, often underestimated, yet fundamentally crucial aspect of life that can significantly, fundamentally, and cumulatively influence our mindset, our energy levels, our emotional state, and our overall well-being. The people we consciously choose to spend our valuable, irreplaceable time with. The philosopher who is truly most powerful, the Stoics would argue with unwavering conviction, is the one who masters themselves, who reigns supreme over their inner world, their thoughts, and their reactions, rather than being controlled by external forces. Part of mastering ourselves inherently involves making wise and discerning choices about the company we keep, the intellectual and emotional environment we actively choose to immerse ourselves in. The people we surround ourselves with, our closest circle, have a profound, pervasive, and undeniable impact on our mentality, our outlook on life, our emotional resilience, and our overall vibrational state. If we are constantly, relentlessly, and habitually around negative, cynical, complaining, or draining people, we are likely to subtly yet powerfully absorb that negativity, allowing it to poison our own perspective, drain our energy, and diminish our optimism, often without realizing it. However, if we consciously and deliberately choose to surround ourselves with positive, optimistic, growth-oriented, and supportive people, those who genuinely inspire, uplift, and empower us, we also tend to naturally and consistently cultivate a more positive, more hopeful, more resilient, and more proactive outlook on life, fostering a virtuous cycle. Picture a cherished friend, a true companion, who always manages to find the silver lining in every challenging situation, who possesses an unshakable optimism even in adversity, and who genuinely motivates you to do better, to reach higher, to strive for your potential, to grow beyond your perceived limits. Spending time with such a person can leave you feeling truly inspired, invigorated, emotionally recharged, and more confident in yourself and your capabilities, as if their positive energy rubs off on you. On the other hand, spending time with someone who is consistently negative, always complaining about everything, endlessly criticizing, and constantly focused on problems and perceived injustices can subtly yet powerfully drain your energy, diminish your spirit, and bring you down into their emotional state, creating a heavy burden. Why does this work with such profound efficacy? Because emotions, attitudes, and mindsets are remarkably contagious. They spread like wildfire. When we are immersed in a positive, supportive, and growth-oriented environment, when we are surrounded by people who believe in us, we are naturally more likely to feel happier, more energized, more optimistic, and less stressed, as if our very cells are vibrating at a higher, more harmonious frequency. Of course, this doesn't mean we should avoid or abandon people who are going through tough times. Compassion, empathy, and support are core Stoic virtues. However, we need to be deeply mindful of how their energy impacts us, how it influences our own inner state, and make a conscious, intentional, and courageous effort to surround ourselves primarily with those who genuinely uplift us, who challenge us to be better, who resonate with our highest aspirations, and who respect our boundaries. This is not an act of selfishness, but a profound act of self-preservation and strategic personal growth, essential for maintaining your own light. Strategy 8. Accept impermanence, the ever-changing dance of life in the path to unburdened peace. Let's talk about the 8th profound and deeply liberating strategy, accept impermanence. This is a key, foundational, and absolutely indispensable aspect of Stoic philosophy that is essential for cultivating true and lasting peace of mind, inner serenity, and emotional resilience. Marcus Aurelius, with his profound grasp of life's fleeting nature, its constant flux, and its inherent unpredictability, once sagely said, "Observe how many waves of change have passed over you, and you will understand that things which change constantly should not be feared." This timeless statement, a core Stoic truth, encapsulates a fundamental principle for living without excessive anxiety. To accept impermanence is to courageously and consciously acknowledge that everything in life, including situations, emotions, thoughts, relationships, material possessions, and even ourselves, is in a constant, dynamic, and unstoppable state of change, of flux, of transformation. This liberating yet often challenging realization can help alleviate much of our chronic stress, our pervasive anxiety, and our deepest fears, because it fundamentally frees us from the rigid, often painful illusion that things must or can remain the same in order to be good, stable, secure, or desirable. Imagine facing a significant, challenging, or deeply uncertain situation in your life that causes you profound stress, uncertainty, and discomfort. A job loss, a relationship shift, a health concern. Understanding the inherent impermanence of this situation helps you realize, with a newfound sense of perspective and inner calm, that it will not last forever. It is not a permanent fixture in your life, but a temporary phase. Everything, both the good times and the bad times, the joys and the sorrows, eventually changes, transforms, or passes away, following the natural rhythm of existence. By internalizing this profound truth, by truly integrating it into your being, you learn not to cling on too tightly to anything, whether it's joy, sorrow, success, or failure, which can bring a great, expansive, and profound sense of peace, liberation, and mental spaciousness. Why does this strategy work with such profound efficacy? Because when we consciously accept that things change, that flux is the very nature of reality. We become more flexible, more adaptable, and profoundly more resilient to life's inevitable ups and downs. Instead of futilely fighting against inevitable change, resisting its relentless current, struggling against the natural flow, we bravely embrace it, flow with it, and consciously adapt our sails accordingly, navigating the changes with grace. This conscious acceptance and adaptation reduces unnecessary thoughts, minimizes internal resistance, alleviates anxiety, and clears the path for clearer thinking and more effective action, helping us make more informed, more thoughtful, and ultimately wiser decisions, unclouded by fear or resistance. This is the ultimate path to inner freedom and true serenity. Strategy 9. Spend time on your hobbies, deeply nourishing your soul and rekindling your inner spark. The ninth powerful and deeply enriching strategy is to intentionally spend dedicated, protected time on your hobbies. This is something we often tragically overlook or deprioritize in the relentless hustle and bustle of everyday life, viewing it as a luxury, a frivolous pastime, rather than a fundamental necessity for mental and emotional well-being. Epictetus, with his characteristic practical wisdom and deep understanding of a balanced life, reminds us that leisure, when thoughtfully combined with meaningful, purposeful activities, is not a distraction from life, but an essential, indispensable component for a truly fulfilled, flourishing, and virtuous life. Our hobbies are those activities we are genuinely passionate about, those pursuits that ignite our inner spark, activate our sense of flow, and that bring us authentic, unadulterated joy, deep contentment, and a profound sense of intrinsic satisfaction, independent of external reward. When we consciously dedicate precious, non-negotiable time to these hobbies, we allow ourselves a vital break, a necessary respite from our daily worries, our endless to-do lists, our mental burdens, and the demands of the world. Instead, we focus our attention and energy wholeheartedly on something that truly makes us happy, that rejuvenates our spirit, that allows us to express ourselves authentically. This isn't just a mental break or a momentary escape. It's a profound act of self-care, a return to self, and it can also become an invaluable, powerful, and ever-renewable source of inspiration, fresh ideas, creative breakthroughs, and profound clarity. Imagine, for example, that you deeply enjoy painting, a passion that allows you to express your inner world, your emotions, your unique perspective through color and form. If you set aside just an hour a day, or even a few dedicated hours a week, specifically for painting, it can be a wonderful, meditative, and deeply therapeutic way to clear your mind of its clutter, to express your deepest emotions through a nonverbal medium, and to profoundly reconnect with yourself, your inner child, your authentic essence, your creative spirit. It's not about being the best at your hobby, achieving perfection, or gaining external recognition or fame. It's about genuinely enjoying the process, the journey of creation or engagement, and allowing yourself that sacred, protected time for profound self-care, self-expression, and personal replenishment. Why does this strategy work with such profound efficacy? Because when we give ourselves explicit, unconditional permission to wholeheartedly engage in activities that bring us genuine joy, that feed our soul, that ignite our passions, we deeply nourish our spirit, dramatically reduce stress, alleviate mental fatigue, prevent burnout, and help maintain a healthy, vital, and harmonious balance in our lives. Hobbies also offer an excellent opportunity to practice mindfulness as we become fully immersed, fully present in the activity at hand, losing track of time and self-consciousness, experiencing true flow. So, what do you think, my friend? Are you ready to courageously dedicate more intentional time to your beloved hobbies, to rekindle those passions that once lit you up, or to discover new ones. Let's now move on to the 10th strategy, a crucial step in maintaining personal power. But before we do, take a moment to reflect deeply on a hobby that brings you genuine joy, a sense of purpose, or simply peace, and consider how you can integrate it more regularly, more consistently, and more non-negotiably into your daily routine, making it a true priority for your well-being. Strategy 10. Learn to say no, asserting your value and protecting your inner citadel of peace. And now, let's delve into the 10th crucial, yet often profoundly challenging strategy. Learn to say no. This is something many of us struggle with deeply, feeling an immense burden of guilt, a fear of disappointing others, or a need for external approval. Yet it is undeniably one of the most powerful, most liberating, and most essential tools we can develop to protect our peace of mind, safeguard our boundaries, preserve our valuable energy, and live a life truly aligned with our deepest values and purpose. Seneca, with his characteristic clarity, profound insight, and emphasis on self-mastery, wisely observed with timeless relevance, "It's not that things are difficult, but that we don't dare to say they are difficult." This profound statement perfectly encapsulates the common struggle of setting boundaries, highlighting our internal resistance more than the external challenge itself. Learning to say no with grace, firmness, and self-respect can help us courageously avoid feeling utterly overwhelmed, completely drained, and deeply resentful emotions that inevitably build when we constantly overcommit, overextend ourselves, and neglect our own needs. Often we feel an overwhelming obligation, a powerful societal or relational pressure, to say yes to every request made of us, whether it's at work, from our families, our friends, or our communities. Even when we are already at our absolute limit, our capacities stretch thin. However, this relentless people-pleasing, this inability to decline, can inevitably lead to overwhelming stress, profound physical and mental burnout, and utter exhaustion, physically, mentally, and emotionally, eroding our inner resources. Imagine a very common yet often emotionally taxing scenario. You are at work, already stretched to your absolute limit, perhaps even feeling the early signs of burnout, and your boss asks you to take on an additional demanding project, even though your plate is already overflowing with the existing commitments. Saying yes in this situation, out of ingrained habit, a desire to please, or fear of disapproval, might only add exponentially to your stress, your workload, and your feelings of being overwhelmed, diminishing your overall effectiveness. But bravely saying no, in a firm yet respectful and professional way, without apology or lengthy explanation, helps to proactively protect your valuable time, your precious energy, your mental bandwidth, and your well-being. Why does this strategy work with such profound efficacy? Because when we learn to set clear, intentional limits, when we draw those lines in the sand, we are actively protecting our mental well-being, preserving our inner peace, and establishing healthy, non-negotiable boundaries that honor our needs and priorities. Saying no allows us to focus our finite resources, our energy, and our attention on what truly matters, on what genuinely aligns with our deepest values and purpose, on what we can do excellently without fragmenting our efforts. It enables us to prioritize what is truly important, to safeguard our most crucial commitments, and to bravely avoid the exhaustion, the resentment, and the diminished effectiveness that inevitably comes from overcommitting. Saying no does not mean being selfish, uncaring, uncooperative, or rigid. Rather, it is a profound, dignified, and essential act of self-care, self-respect, and self-preservation that ultimately makes us more effective, more present, more authentic, and authentically happier individuals, capable of giving more when we do choose to give. By consciously saying no, by articulating our limits, we protect our time and energy, ensuring we can focus on what is most important, on what truly serves our purpose and well-being. So what do you think, my friend? Are you ready to courageously start setting clearer, more intentional, and more protective boundaries in your life, starting today, even if it feels uncomfortable at first? Let's move on to the next strategy. But before we do, Take a moment of quiet, honest reflection to consider an area of your life where establishing a clear limit, a firm boundary, could bring you some profound, liberating benefits and a renewed sense of peace, creating vital space for what truly matters and for your own flourishing. Strategy 11. Cultivate unwavering patience, the art of dignified endurance and calm observation. Next, let's delve deeply into the paramount, often challenging, yet profoundly rewarding importance of cultivating unwavering patience. Patience is not merely a passive waiting, a resigned endurance of delay. It is a key, fundamental, and indispensable virtue in maintaining serenity, composure, and a steady mind in difficult, often trying, and unpredictable situations. Marcus Aurelius, with his profound understanding of life's inherent struggles, its constant state of flux, and the need for constant readiness, once sagely said that life is more like a battle than a dance, as we must be constantly alert, vigilant, and prepared for unexpected challenges and unforeseen adversities. This powerful metaphor perfectly underscores the continuous need for mental fortitude, resilience, and inner readiness. Patience, in the Stoic sense, is the cultivated ability to tolerate delays, to face problems, to endure suffering, and to navigate uncertainty without becoming impulsively angry, uncontrollably agitated, or excessively anxious, allowing chaos to enter your inner world. In today's relentlessly fast-paced world, where instant results, immediate gratification, quick fixes, and constant stimulation are often expected, even relentlessly demanded, cultivating patience is absolutely essential for dramatically reducing frustration, alleviating stress, preventing inner turmoil, and maintaining a clear perspective. When we diligently practice patience, when we consciously choose to wait, to observe, and to allow things to unfold in their own time, we are better able to handle difficulties with grace, to make thoughtful decisions, and to reduce the volume of overwhelming, anxious thoughts that often lead to rash actions. For instance, imagine a very common yet often irritating scenario. You are in a long, seemingly endless queue, waiting patiently for your turn, perhaps at the bank, the supermarket, or in traffic, and time seems to slow to a crawl. Instead of becoming impatiently agitated, inwardly fuming, or outwardly expressing frustration, you consciously choose to take a deep, calming breath and wisely use that unexpected time, that gift of pause, to reflect, to observe your surroundings with mindfulness, or simply to relax, cultivating a moment of inner peace amidst the external delay. Why does this profound strategy work so effectively? Because patience at its core allows us to accept things as they are, to embrace present reality, to acknowledge what is, without desperately trying to force them to be different, to bend them to our will, or to speed up processes that are beyond our control. This profound acceptance reduces mental resistance, alleviates anxiety, and clears the path for clearer thinking and more effective action, helping us make more informed, more thoughtful, and ultimately wiser decisions, unclouded by haste or emotional reactivity. Reflect deeply on a recent situation where you could have been more patient, where a rushed reaction led to regret, and consider how that conscious choice, that deliberate pause, would have profoundly changed your experience for the better, leading to a more favorable outcome or a calmer inner state. This is the pathway to true inner strength. Strategy 12. Find time for nature. Reconnecting with the Earth's ancient wisdom for inner calm. Now let's explore the 12th profoundly restorative, yet often overlooked strategy. Finding dedicated, intentional, and undistracted time for nature. Spending time outdoors, immersed in the natural world, whether it's a sprawling forest, a tranquil lake, or a simple park, can have an immeasurably profound and deeply calming effect on our minds, our bodies, and our spirits. Nature, in its raw, unfiltered state, offers us an invaluable, often overlooked, opportunity to intentionally disconnect from the incessant noise, the relentless demands, the overwhelming busyness, and the artificial constructs of everyday life, particularly the digital clamor. It serves as a powerful, ancient reminder of the inherent beauty, the profound simplicity, the natural order, and the timeless wisdom of the world around us, a world that existed long before human constructs and will continue long after. Imagine taking a mindful, unhurried walk on a serene, quiet trail in a park, or hiking deeply through the whispering woods, far away from the distractions of technology and human chatter. As you move, you consciously feel the crisp, fresh, clean air against your skin. You hear the melodic symphony of birds singing, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of a stream, and you see the vibrant, soothing greenery surrounding you, filling your vision with natural beauty. This simple yet incredibly powerful act can help clear your mind of clutter, dramatically reduce stress and anxiety, alleviate mental fatigue, and make you feel more deeply connected to the world around you, to something larger than yourself, to the very rhythm of life. Why does this work with such profound efficacy? Because nature has a restorative, rejuvenating, and deeply healing effect on our brains, our nervous systems, and our overall physiological state, helping us to naturally relax, to decompress, and to recharge our inner batteries, restoring balance. Moreover, being immersed in nature powerfully encourages mindfulness, as we are naturally compelled to focus on our senses, sight, sound, smell, touch, and the unfolding present moment, allowing us to be fully immersed, fully present in the experience, rather than being lost in thought or distraction. Strategy 13, regular digital breaks, reclaiming your focus, inner space, and presence. Another immensely important and increasingly crucial strategy, particularly in our hyper-connected era, is to take regular, intentional, and deliberate digital breaks. In our digital age, we are constantly, relentlessly, and often unconsciously connected to our devices, smartphones, tablets, computers, which can inevitably lead to information overload, mental fragmentation, and a perpetually busy, restless, and overstimulated mind. A digital disconnection, therefore, involves consciously and deliberately taking a break, a period of respite from electronic devices and the constant, overwhelming stream of notifications, updates, and information they bring into our lives. This is not about permanent abstinence, but intentional pause. Imagine, for example, spending a whole day without compulsively checking your phone, without reading emails, without endlessly scrolling through social media feeds, without consuming news or watching videos. At first, this might feel incredibly strange, even disorienting, perhaps stirring a subtle sense of anxiety, boredom, or FOMO, fear of missing out, as your brain is accustomed to constant stimulation. However, soon enough, you'll begin to notice a profound sense of freedom, liberation, and an unshakable peace of mind, a quiet returning to yourself. You will suddenly have more sacred, available time to be truly present, to fully engage with your immediate surroundings, to enjoy activities without constant interruptions, and to profoundly reconnect with yourself on a deeper, more authentic level, listening to your inner voice. Why is this strategy so remarkably effective? Because disconnecting digitally gives our minds a vital, much-needed rest from the constant bombardment of stimuli, the incessant demands on our attention, the mental labor of processing endless information, which in turn dramatically reduces stress, alleviates anxiety, prevents mental fatigue, and fosters genuine clarity. It allows us to be more focused, more present, and more intentional in our lives, experiencing reality directly and fully. It also fundamentally helps us develop a healthier, more conscious, and more intentional relationship with technology, allowing us to use it as a tool when needed, rather than being used or controlled by it, fostering a more mindful and balanced approach to its integration into our lives. Strategy 14, the liberating power of forgiveness, healing your soul and setting yourself truly free. Finally, let's talk about the profound, transformative, and deeply healing power of practicing forgiveness. Epictetus, with his unparalleled insight into human suffering, our capacity for resilience, and the pathway to true liberation, taught that it is not what happens to us, but how we react to it that matters. This powerful truth is central to understanding the nature of forgiveness. Forgiveness is emphatically not about justifying the negative, hurtful, or unjust behavior of others, or condoning their actions, or pretending that pain did not occur. Instead, it is about the ultimate act of freeing ourselves from the crippling, corrosive, and self-destructive grip of resentment, bitterness, anger, and the desire for retribution, emotions that chain us to the past and prevent our own flourishing. When we cling desperately to grudges, when we refuse to let go of past wrongs, perceived slights, or deep hurts, we keep the wounds of the past alive, festering within us, which only causes us more pain, more suffering, more inner turmoil, perpetuating a cycle of misery. Practicing forgiveness, therefore, allows us to deeply heal, to move beyond the past hold, and to courageously move forward with our lives, unburdened by its heavy weight. Imagine a scenario where someone has deeply hurt you, betrayed your trust, or wronged you in some significant way, leaving a lasting impact. Forgiving them does not, in any way, mean that what they did was right, acceptable, or that you forget the pain they caused. Instead, it means that you consciously, deliberately choose not to let that hurt, that grievance, that past event, control your life any longer, to dictate your emotional state, to define your present. By forgiving, you courageously release the intense emotional charge associated with the incident, the heavy burden of anger, resentment, or a sense of injustice, and allow your mind, your energy, and your attention to focus on more positive, more constructive, and more meaningful things in the present, reclaiming your inner peace and power. These negative emotions, anger, resentment, bitterness, a desire for revenge, consume a significant, precious amount of our mental and emotional energy, leaving us utterly drained, exhausted, and perpetually focused on the past, reliving the pain, preventing us from engaging with the present. By courageously letting go of grudges and consciously choosing forgiveness, whether for others or for ourselves, we liberate ourselves from this immense self-imposed weight, this psychological burden, allowing our minds to focus squarely on the present moment and on the positive, enriching aspects of life that truly matter, that nourish our soul. This profound shift not only lightens our emotional load, but also dramatically reduces the frequency of intrusive negative thoughts, freeing up valuable mental space. In turn, we can significantly improve our mental health, our emotional resilience, and our overall well-being, making abundant room for more positivity, more joy, more peace, and more connection, ultimately allowing us to live fuller, richer, and authentically happier lives, free from the shackles of the past. So what do you think, my friend? Are you ready to courageously embrace the practice of forgiveness, to give yourself this profound, liberating gift? Take a quiet moment to reflect deeply on a situation where forgiving someone, or even forgiving yourself for past mistakes, could have a profound, truly transformative, and liberating impact on your life. And consider how that transformative act could fundamentally change your experience moving forward, opening you to new possibilities and a brighter future. Strategy 15, keeping a personal journal, your inner sanctuary for clarity and self-understanding. Next, we move on to the 15th profound and deeply personal strategy, keeping a personal journal. Writing in a journal is not merely a habit or a simple activity. It is a powerful, transformative, and deeply intimate practice that can profoundly help you organize your thoughts, process complex emotions, gain invaluable self-insight, and navigate life's complexities with greater clarity. Marcus Aurelius, in his deeply personal and revered Meditations, a work never intended for publication, famously demonstrated how the act of writing can serve as an indispensable tool for profound introspection and achieving unshakable mental clarity, acting as a mirror to the soul, reflecting inner truths. By regularly and consistently recording your thoughts, your raw feelings, your observations, your daily experiences, and your reflections, you give yourself the profound freedom to express your deepest emotions without judgment, without censorship, helping you understand them better, gain perspective, identify patterns, and find often elusive solutions to your problems simply by seeing them on paper. For instance, imagine you're feeling utterly overwhelmed by a challenging, complex, or ambiguous situation in your life, a swirling web of uncertainty and emotion. Writing about it candidly, honestly, and without filter in your journal allows you to explore your raw feelings, to meticulously process your tangled thoughts, and to consider possible, often creative, and previously unseen approaches to the issue at hand, seeing new pathways and solutions emerge. This act of externalizing your inner world, of putting thoughts on paper, not only helps you navigate through your emotions with greater ease and understanding, but also alleviates significant mental burden by literally transferring your thoughts from the swirling, often chaotic confines of your mind onto the tangible, receptive, and neutral paper, freeing up mental RAM. Why does this work with such remarkable efficacy? Because the act of writing organizes our thoughts, imposing structure on internal chaos, helps connect disparate ideas, and offers a fresh, often more objective and detached perspective, which is incredibly helpful for dramatically reducing stress, calming anxiety, resolving internal conflicts, and gaining clarity. Journaling, in essence, acts as a profound form of self-therapy, fostering profound personal growth, deepening self-understanding, enhancing emotional intelligence, and building self-awareness over time. Strategy 16. Practicing self-compassion, your truest inner friend and the foundation of unshakable resilience. The final strategy we will discuss, a cornerstone of inner peace, emotional resilience, and authentic well-being, is practicing self-compassion. As Seneca often reminded us with his profound and timeless wisdom, we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality. This profound truth applies perfectly to the harsh self-criticism, the relentless inner critic that we often inflict upon ourselves, creating unnecessary suffering. Self-compassion involves consciously and deliberately treating yourself, your inner world, your flaws, and your struggles with the same profound kindness, unwavering patience, and gentle understanding that you would unhesitatingly offer to a dear, beloved friend, a cherished loved one, or even a struggling stranger. When we inevitably make mistakes, when we stumble, when we fall short of our own expectations, or when we face difficult challenges, it's tragically easy and deeply ingrained for many to become relentlessly self-critical, to judge ourselves harshly, to engage in negative self-talk, and to be incredibly unkind to our own beings, creating a cycle of shame. However, consciously and consistently practicing self-compassion allows us to bravely accept our inherent imperfections, our human flaws, our moments of weakness, and gives us unconditional permission to simply be human, with all its vulnerabilities, its complexities, and its inherent messiness, without demanding perfection. Imagine a scenario where you've made a significant mistake at work, a regrettable oversight, or a misstep that caused a problem. Instead of mentally punishing yourself, engaging in a relentless loop of self-flagellation, harsh judgment, and rumination, you consciously decide to be kind to yourself, to offer self-forgiveness. You gently tell yourself with the voice of a compassionate friend that mistakes are an inevitable, essential part of being human, a natural part of the learning and growth process, and that it's important to learn from them, extract the wisdom, and then gracefully move forward, unburdened by guilt or shame. This compassionate approach, this shift in inner dialogue, not only alleviates stress, reduces anxiety, and lessens the heavy burden of self-criticism, but it also cultivates a powerful growth mindset, fosters inner resilience, and builds profound self-trust, allowing you to bounce back stronger, wiser, and more compassionate towards yourself and others. Why is this strategy so remarkably effective? Because self-compassion helps us manage stress and emotional pressure in a healthier, more constructive, and more sustainable way. Instead of adding unnecessary suffering through relentless self-criticism, through an inner dialogue of condemnation and harshness, we support ourselves with profound understanding, unconditional love, and gentle acceptance. This enables us to recover more quickly and effectively from setbacks, to learn from them without spiraling into despair, and to maintain a calmer, more balanced, and profoundly resilient mind, a true inner sanctuary that can weather any storm. Navigating emotional distance, a Stoic blueprint for unshakable self-mastery and thriving relationships. If someone begins to subtly pull away from you, to create an emotional distance, or starts to actively ignore you, Don't panic, and absolutely don't let that discourage you. Don't let it diminish your spirit. Because I'm about to walk you through 7 powerful transformative strategies drawn from Stoic wisdom that can definitively help you navigate this kind of challenging, emotionally charged, and often painful situation with unparalleled grace, unshakable strength, and profound clarity. Today's topic is deeply relatable, a universal human experience that many people have encountered and struggled with, including myself, and it carries profound insights that can truly, fundamentally shift your entire perspective on relationships, self-worth, and inner peace. The most important, unshakable takeaway from this entire discussion, the core truth to engrave upon your heart, is this: learning to truly love yourself more, deeply and unconditionally, every single day to find your wholeness within is the foundational cornerstone of not becoming emotionally dependent on others, of not tethering your peace to their actions or presence. I ardently encourage you to stay with me until the very end of this video, to the last word, where you'll gain invaluable, practical wisdom that can empower you to face any chapter of your life, any challenge, any shift, any relationship dynamic with unshakable strength, profound clarity, and unwavering self-assurance. If this is your first time visiting my channel and resonating with these truths, I kindly ask you to support this content, to become part of this growing community of seekers by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue bringing you meaningful, impactful, and transformative discussions like this one, helping more people find their inner peace and power. Now, when I talk about someone pulling away or subtly ignoring you, I'm emphatically not referring to relationships that are already clearly, irrevocably over, where a definitive mutual decision to end the connection has been made and communicated. If someone has made the clear, explicit decision to permanently leave your life, to walk out of it, then with courage, dignity, and a profound respect for their autonomy, let them go. Open the doors wide and allow them to gracefully walk out without begging, without pleading, without clinging desperately, or holding on to what is no longer meant for you, what has reached its natural end. What I want to focus on today is something far more subtle, more nuanced, and often more complex and confusing. Those situations where you're still technically in a relationship that seems to have potential, that you value, that you are invested in, but you begin to subtly sense, to intuitively feel that the other person is shifting, becoming distant, less engaged, emotionally unavailable, and no longer present in the same deeply connected, reciprocal way they once were. I've personally gone through this painful experience, this confusing dynamic, and I know firsthand it can be a source of deep, gnawing pain, profound confusion, and self-doubt. But I encourage you to stay until the end, because the 7 profound insights I'll be sharing, rooted in Stoic wisdom, can help you not only manage the emotional weight of this difficult situation, to process its discomfort, but also, remarkably, to turn the entire experience into something that ultimately profoundly benefits you, transforming adversity into profound personal growth and self-discovery. Before we begin, I invite you to explore the ancient, enduring wisdom of Stoicism and how its principles can guide you powerfully in modern life through our comprehensive ebook titled Stoic Mindset, a guide for contemporary living. You can access it now through the first pinned comment. Let's dive in with courage, an open mind, and a commitment to self-mastery. Insight 1. Never display neediness, the unshakable foundation of magnetic self-reliance and inner power. First, and perhaps most crucially, for your own peace and the health of any relationship, never ever display neediness. When someone you deeply care about starts subtly pulling away, creating an unsettling distance, or begins actively ignoring you, responding with neediness, with desperate requests for attention, constant reassurance, or incessant contact, can irrevocably harm both your own emotional well-being, eroding your self-respect, and, ironically, the overall dynamics of the relationship, pushing them even further away, creating a wider chasm. Neediness often expresses itself through overwhelming anxiety, nagging insecurity, a lack of self-possession, and a persistent, often desperate, almost frantic search for external reassurance and validation from the other person, turning them into your emotional barometer. Ironically, instead of drawing the person back to you, as you so desperately hope and intend, these behaviors, clinging, demanding, pestering, complaining, usually push them even further away, activating their need for space and freedom, creating more distance and discomfort. Excessive neediness signals a profound lack of independence, a void of self-confidence, and an unhealthy emotional over-reliance on others for your happiness and worth, which can inadvertently diminish your perceived value, your attractiveness, and your inherent magnetism in their eyes. On the other hand, when you consciously choose to maintain composure, dignity, and project an air of genuine emotional independence, of self-sufficiency, you radiate an intrinsic strength, an unshakable stability, and a quiet, magnetic self-assurance that is deeply compelling. These are precisely the very traits that others tend to find naturally appealing, profoundly attractive, and truly worthy of deep, lasting respect and admiration. Not showing neediness also serves as a powerful shield, serving to protect your own self-esteem, your self-worth, and your internal peace from external fluctuations. When someone starts ignoring you, it undeniably hurts, causing a deep, gnawing ache in your heart. But if you courageously turn inward, redirecting your valuable energy and focus, and begin concentrating on your own needs, your own goals, your own purpose, and your own unique journey, you effectively regain emotional equilibrium, finding your center once more, stabilizing your inner world. Invest your precious, finite energy into things that genuinely bring you profound joy, purpose, and fulfillment activities that nourish your soul and make you feel alive. Spend dedicated, intentional time doing activities you truly love, that light up your soul, that align with your passions. Actively seek out and be around people who genuinely uplift you, who see and appreciate your worth, who support your growth, who celebrate you for who you are. And most importantly, recommit with renewed vigor and passion to your personal ambitions, your dreams, your aspirations, your life's work. By intentionally removing emotional dependence on someone who's actively withdrawing, by gracefully detaching from their fleeting attention, you significantly strengthen your inner resilience, your capacity to bounce back, and become more capable of dealing with the emotional setbacks with grace, fortitude, and unwavering self-possession. This kind of self-reliance, this profound inner strength, not only fortifies your unique identity and sense of self, but might also subtly, powerfully cause the other person to reevaluate you, to reconsider their perception of the relationship, and to question their own behavior. Sometimes your own calm composure, your confident distance, and your vibrant self-sufficiency become a compelling mirror that makes them rethink their actions and their choices, drawing them back out of genuine curiosity or renewed respect. If you notice they no longer respond the way they used to, perhaps they take longer to reply to messages, or they subtly avoid engaging with you in conversation, or their messages become terse and impersonal, resist the overwhelming urge to complain, to blame, to demand answers, to chase them. Don't message or call them with accusatory, emotionally charged lines like, "Why haven't you responded? What did I do wrong to deserve this?" Or, "You left me on read. Are you deliberately ignoring me?" These actions betray too much emotional investment, too much desperate longing, too much perceived lack of control, and can inadvertently make you appear desperate, overly frustrated, emotionally unbalanced, or even manipulative, which often causes the person to disengage even more, solidifying the distance. What you need to do instead is to portray unwavering emotional stability, a quiet confidence in your own being. Act as if their behavior doesn't shake you, doesn't crumble your inner peace, doesn't impact your joy. I understand that this is incredibly hard, agonizingly difficult, when you care about someone deeply, when your heart is fully invested in yearning for connection. But you must project happiness, purpose, and contentment, regardless of whether or not that person remains actively present in your life, regardless of their choices. Your happiness must not hinge entirely on someone else's presence, their validation, their fleeting attention. You have to continue chasing your own dreams, nurturing your own goals, pursuing your own path, and showing the world, and more importantly, yourself, that you are perfectly okay, whole and thriving, with or without them. When you make your happiness dependent on another person, when you give them the key to your emotional well-being, you're inadvertently giving away an enormous amount of power that can easily, cruelly be used against you, leaving you vulnerable and susceptible to their moods. Often when someone begins to lose interest, when a connection begins to fray, it's not always about them or their flaws. It's often because you've subtly started losing yourself in the relationship. You've inadvertently dimmed your own spark, your own vibrancy, your own unique magnetism by putting all your attention, all your energy on them and sidelining the very things that once made you radiant, unique, compelling, and magnetically attractive. Ask yourself, with honest introspection, what happened to your hobbies? To the activities that once lit you up, that brought you joy, that fueled your spirit? If you used to enjoy sports, start playing again with renewed vigor and dedication. If spending time with friends or family brought you profound joy and connection, actively reconnect with that essential part of your life. Nourish those bonds. You must not build your entire life, your entire sense of self, your entire emotional landscape around just one person. The key is to maintain your unique identity, your passions, your purpose, your inner world, and to remain content, whole, and authentically fulfilled, regardless of someone else's presence or absence. Even if your feelings for that person are strong, intense, and deeply felt, you have to demonstrate, through your actions, through your lived experience, that you can continue thriving, flourishing, and living a rich, meaningful life without them, if necessary. Eventually, when they truly see that you're no longer frantically chasing, no longer constantly complaining, no longer causing drama, or seeking constant reassurance, when they witness your peace, they'll subtly start to question things, to wonder about you, to feel your absence. They might think, why does it seem like they don't care that I'm distancing myself? Why are they so calm, so self-possessed? This curiosity, this genuine intrigue is incredibly powerful. It's a magnetic force. Even if you feel upset inside, even if your heart aches with a quiet pain, you're sending a clear, undeniable, and powerful message. You don't control me. My happiness is not dependent on you. My worth is internal. That kind of inner power, that profound self-possession, that unwavering autonomy can be incredibly magnetic, often drawing people back to you out of genuine interest, renewed respect, or even a sense of loss. It's when you consciously start taking better care of yourself, investing in your well-being, nourishing your mind and body, looking after your appearance not for others but for yourself, and actively re-engaging with your own rich, vibrant, and fulfilling life, that the tables often subtly turn and the other person may start showing renewed interest, a rekindled admiration, a desire to reconnect. Gone are the days of desperate pleading, of anxiously waiting by the phone, of repeatedly saying, "Why didn't you text me back?" Or "I sent you 3 messages and got no response." That version of you, the needy, anxious, dependent version, is gone because now you have a life filled with purpose, with fulfilling activities, with meaningful connections, and with people and things that genuinely bring you joy and a profound sense of intrinsic value. And when they do finally send you a message, a tentative reach out, a sign of renewed interest, don't rush to respond immediately. Don't drop everything and jump at the notification. If you do, it signals that you've been anxiously waiting for their attention, that your happiness is inextricably tied to their reply, that they still hold all the power over your emotional state. Don't be the person who jumps the second the phone lights up, whose emotions are dictated by a notification. Don't let their message dictate your emotions, your schedule, or your inner peace. When you consciously avoid showing neediness, when you consistently project self-sufficiency and contentment, the relationship naturally becomes more balanced, more respectful, more authentic. If they sense that you're always available, always waiting, always accessible, it inadvertently kills the mystery, diminishes the chase, and subtly lowers your emotional value in their eyes, making you seem less desirable, less compelling. Reclaim your power, your autonomy, your inherent magnetism by unequivocally demonstrating that your life is full, vibrant, purposeful, and complete, with or without them. This profound approach is deeply aligned with the timeless teachings of Stoicism, which emphasize inner control and self-mastery. Epictetus famously said, with piercing insight, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So instead of obsessively focusing on their perceived indifference, their distance, or their actions, which are ultimately beyond your control, bravely redirect your energy entirely to yourself, to your inner world, to your growth. Take resolute, deliberate control of your thoughts, your actions, and your emotional state. That's precisely where real, unshakable power truly lives, where true freedom resides. This mindset is a golden opportunity, a sacred invitation to deepen your emotional independence, to forge an unbreakable inner core that is resilient to external fluctuations. Build daily habits, small yet consistent, that give your life authentic meaning and profound satisfaction, independent of external validation. Engage in activities you genuinely enjoy, whether someone's giving you attention or not, because your joy is not external, it is sourced within. Dive into hobbies you love, whether that's reading a captivating book, learning something new and challenging, mastering a skill, or staying physically active and strong. As Marcus Aurelius wisely wrote in his Meditations, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. So choose thoughts that empower you, thoughts that lead you forward, thoughts that make you feel whole, complete, and self-sufficient, even without external validation. Remember, not showing neediness doesn't mean becoming cold, emotionally distant, or uncaring. It means being grounded, self-sufficient, and treating yourself with dignity and unwavering self-respect. Stoic teachings powerfully remind us that true, lasting happiness comes from being fully present, from living independently of anxiety about the future, from finding contentment and purpose in the now. When you courageously embrace this philosophy, when you truly embody these principles, you project a quiet, magnetic strength, an inner light that others will undeniably notice and deeply respect. And when that person sees with their own eyes that your emotional balance doesn't hinge on their attention, on their presence, they may very well start to value you in a new, deeper light, seeing your authentic worth, your true character, your strength, your calm, your centeredness. It becomes undeniable, a powerful, attractive force. So when someone starts to pull away and ignore you, don't crumble, don't collapse. Stay calm, stay grounded in your own truth, and remind yourself with unwavering conviction that your worth isn't determined by someone else's fleeting attention, by their temporary opinion of you, or by their transient presence. Epictetus reminded us, with profound insight and liberating clarity, no person is free who is not master of himself. This is your golden moment, your sacred opportunity to reclaim that mastery, to assert your inner freedom, to become the sovereign of your own soul. Reaffirm your emotional independence. Yes, you can deeply care about the relationship. Yes, you can genuinely value the other person, but you do not, absolutely do not, need constant validation, constant reassurance, constant attention to feel worthy, whole, or complete. By diligently practicing emotional independence, by cultivating this inner resilience, you develop an inner serenity, an unshakable core that's not easily shaken, not easily disturbed by someone else's unpredictable behavior, by their choices, or by external circumstances. In practical terms, this means honoring your commitments, nurturing your passions, pursuing your goals, and staying deeply connected to the people who genuinely care about you, who uplift you, who see and appreciate your true worth. As Seneca once said, with a poignant reminder of life's brevity, the life we truly live is short. So it's profoundly important to make the most of every precious moment, growing, evolving, learning, and indulging in the things that genuinely bring you joy and fulfillment, on your own terms, aligning with your values. If you notice that your thoughts are constantly revolving, obsessively around another person, consuming your mental energy and peace, it's a clear signal that it's time to boldly redirect your attention toward pursuits that truly add value, purpose, and happiness to your own life, to your own journey. Doing this not only boosts your overall well-being, your inner vitality, but also sends a clear, undeniable message of inner strength, self-reliance, and unshakable self-assurance to yourself and to the world. Developing a Stoic mindset requires courageously acknowledging that while you cannot, by definition, control what others do, what they think, or how they feel, you always have absolute, unassailable control over your own reactions to them, your own interpretations, and your own choices. Marcus Aurelius once stated that the art of living is more like a battle than a dance, because life demands constant readiness, continuous vigilance, and unwavering preparation for the unexpected, for challenges that arise without warning. When someone chooses to walk away, to create distance, to leave your life, instead of succumbing to overwhelming sadness, despair, or self-pity, wisely use the situation as a powerful catalyst to build your character, to forge inner strength, to deepen your resilience. Demonstrating your unshakable ability to remain composed, centered, and to continue genuinely enjoying your life, pursuing your purpose, will naturally, magnetically draw people toward you, attracted by your stability, your confidence, and your inner strength. Showing that you don't need anyone to feel complete, to feel whole, to feel happy, also means fiercely protecting your own time and your personal space, your sacred boundaries. If someone perceives that you've abandoned your own priorities, your own passions, your own self-development, to revolve your life entirely around them, to become a mere satellite in their orbit, they may begin to subtly lose both interest and profound respect for you. Seneca wisely pointed out that the greatest wealth is being content with little, implying a profound freedom that comes from emotional self-sufficiency and a detachment from excessive external reliance. Apply this powerful mindset to your relationships by valuing the time you invest in yourself, your personal growth, your passions, your well-being. Devoting energy to your personal projects, your creative pursuits, and your hobbies communicates, without a single word, that your life is rich, fulfilling, and abundant on its own terms, something inherently, undeniably appealing to others, a beacon of self-sufficiency and inner strength. Ultimately, it's crucial to remember that all things in this transient world, including relationships, are inherently temporary, subject to change and impermanence, to their own natural cycles. Epictetus taught that it's not external events that shape us, but the power within us, our faculty of choice, our interpretations, our reactions. This profound Stoic lesson helps you stay calm and grounded, centered in your own being, when someone chooses to leave, when a connection shifts, when a relationship evolves. The one thing you can always rely on, your constant, your unshakable truth, is your innate capacity to adapt, to grow, to learn from every experience, and to remain emotionally resilient, unshakable in your core. Embracing this philosophy allows you to navigate life with unyielding strength, profound balance, and true inner peace. When you live this way, authentically and purposefully, anchored in your own truth, your relationships naturally become stronger, more balanced, more genuine, more respectful. Others are more deeply drawn to you because they perceive someone who isn't desperate for attention, who isn't needy, but instead someone who is fulfilled, purposeful, and self-driven, living a rich life on their own terms. Most importantly, through this journey of self-mastery, you'll discover how to be truly, authentically happy on your own, independent of external validation of others' presence. And that, my friend, is the real goal, the ultimate prize, the profound purpose of any life philosophy worth pursuing, a life of genuine freedom. Being constantly fixated on someone you like can be an utterly overwhelming experience, especially in the early, intense stages of a connection when emotions run high and you naturally, instinctually want to spend as much time as humanly possible with them. But if you're truly striving to avoid appearing overly needy or emotionally dependent, you must, with unwavering discipline, stay deeply rooted in your own passions, your own interests, and your own purposeful life. Take a moment to genuinely reflect on what you enjoyed, what truly brought you joy and meaning before this relationship or this person entered your life. You simply can't just sit around idly waiting for their messages, anticipating their every communication, or feel compelled to share every mundane detail of your daily routine with them. Your partner, or the person you like, isn't your personal journal, your daily log, or your emotional dumping ground. You don't need to update them with every single move you make, every fleeting thought you have, or every insignificant event. I woke up. Now I'm heading here. Now I'm doing this. Because when you overshare and overcommunicate, you inadvertently leave no vital room for genuine curiosity, for authentic interest, or for a healthy sense of mystery to flourish. If that person doesn't message you back promptly, or at all, resist the overwhelming urge to panic or to play detective by obsessively checking their social media profiles, monitoring who's interacting with them, or meticulously tracking who's liking their posts. This kind of behavior, driven by insecurity, tragically creates emotional dependency, a fragile state where your happiness is tethered to their actions. When the other person senses that your happiness, your well-being, is completely, irrevocably tied to them, it inadvertently weakens your inherent appeal, diminishes your perceived value, and gives them disproportionate power to treat the relationship however they want, often leading to neglect. Your world cannot, must not, revolve entirely around theirs. It needs its own vibrant orbit. Don't abandon your cherished hobbies just to adopt theirs. Don't neglect your long-standing friends or loving family in the desperate hope of blending seamlessly into their social circle. These efforts, though they may stem from a deep-seated fear of losing them, ironically often cause that very loss. You lose your unique identity, your sense of self, and along with it, your innate magnetism, the very qualities that initially attracted them to you. Before you even begin to question why their behavior toward you has subtly shifted, pause and courageously ask yourself if you have changed your own behavior in the relationship. Are you still the same vibrant, independent, and purposeful person they were initially attracted to? Or have you become someone completely different, someone defined by your need for their attention? By consciously pulling back some of that energy, that intense focus, and boldly returning your attention to yourself, to your own growth and well-being, your natural attractiveness, your authentic magnetism begins to resurface. That's why it's so profoundly important to have a personal goal, a burning dream that fuels your motivation, that ignites your spirit, and provides direction beyond the relationship. If you're job hunting, for instance, immerse yourself fully in that journey with dedication and purpose. When you're genuinely focused on achieving your own aspirations, pursuing your own path, you naturally become more attractive, more compelling, more self-possessed. The other person will inevitably notice that you have your own rich and vibrant world, a life full of meaning that doesn't require their constant presence to be complete. You should be able to genuinely enjoy simple moments, to find profound contentment in your own company. Whether it's a peaceful walk in nature, immersing yourself in a captivating movie, savoring a delicious meal alone, or diving deep into a beloved hobby, without relying solely on your partner or the person you like for happiness. Of course, you can and should feel immense happiness with them, sharing joys and experiences. But you must also be fundamentally capable of profound happiness without them, finding your internal wellspring of contentment. Many people mistakenly confuse love with dependency. They believe that without their partner's constant presence, their incessant messages, or their unwavering attention, they can't truly enjoy life. But that, my friend, is not love in its purest, most mature form. It's attachment, it's unhealthy dependence, and it invariably creates an unbalanced, often toxic relationship dynamic where one person holds all the power. True love and emotional dependency are two very different, often opposing things. You can and absolutely should feel joy with your partner, sharing life's journey, but you must also be able to authentically experience joy on your own, cultivating your own inner abundance. If your partner senses that you're not okay without them, that you rely on their messages, their calls, their constant presence to feel complete, whole, or validated, they may begin to feel overwhelmed, burdened, or even suffocated by the unspoken pressure. That intense pressure, that perceived emotional weight, can inevitably cause them to withdraw, to create distance, to ignore you, or even to walk away altogether. The heartbreak that often follows is frequently the direct result of clinging too tightly, of holding on out of fear of loss, rather than loving from a place of freedom. I speak so plainly and directly about this because I've experienced it myself, the painful lessons learned firsthand. As someone who once deeply feared being alone, I unknowingly suffocated my partners with that very fear, with my desperate need for closeness. In the end, what I feared most became my painful reality, precisely because I had lost myself in trying to desperately keep someone else close, losing my own identity in the process. If someone genuinely doesn't want to stay, if their path diverges, you can't and shouldn't force them to remain. To avoid falling into this debilitating pattern of dependency, you must, with unwavering resolve, anchor yourself in a meaningful goal, a profound purpose, a personal mission that extends beyond any single relationship. Find something that deeply excites and genuinely drives you, something that ignites your passion and gives your life direction. Fill your time with the things you authentically love, the activities that make you feel truly alive, vibrant, and purposeful. That's how you keep your unique spark alive. That's how you maintain your inherent magnetism, your compelling allure. Your happiness should never, ever hinge entirely on another person. That kind of dynamic becomes unbalanced, unhealthy, and ultimately toxic. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, powerfully reminds us that we must find peace in being with ourselves, that our inner calm should not be dictated or disturbed by outside forces or external attention. The happiness of your life, he said, depends on the quality of your thoughts. This is a profound truth you must engrave deeply in your heart, a guiding principle for your inner world. Your worth isn't measured by how much attention someone gives you, by their validation, or by their presence. You need to find your fulfillment, your sense of completeness, in your own interests, your own passions, and your own purposeful journey. Seneca, too, with his emphasis on self-reliance, profoundly emphasized the value of emotional self-sufficiency. He who has learned how to meditate, he wrote, pointing to a profound philosophical detachment, has unlearned how to be a slave, highlighting the freedom that comes from emotional detachment and independence from external outcomes. Apply this wisdom to your daily life. Immerse yourself fully in your goals, your aspirations, your chosen work. Take intentional time to do the things that genuinely excite you, that nourish your soul. Read voraciously, exercise consistently, pick up a new skill, or simply enjoy being alone in a quiet moment, savoring your own company. Not being fixated on the person you like all the time builds your self-esteem, strengthens your inner core, and paradoxically, enriches your relationships by making them more balanced. When you gain true control over where your precious attention goes, when you direct your focus intentionally, you realize that your emotional health should never, ever depend on another person's actions, moods, or presence. Epictetus said it best, with his characteristic directness, "What troubles us isn't the events themselves, but our judgments about them." Let this powerful idea guide you. Instead of using your finite energy to worry, to obsess, or to overthink someone else's actions or intentions, direct it resolutely toward your own dreams, your own growth, your own purpose. When you feel the overwhelming urge to check your phone, to endlessly scroll social media to see if they've messaged you, remember Seneca's wise words. It is a great fortune to return to the essential. Reconnect with what truly matters in your life, your passions, your purpose, your inner peace, finding joy and fulfillment in your own pursuits. Whether it's reading a good book, engaging in an invigorating workout, mastering a new skill, or spending peaceful time in nature, gives you profound emotional strength and resilience. As Marcus Aurelius consistently reminded us, the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. That principle applies powerfully to how you handle your relationships, with intention, not desperation. The more you focus on your own journey, on your own growth, the more balanced, fulfilled, and magnetically attractive you become. With uplifting and constructive thoughts, firmly rooted in your own strength, you can shape a rich, meaningful, and deeply satisfying life that doesn't rely on the fleeting attention of someone else. This inner fulfillment creates a powerful space of authenticity and unshakable strength. So when that person does return, drawn by your light, they are met with a version of you that is whole, empowered, and authentically radiant. In this way, any future relationship has the profound potential to flourish on a solid foundation of equality, mutual respect, and genuine connection, rather than dependency. Reclaiming your power, cultivating emotional autonomy and strong boundaries. However, if the person you care about pulls away further or starts to ignore you, it's vital to understand with profound clarity that their behavior does not, cannot, and never will define your worth. Your inherent value is untouchable. Epictetus reminds us that true wisdom lies in consciously surrounding ourselves with those who uplift and genuinely improve us, those whose presence inspires growth, encouragement, and mutual flourishing. If someone chooses to leave, if their path diverges from yours, allow them to do so with profound peace in your heart, release from obligation. Focus instead with deliberate intention on being around individuals who genuinely support and encourage your journey, who celebrate your being, and who contribute positively to your development. Direct your invaluable energy and precious time to those who truly value your presence and actively contribute to your growth and well-being. Living out this philosophy daily means creating and consistently maintaining healthy, clear boundaries, while fiercely prioritizing your emotional well-being and inner peace. Rather than becoming consumed by the lack of attention from someone who may be indifferent or simply on a different path, courageously shift your attention toward your own needs, your own desires, your own growth. Pursue activities that genuinely ignite your passion, that make you feel alive, and that help you evolve as a person, whether that's through creative expression, engaging in athletic pursuits, continuous learning, or any other enriching hobby that aligns with your soul. The essence lies in cultivating a life that feels abundant, purposeful, and fulfilling on your own terms, built from within. Epictetus also teaches us an essential, liberating truth. We have no control over others. We only have control over ourselves, our perceptions, our choices. So instead of desperately hoping for things to unfold exactly as we wish, clinging to a specific outcome, we must bravely wish for things to unfold as they naturally do, embracing reality as it is, and then embracing them with grace, fortitude, and wisdom. If the person you care about distances themselves or no longer gives you attention, accept the reality with calmness and continue moving forward on your own purposeful path. This approach not only preserves your dignity and self-respect, but also naturally boosts your self-respect and enhances your inherent appeal, your magnetic energy. To spark renewed interest in your partner, if that is still your desire, it's important that they begin to genuinely sense your absence in a meaningful way, not as a punishment, but as a natural consequence of your focus shifting inward. This doesn't mean disappearing entirely or playing manipulative games, but subtly reducing how frequently you reach out, how much attention you initiate, and how much emotional energy you expend on them. This isn't about manipulation. It's about courageously shifting your focus inward, redirecting your precious resources to your own flourishing. Spend intentional time nurturing your own passions, deeply enjoying the company of friends who uplift you, staying physically active and vibrant, and simply living with authentic joy, independent of your partner's presence or attention. As your partner notices that you're not as constantly available or emotionally dependent as before, they may genuinely start to feel the absence of your attention, the shift in your energy. This sense of loss, this subtle void, can naturally reignite their interest. When someone realizes they no longer have constant control or predictable, unlimited access to you, when you are not always on call, they begin to miss you and reflect more deeply on your presence, your value, and the true nature of your connection in their life. It's a natural human tendency to desire what isn't easily obtainable, what isn't always present. Scarcity often increases perceived value. So by becoming less available, less emotionally tethered, your partner may naturally start to wonder what has changed, what you're doing, and why they no longer hold the same unquestioned sway over your emotions. Yet simply creating distance isn't enough. It's merely a tactic. The true power lies in how you use that space. Use this time to invest deeply in your own growth, to take exquisite care of your body, to pursue personal goals, to develop new skills, and to relentlessly strive to become your best, most authentic self. These efforts won't just serve your personal development. They'll also make you more captivating, more attractive, more compelling. When your partner does reconnect, they will inevitably notice these positive changes, this vibrant energy. And this renewed sense of self, this inner transformation, may spark a deeper admiration and renewed attraction that is authentic and sustainable. In essence, when your partner starts to withdraw or act distant, resist the overwhelming urge to seek reassurance or to show neediness. Don't be constantly available or overly attentive. Let them feel your absence, the natural consequence of your focus shifting. Focus resolutely on your own life, your own pursuits, and your personal progress. Not only will this profoundly enrich your life, but it may also reawaken your partner's appreciation, their desire for you, and their respect. Stoic philosophy offers profound insight into handling such emotionally challenging situations. It teaches us to center our thoughts, our attention, on what we can control, namely our own actions, our interpretations, and our reactions. As Epictetus wisely states, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. So rather than obsessing over your partner's behavior, which is outside your control, courageously redirect your energy toward your personal growth, your emotional health, and your inner well-being. This not only preserves your inner peace, your serenity, but can also powerfully renew your partner's interest as they observe your composed, focused, and self-possessed demeanor. To truly make someone feel the powerful impact of your absence, it's essential to cultivate deep emotional independence. Marcus Aurelius in his Meditations urges us to live in harmony with our nature and not be driven by the expectations or opinions of others. In practice, this means dedicating intentional time to pursuits that truly feed your soul, that align with your deepest values. Whether it's reading philosophy, practicing meditation, engaging in invigorating sports, or acquiring new knowledge and skills, these activities not only reduce our unhealthy dependency on external validation, but also significantly enhance our attractiveness, both to others and, crucially, to ourselves. Applying Stoic principles to daily life involves accepting that relationships and emotions are not permanent. They are dynamic, constantly evolving. Seneca beautifully said that while we cannot stop the wind, we can adjust our sails. If your partner grows distant or stops engaging with you, don't resist the reality. Embrace it with dignity and adjust accordingly, adapting your approach. By choosing to live authentically, by prioritizing your own development and well-being, you create an environment in which the other person may begin to reevaluate your worth and the profound nature of your relationship. Seeing your strength. When you're faced with someone pulling away or ignoring you, remember that Stoicism emphasizes resilience, discipline, and inner fortitude. Epictetus advised us to first decide who we want to become and then to do what must be done to live that truth. Take this moment as an invaluable opportunity to define the kind of person you want to be. Someone strong, self-sufficient, growth-oriented, and centered. Reflect deeply on your values and aspirations, and let these guide your actions and choices. This will not only ground you, but also make it abundantly clear that you don't rely on anyone's constant attention or presence to feel complete or validated. A critical part of making someone feel your absence is consistently maintaining a calm and composed attitude. an inner peace that radiates outward. Seneca reminds us that those who suffer in anticipation suffer more than necessary. Instead of fearing future pain or becoming anxious about emotional distance, adopt a mindset of serene acceptance and profound peace. Practice gratitude for what is good and present in your life and courageously resist the pull of negativity and self-pity. When you consistently project confidence, self-possession, and inner tranquility, it may cause your partner to question their assumptions, to feel drawn to your stability, and to reconsider their distance. It's also absolutely essential to use this time to grow professionally and personally, to invest in your own flourishing. Marcus Aurelius wrote that true happiness comes from doing good. Seek out ways to contribute meaningfully to your community, whether through volunteering, mentoring, or helping someone in need. These acts not only strengthen your character, building your virtue, but also powerfully demonstrate to your partner that you are a whole, capable, valuable, and purposeful person in your own right, with a rich inner world. This commitment to self-care, personal development, and purposeful living naturally enhances your attractiveness, your magnetism, and may rekindle admiration and profound interest from your partner. As your partner distances themselves or becomes indifferent, Stoic philosophy invites us to examine the very nature of our attachments and emotional dependencies. Epictetus reminds us that we must learn to accept with calm and serenity the things that lie beyond our control. In this case, your partner's behavior, their feelings, their choices are not something you can change or dictate. But what you can master absolutely is your response to it. Instead of being consumed by what you cannot influence, courageously redirect your energy into actions that nurture your emotional and physical well-being, your growth. Engage in meditation. Read philosophical texts that deepen your understanding. Develop a consistent exercise routine. These practices will gradually build resilience within you, making you less vulnerable to the behaviors of others, less reactive, more grounded. In doing so, you cultivate a quiet, unshakable strength that may in turn inspire admiration and renewed interest from your partner as they witness your inner fortitude. Furthermore, Stoic philosophy teaches us to derive happiness and profound fulfillment not from external sources, not from others' validation, but from our own efforts, our own choices, and our personal development. Marcus Aurelius once wrote that the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. This profound principle urges us to adopt a positive, constructive, and forward-thinking mindset. Instead of lingering mournfully on what has been lost or changed, turn your focus resolutely toward what still lies within your reach, what is still possible. Set new goals, ambitious yet attainable. Pursue fresh challenges, things that invigorate your spirit and fuel your motivation, giving your life renewed purpose. When your partner sees you thriving, growing, and embracing life, even during moments of emotional distance, they may feel a renewed attraction, a compelling draw to your self-sufficiency. Seeing in you a figure of strength, self-reliance, and inner peace, applying the Stoic principle of living according to virtue can also fundamentally change the dynamic of your relationship, transforming it into something more balanced and respectful. Live each day as if everything you have been through so far, every experience, every challenge, has merely been preparing you for this very moment, equipping you with the tools you need. Use this time to diligently cultivate personal virtues such as patience, humility, and generosity. Offer genuine help to others without expecting anything in return. Seek ways to improve your surroundings, your community, and contribute positively to the well-being of those around you. This virtuous way of living not only enriches your sense of fulfillment and inner completeness, but it might also subtly yet powerfully encourage your partner to reflect on their own actions, to be drawn to your positive energy, and to reconnect more deeply with the bond you share. It becomes a quiet, authentic call to deeper connection, sparked by your inner transformation and radiance. Regaining your emotional independence is absolutely essential, especially when navigating the complexities of a distant or inattentive partner. It's profoundly important to understand that the foundation of any healthy, thriving relationship lies in emotional autonomy, in two whole individuals choosing to be together, not two halves seeking completion. When you rely entirely on your partner for happiness, for validation, for your sense of worth, it's easy to become entangled in debilitating cycles of anxiety, insecurity, and deep disappointment during periods of perceived neglect or distance. Therefore, it's vital to work diligently on building your self-esteem, strengthening your inner core, and nurturing your self-love, seeing yourself as complete. Devote intentional time to activities that make you feel alive, purposeful, and appreciated, independent of external validation. Whether it's engaging in a sport that challenges you, delving into a good book that expands your mind, practicing meditation that calms your spirit, or simply enjoying something you love that brings you peace, these activities will not only keep you mentally engaged and fulfilled, but will also help you profoundly reconnect with yourself and your inherent value beyond the confines of any single relationship. Emotional independence grants you a steady, unshakable inner core that's less easily shaken by the inevitable ups and downs, the natural ebbs and flows of romantic life. This doesn't mean you love your partner any less or that you become indifferent. It means your joy, your peace, your well-being are not tethered solely to their presence or their actions. Such steadiness, confidence, and inner peace can be deeply attractive to a partner, as it conveys a powerful sense of security, maturity, and self-assurance. You will be able to genuinely enjoy their company, their presence, without making them the sole source of your emotional well-being, without placing an unfair burden on them. And if the relationship, for whatever reason, should falter or end, your sense of self-worth and your ability to move forward, to adapt, to thrive, will remain intact, resilient, and uncompromised. This profound resilience and emotional maturity not only empower you immensely, but may also powerfully rekindle your partner's admiration and desire for you as they witness your strength. Reestablishing your emotional independence becomes even more vital when someone you care about grows distant or chooses to ignore you. During such moments, it's crucial to remember that your inner peace and happiness must not, under any circumstances, be dependent on another person's actions, choices, or emotions. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed by things themselves, but by the judgments we attach to them. Our own interpretation, our own narrative, is what ultimately causes us pain or brings us calm. So we must learn to manage our reactions, to choose our perceptions, and to steadfastly refuse to be held hostage by the behavior of others, no matter how hurtful it may seem. A key step, a powerful act of reclamation, is to shift your attention back to yourself, your inner world, your own growth. Practicing self-discipline, engaging in deep self-reflection, and consistently choosing intentional action will help you gain crystalline clarity about your emotions and allow you to step away from external emotional dependence, from the need for validation. Marcus Aurelius echoed this timeless truth when he said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. But by deliberately cultivating constructive, empowering, and positive thoughts, you begin to strengthen your emotional core, to fortify your inner citadel, and to dramatically reduce the emotional impact that others' absence or indifference might have on you. Simple yet powerful practices such as meditation or journaling can help immensely in implementing these profound Stoic principles. At the start or end of each day, take a quiet, sacred moment to reflect on your emotions and thoughts, observing them without judgment. Consider whether your reactions align with your deepest values and whether they are within your control. Seneca observed that the greatest strength lies in self-mastery. Control your thoughts and emotions so that you don't fall into the insidious trap of emotional dependence, of being swayed by every external shift. Maintaining a consistent self-care routine also plays an incredibly important role in this process. Prioritize activities that bring you personal joy, a sense of accomplishment, and inner peace. Whether it's reading a thought-provoking book, learning something new, engaging in invigorating exercise, or simply spending quiet, reflective time in nature, these acts of self-care do more than just ease emotional discomfort. They profoundly help rebuild your sense of autonomy, your inner strength, and your self-worth. Reclaiming your emotional independence is not just about managing pain or surviving difficulty. It is a powerful step toward recognizing your true inherent power and embracing your intrinsic value, your completeness, regardless of others' behavior or choices. Epictetus reminds us again that true freedom is the ultimate goal in life, and it is found in ignoring what lies beyond our control. Accepting that you cannot dictate the choices or feelings of others, you can still fundamentally shape your own responses, your own inner state. Dedicate intentional time to explore and understand your feelings, to process your emotions. Strengthen your inner calm and peace through daily practices that nourish your spirit, your mind, and your body. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated that nowhere can one find more peace than within their own soul. Create this sanctuary for yourself through meditation, through reading uplifting texts, and through consistent exercise. Keep a journal as a sacred place to process your thoughts and examine your emotions without judgment. Ask yourself whether your responses are in line with your values and whether they are truly under your control. This process of inner examination supports your growth, deepens your self-understanding, and helps dramatically reduce your dependence on external validation for your peace. Self-care remains a crucial companion on this journey. Whether it's expressing yourself through creativity, connecting with nature, or enjoying a quiet moment with a good movie, these experiences anchor you deeply in joy, purpose, and self-worth. Seneca reminds us that true power lies in self-mastery. When you take care of yourself, when you prioritize your well-being, you not only ease the ache of someone's absence, but also profoundly reinforce your strength, your dignity, and your resilience. In moments when others are distant or indifferent, remember that true inner strength is built through conscious self-control and honest reflection. Epictetus teaches that what disturbs us is not the actions of others, but our interpretation of those actions. So instead of obsessing over why someone is ignoring you, consuming yourself with fruitless speculation, shift your focus to your own personal development, your own flourishing. Channel your energy into activities that restore and uplift you. Meditation, journaling, reading works that spark inspiration. These routines not only ground you, but also powerfully remind you of your inherent worth, your completeness. Each day offers countless opportunities to apply Stoic wisdom and reclaim your emotional independence. As you begin your day, establish a routine that includes quiet reflection and heartfelt gratitude. Marcus Aurelius in his Meditations encourages us to start each morning by recognizing the blessings in our lives and by focusing intently on what lies within our control. Practice self-discipline throughout the day by managing your thoughts and keeping a hopeful, positive perspective even in challenging situations. Remember that you always have the freedom to choose your reaction, to shape your perception, and that your happiness stems directly from the quality of your thoughts. Regular physical movement and time in nature are also powerful ways to reinforce emotional independence. Take walks, engage in exercise, or enjoy a sport you love. Physical activity benefits not only your body, but also clears your mind, relieves emotional tension, and grounds you. Seneca reminds us that genuine happiness lies in embracing the present moment without clinging anxiously to the future, without being consumed by what might happen. By consistently caring for yourself and finding joy in the little moments of life, you deepen your emotional well-being and reduce reliance on others for your happiness. And always remember that every challenge you encounter is an invitation to grow, a catalyst for inner transformation. Rather than viewing someone's emotional distance or indifference as a loss, a personal slight, try to see it as a moment to rediscover who you are, to strengthen your inner core, and to build unshakable inner strength. As Epictetus wisely put it, do not wish for things to happen the way you want them to, but rather want them to happen just as they do, and your life will be more peaceful. Embrace reality with calmness, with equanimity, and let every experience, every challenge, teach you how to become more resilient, more adaptable, and more emotionally self-sufficient. Establishing healthy boundaries, the pillars of respect and self-preservation. Establishing clear, firm, and consistently upheld boundaries is absolutely crucial in every relationship, with partners, family, friends, and colleagues. It's essential to define limits that meticulously safeguard your emotional health, your mental space, and ensure mutual respect for each other's space, needs, and autonomy. When your partner begins to subtly drift away, to create emotional distance, it can serve as an incredibly valuable, albeit uncomfortable, moment to examine whether you have inadvertently been tolerating behavior that undermines your well-being, that erodes your self-respect. Have honest, open, and courageous conversations about what makes you feel uneasy, unheard, or undervalued, and express your boundaries in a way that helps maintain your self-respect, your dignity, and the integrity of your inner self. Setting boundaries isn't about enforcing strict rules, imposing your will, or controlling others. It's about clearly and respectfully communicating your expectations, your needs, and your emotional limits. For instance, if you feel a lack of communication is negatively affecting you, voice that concern, not in a demanding or accusatory way, but with clarity, calmness, and an openness to dialogue. Show that you value the relationship, but also that you unequivocally need to feel heard, seen, and respected within it. This can foster healthier communication, deepen understanding, and demonstrate to your partner that you are capable of self-care, of self-respect, and of asserting your needs. Knowing your boundaries, defining them clearly, allows you to stay emotionally grounded, anchored in your own truth. Understanding how far you're willing to go and what you steadfastly refuse to tolerate empowers you to remain true to yourself, to your values, and to your integrity. This inner firmness, this self-possession, can often inspire more profound respect from your partner and help them value your presence more deeply, recognizing your strength and authenticity. A healthy relationship is fundamentally built on freedom, mutual respect, and emotional autonomy. So when you're faced with a situation where your partner becomes distant or starts ignoring you, it's vital to remember how incredibly important it is to maintain clear, healthy, and consistently reinforced boundaries. Epictetus, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, emphasized that what truly matters is not what happens to you, but how you respond to it. In this profound light, setting boundaries is not only a way to protect your emotions and your peace, but also a powerful way to handle difficult moments with wisdom, self-mastery, and dignity. Accept that your partner's behavior, their feelings, their choices are ultimately beyond your control, but how you react to it, how you choose to respond, is fully and absolutely in your hands, your domain. In everyday life, applying Stoic principles can help you maintain unshakable peace and profound balance, especially during times when your partner seems emotionally unavailable, distant, or disengaged. Use these periods of distance to reconnect with your own needs, your core values, and your personal purpose. Reflect honestly on whether you have allowed certain behaviors to harm you, to erode your boundaries, and take proactive steps to reinforce your inner foundation, your sense of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. So when you set boundaries, do so in a way that reflects your self-worth and inner dignity, avoiding conflict, blame, and aggressive demands, choosing clarity and respect instead. Practicing Stoic self-discipline also means recognizing that your emotional well-being, your inner peace, shouldn't be entirely dependent on another person, on their validation or attention. When your partner pulls away, don't fall into despair, don't collapse. Instead, take it as a moment to fortify your inner strength, to deepen your self-reliance. Seneca once said that the greatest blessing humanity has is the ability to be self-reliant. Maintain relationships, activities, and habits that uplift you, that nourish your soul, and that make you feel valued and whole. Setting boundaries is an act of profound self-preservation. It shields your integrity, protects your inner peace, and gives you the strength to face difficulties with calm and unshakable resilience. When you find yourself dealing with the pain of a partner who pulls away or ignores you, remember that boundaries are not just protective barriers. They are powerful affirmations of your self-worth, your dignity, and your autonomy. As Seneca said, the most powerful individual is the one who masters himself. Defining your limits ensures that your emotional health doesn't rest solely on someone else's behavior, their moods, or their choices. This kind of self-care doesn't just improve your relationship with others. It fundamentally strengthens your connection with yourself, your inner wisdom. Practically speaking, this can mean choosing to spend intentional time alone to restore your peace, to reconnect with yourself when relationship dynamics become draining or unclear. Self-reflection and self-care, they are vital during these moments, acts of conscious nourishment. Epictetus reminds us again, do not seek to bend events to your will, but instead wish for them to unfold as they do. This mindset is invaluable when facing emotional distance in your relationship. Accept what is, while still drawing boundaries that protect your inner space, your sacred autonomy. Equally important is learning how to communicate these limits clearly, calmly, and respectfully. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that living well is more like a battle than a dance. It requires action, assertiveness, and courage. So if you're feeling the need for more clear communication or noticing patterns that consistently hurt you, speak up. Express yourself honestly, authentically, and without blame. Doing this not only preserves the health of the relationship by fostering clarity, but also shows that you are deeply in touch with your needs and committed to your emotional safety and well-being. When you express your boundaries with firmness and empathy, it can lead to greater understanding, mutual respect, and a healthier dynamic. A partner's withdrawal can become a gateway to embracing Stoic philosophy and nurturing your internal strength. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." Viewed through this profound lens, your partner's distance isn't just a roadblock, an obstacle to your happiness. It's an opening, an invitation for you to affirm your values, to deepen your self-awareness, and to exercise self-control, building your inner citadel. With this focus, you can face the situation with a clear mind and a strong spirit, unshakable. Daily life offers countless opportunities to apply these Stoic principles. For example, if your partner is ignoring your messages or acting cold, resist the overwhelming urge to panic or lash out. Instead, use that time to engage in activities that genuinely enrich you, that nourish your soul. Read an inspiring book, meditate, or dive into hobbies and friendships that bring you profound joy and fulfillment. Seneca often said that it takes more courage to do what's right than it does to fear doing something wrong. Choosing to respect your boundaries and turn your energy inward is a bold act of self-love, integrity, and personal power. In your daily interactions, it's important to express your boundaries in a way that honors both your self-respect and your partner. Honest, direct communication delivered with calmness is key. As Epictetus advised, we must listen with the intent to understand before we speak. This means that while bravely sharing your expectations and needs, you must also be genuinely open to hearing your partner's point of view, their perspective, their needs. Such mutual openness can build a more respectful and meaningful dialogue, a deeper connection where both people feel heard, valued, and appreciated. Always remember that setting boundaries isn't a selfish act, and it's a way of honoring yourself and, paradoxically, the relationship itself by fostering respect. Marcus Aurelius said that our souls are colored by the thoughts we carry. By holding thoughts of self-care, self-respect, and inner dignity, you not only strengthen your own spirit, but also elevate the atmosphere, the energy of your relationship. By preserving your emotional health and asserting your limits, you empower yourself and help cultivate a relationship where both partners feel valued, free, and mutually respected. It's equally important to understand that establishing firm, healthy boundaries might also bring change, or in some cases, even lead to the natural end of a relationship. But this outcome, while potentially painful, is not a failure. It's a sign of profound wisdom, immense courage, and deep self-compassion. Seneca reminds us that many things seem difficult because we don't dare to attempt them. Ending a relationship that consistently doesn't honor your boundaries, that continually disrespects your needs, is an act of immense courage and often a necessary, liberating step toward a more genuine, more fulfilling, and more authentic life, aligned with your true self. Finally, cultivating gratitude can be a powerful, transformative way to maintain a positive and balanced mindset even during relationship hardships, even when facing pain or loss. When Marcus Aurelius said that each morning we should remind ourselves of the precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, and to love. He was emphasizing the profound value of focusing on the countless blessings we already possess. By centering your thoughts on what is good in your life, what you are grateful for, and what you truly value, you can sustain emotional balance and powerfully reinforce your personal boundaries, drawing strength from within. Even in the face of adversity, practicing gratitude for what you have becomes a solid foundation for cultivating healthier, more respectful, and more resilient relationships. Cultivating patience and detachment, navigating the tides of connection. In this spirit, it becomes absolutely essential to nurture both patience and emotional detachment. Stoicism teaches us the deep, practical value of these qualities, especially when it comes to relationships that begin to drift, to lose their initial intensity, or to become distant. If you sense your partner subtly pulling away, embracing patience allows you to face the situation with calm, thoughtful restraint, rather than reacting out of fear, urgency, or desperation. Instead of frantically forcing a reconnection, desperately clinging, wisely create the space, the necessary breathing room for both you and your partner to reflect, to reassess the relationship, and to process your own feelings. Detachment in this context is not about indifference, apathy, or emotional coldness. It's about accepting reality without the overwhelming urge to control it, to bend it to your will. You may not be able to govern your partner's emotions or their decisions, which are their own, but you can always decide how you will respond, how you will act, and what your inner state will be. Emotional detachment involves courageously shifting your focus inward, nurturing your own growth, your own well-being, and your own purpose. This powerful perspective equips you to handle uncertainty with more serenity, preserving your mental peace and emotional equilibrium. By adopting patience and intentional detachment, you signal a level of maturity, self-possession, and emotional intelligence that can be deeply impactful, drawing others to your stability. Your partner may in fact be profoundly drawn to your ability to remain composed, grounded, and centered through difficult times, seeing your inner strength. Refusing to display desperation, clinging, or neediness enables the relationship to unfold more naturally, more authentically, increasing the likelihood of a genuine and heartfelt reconnection, one based on choice, not pressure. When you feel distanced from your partner or ignored by them, the timeless wisdom of Stoicism offers profound guidance and practical tools. By cultivating patience and intentional detachment, you don't just preserve your inner calm, you gain the unparalleled ability to navigate these challenging trials with a clearer, broader, more objective perspective. Epictetus once said that it isn't the events themselves that disturb us, but the interpretations we attach to them. By focusing resolutely on what lies within your control, your thoughts, your reactions, your choices, and releasing what does not, their actions, their feelings, you will discover a deeper, more profound sense of peace in your daily experience, unburdened by external circumstances. There are many practical ways to embody this sense of detachment, this inner freedom. For instance, when you're tempted to send a message and expect an immediate response, pause and take a deep, grounding breath. Remind yourself that patience is not weakness, it's a profound virtue, a sign of strength. Life, according to the Stoics, is more like a battle than a dance. You must be steady, vigilant, and prepared for the unexpected. Rather than reacting impulsively, fueled by anxiety, let things evolve at their own pace with their own timing. Fill your time and your mind with enriching pursuits, with activities that nourish your soul. Learn something new. Engage in a beloved hobby. Pursue activities that genuinely nourish you and support your growth. These practices not only strengthen your relationships by making you more whole, but also profoundly enhance your personal well-being. Emotional detachment liberates you from the exhausting urge to control everything and redirects your energy toward your own development, your own purpose. Seneca advised that the wise person does not mourn what is missing, but instead takes joy in what is already present. By living in alignment with this wisdom, by focusing on abundance, you'll find yourself confronting life's challenges with more resilience, more adaptability, and greater optimism. Your relationships will naturally follow a more harmonious, balanced course, When it feels like your partner is withdrawing and their silence grows louder, when the distance becomes palpable, it is vital to remember that Stoic teachings can provide both unshakable strength and profound perspective. Patience and detachment, far from being signs of indifference or apathy, and reflect profound self-mastery, inner wisdom, and deep insight. Seneca wrote that real happiness is found in appreciating the present moment without becoming dependent on an uncertain future. This powerful mindset allows you to fully experience the now, to find peace in the present, and to handle difficult circumstances with a calm, focused, and steady mind. Daily life presents countless opportunities to practice patience and detachment. For example, if you find yourself waiting anxiously for a message that doesn't come, don't let anxiety consume you. Don't let it spiral. Use that time for introspection, for inner work, or for engaging in activities that bring genuine satisfaction and fulfillment. Perhaps through meditation, invigorating physical exercise, or reading a meaningful book. These actions help you redirect your thoughts and attention away from uncertainty and back toward your own well-being, your own inner resources. As Epictetus taught, true freedom lies in being the master of your own life, the sovereign of your own will. Living by this principle means releasing the need to control others and turning your attention toward what genuinely matters, your inner peace, your purpose, your growth. In the midst of emotional challenges, such as feeling neglected or emotionally distant from your partner, it's natural to feel a storm of conflicting emotions, sadness, anger, confusion. But Stoicism reminds us with unwavering clarity to focus resolutely on what we can control. As Epictetus put it, it's not what happens to us that shapes our experience, but how we respond. By embodying this profound wisdom, by choosing your reaction consciously, you begin to cultivate a mindset of unwavering patience and profound detachment. These tools allow you to remain steady and composed, grounded in your truth, even as your emotional world is tested. This might look like taking a moment to breathe deeply and reflect before impulsively replying to a message, or even consciously choosing not to respond when communication is clearly one-sided and draining. Instead of insisting on closeness, desperately clinging, redirect your energy toward things that bring you fulfillment, purpose, and genuine growth. You might consider starting a creative project, learning a new skill, or spending more quality time with loved ones who uplift you. Marcus Aurelius once wrote that the quality of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. But by filling your mind with thoughts that nurture self-development, emotional balance, and inner peace, you fortify yourself against life's uncertainties, building an inner fortress. This mental clarity prepares you to handle relationship challenges with grace, strength, and wisdom. Another key aspect of emotional detachment is learning to accept change without resistance. Relationships evolve, they grow, and sometimes, inevitably, they drift apart. Seneca beautifully said that while we cannot stop the wind, we can adjust our sails. If your partner grows distant or stops engaging with you, don't resist the reality. Don't fight against the current. Embrace it with dignity and adjust your own course accordingly. By choosing to live authentically, by prioritizing your own development, your own well-being, and your own happiness, you create an environment in which the other person may begin to reevaluate your worth, your strength, and the true nature of your relationship. Seeing your independence as a virtue, it's important to understand that developing patience and detachment isn't something you achieve overnight. It's a continuous process, a lifelong journey of self-mastery. Applying Stoic philosophy to your everyday life doesn't just make you more resilient, it inspires those around you, drawing them to your inner peace. Your calm presence, your self-possession, becomes a quiet, powerful force that influences others positively. Your partner may even come to admire the way you navigate hardship with respect, clarity, and serenity, opening the door to more meaningful and honest communication, a deeper appreciation for your strength. Marcus Aurelius reminds us again that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Keep your mind anchored in calm, in peace. Focus resolutely on what you can control, and you'll see your entire experience shift toward greater peace, profound clarity, and lasting fulfillment. the power of social support, finding strength in connection, and finally opening up to trusted individuals about your concerns and emotions can significantly help you process your feelings, gain perspective, and ease the heavy weight of uncertainty. Being around people who genuinely uplift you, who believe in you, and who remind you of your inherent value can offer immense comfort, reassurance, and emotional nourishment. Make intentional time for social activities and actively work on keeping your friendships strong, vibrant, and reciprocal. These connections not only provide essential emotional nourishment, but also powerfully reinforce the liberating reality that your life is full, rich, and meaningful beyond just your romantic relationship, creating a broader foundation for your happiness. This strong sense of community and connection can effectively help prevent the insidious pitfall of emotional dependence on any single person. Moreover, when you nurture meaningful, authentic connections with others, when you invest in your broader social network, you send a powerful, undeniable message to your partner and to yourself that you are a whole, complete, and worthy individual with a vibrant, fulfilling life of your own, independent of their presence. This realization might profoundly inspire your partner to reevaluate their behavior and develop a deeper appreciation for your presence, your strength, and your autonomy. When a partner withdraws or becomes emotionally distant, it is vital to remember the transformative power of having a strong, supportive social system. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus emphasized that our happiness does not rely on external events, but on our interpretation of them. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but how we perceive them, how we choose to react. Turning to family and friends for support, for perspective, for a listening ear, can help you profoundly reframe your thoughts, gain clarity, and restore inner peace. Focus your energy on activities that you genuinely love, that bring you joy, and that help you evolve as a person, contributing to your growth. This allows you to prove to yourself, through action, that you are complete, capable, and worthy on your own, a full human being. You can embody this philosophy in your daily life by practicing gratitude for your relationships and embracing the small joys shared with your loved ones. Marcus Aurelius taught that the quality of your thoughts shapes the happiness of your life. Surrounding yourself with positive, inspiring individuals helps you maintain a healthy, constructive, and optimistic mindset, protecting you from negativity. Get actively involved in social activities. Pursue hobbies that excite you and allow you to freely express your emotions and experiences with those you trust and who understand you. This not only helps you feel supported and connected, but allows you to be a source of support for others as well, creating a powerful reciprocal cycle of mutual strength and care. Reinforcing bonds. By reinforcing your social ties, by investing in these relationships, you remind both your partner and yourself that you are independent, valuable, and cherished. As Marcus Aurelius believed, true happiness lies in embracing the present moment without depending on what the future may bring. Demonstrating your ability to flourish, to thrive, to find joy without emotional dependency enriches your well-being and may even earn your partner's respect and admiration as they witness your emotional balance, your resilience, and your inner strength. This profound shift in perspective could positively influence the dynamics of your relationship and equip you to face difficulties with clarity, unwavering strength, and a calm, strong heart. In times when your partner seems distant or disengaged, leaning on the strength of your social network, your community, can be a critical step in maintaining your emotional stability and preventing yourself from spiraling. Stoic philosophy teaches us to draw strength from within and from our closest, most trusted bonds. Seneca once said that a true friend is revealed in moments of uncertainty, underscoring how vital it is to have loved ones you can genuinely lean on during challenging times, those who stand by you. These meaningful relationships help you maintain perspective, remind you of your inherent worth, and reassure you that you are not navigating this journey alone, that you have support. Apply Stoic wisdom by becoming an active, engaged part of the lives of those around you. Attend social gatherings, join communities that share your interests and values. Invest in deepening your current relationships through genuine effort and presence. engage in heartfelt conversations, and show genuine care for your friends and family. These interactions not only provide distraction and comfort, but allow you to contribute to the happiness of others, which in turn brings profound fulfillment to your own life, creating a virtuous cycle of giving and receiving. Let the words of Epictetus guide you. Don't wish for events to unfold as you desire, but instead wish for them to happen as they do, and you will live more peacefully. Engaging with your social support network offers more than just comfort. It becomes a space for introspection, for learning from others' experiences, and for personal growth. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that obstacles don't block the path, they are the path. By discussing your struggles and hearing different viewpoints, you may uncover new approaches to your challenges, new insights, and develop deeper resilience, seeing solutions you hadn't before. This inner strength doesn't only serve your romantic life, it becomes an asset, an invaluable resource in every area of your existence. Presenting yourself as strong, capable, and self-reliant sends a powerful message about your worth and your ability to handle life's difficulties with dignity, composure, and inner calm. Epictetus reminds us again that while we cannot always control what happens around us, what others do, or how they feel, we can always absolutely control how we respond, how we react, how we choose to interpret. Rather than dwelling on your partner's absence or lack of attention, which is outside your control, invest in the relationships that bring you joy, that uplift you, and that make you feel truly valued and seen. Seek out the company of those who love you, who appreciate you, and who remind you of your inherent worth, your completeness. Make it a daily habit to nurture these meaningful connections. Plan outings with friends, make time to call your family, and engage in the activities that bring you happiness and connection. This involvement not only steers you away from negative thoughts and unproductive rumination, but also powerfully fortifies you emotionally, building your inner resilience. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, the happiness of your life is determined by the quality of your thoughts, and having a positive, supportive circle can significantly uplift your mental and emotional state, creating a positive feedback loop. Strengthening your support network also sends a clear and empowering message to yourself and to your partner that you are a complete, valuable, and whole person all on your own, independent of any single relationship. Seneca taught that genuine happiness is found in savoring the present moment without relying anxiously on the future. By proving through your actions that you can lead a joyful and meaningful life outside of your romantic relationship, you reaffirm your self-worth and emotional strength. This mindset doesn't just shift the energy within your relationship, it also powerfully prepares you to confront any challenge in life with resilience, balance, and inner peace. When your partner grows distant or unresponsive, turning to the strength of your social network, your community, becomes an act of profound self-care and compassion. Epictetus taught us that although we cannot dictate external circumstances, we always have the power to choose our response. So instead of focusing on your partner's neglect, turn your attention towards those bonds that uplift and sustain you. Let their love, their support, remind you of your deep, unshakable value, your inherent worth. Make it a daily ritual to cultivate these relationships. Organize gatherings, connect with your family, and engage in the things you love that also connect you to others. These moments won't just help you escape from harmful thoughts. They will ground you emotionally and give you the assurance that your life is full and vibrant on its own terms. Ultimately, it is the quality of your thoughts that shapes the quality of your life. Being surrounded by encouraging, supportive people can profoundly impact your mental and emotional health. A strong support system reinforces the truth that you are whole, strong, and worthy just as you are. Seneca's wisdom reminds us again that joy lies in experiencing the present moment without becoming attached to uncertain outcomes. When you build and maintain a life rich with meaningful relationships, regardless of the state of your romantic connection, you reinforce your confidence and emotional independence. This approach can shift the dynamic of your relationship and also prepare you to meet life's difficulties with steadiness and strength. The unseen power of absence. Reclaiming your narrative and inner autonomy. Have you ever felt like a ghost, invisible, overlooked, and utterly forgotten? simply because someone chose to deliberately create space, a subtle distance between you and them. It's a strange kind of silence, a profound quietness, one that can make you feel like the very air around you has thickened, heavy with unspoken questions, with confusion, with self-doubt. But here's the undeniable, liberating truth. This is not the end of your world. It is merely a new beginning, a profound opportunity. Perhaps your mind, in its default programming, jumps into overdrive, spinning 1,000 convoluted, self-blaming stories, relentlessly blaming yourself, firmly believing you're the sole reason for the distance, for their withdrawal. You tragically convince yourself that something is fundamentally wrong with you, that you're flawed, inherently unlovable, or inadequate. But take a deep, grounding breath, a conscious pause. Sometimes what seems like absence, like abandonment, is actually just silence filled with profound meaning, a space for growth and reflection. And in this journey, I want to help you navigate those unsettling, often painful moments when someone begins to pull away, to create emotional distance. I'm going to share 9 powerful, transformative lessons that are worth their weight in gold. Insights drawn from timeless wisdom that will anchor you firmly in your own unshakable strength and self-possession. Don't miss the final one. It carries a truth so striking, so profoundly simple, that it may just leave you speechless, transforming your entire perspective on worth and relationships. Stoic philosophy reminds us of something absolutely essential, a truth that empowers all choices. You can't control what others choose to do, what they think, or how they feel, but you can always control how you respond to their actions, how you choose to perceive the situation, and how you choose to act. What if instead of seeing this distance, this perceived abandonment, as a sign of your inadequacy, you bravely chose to see it as a golden, sacred chance to focus intently on something that truly, unequivocally matters? Reconnecting with yourself, with your authentic essence, with your inner purpose. In those quiet, often uncomfortable spaces, when you courageously stop frantically chasing answers, desperately seeking external validation, or trying to force a connection, you uncover something priceless. Your intrinsic value is not, and never will be, defined by who pays attention to you, who stays, or who leaves. Let go of the insidious, self-sabotaging habit of letting other people's silence, their distance, or their perceived indifference poison your self-worth, diminish your light, because no good ever comes from that. It only leads to self-inflicted suffering. And now listen closely to what comes next, for it holds the key to true peace. Before diving into the core lessons, I want to share a story, an ancient parable, that will help you grasp the profound wisdom embedded in this timeless message, making it tangible and relatable. In a time long ago, nestled peacefully in a mountain village bordered by serene, murmuring rivers, lived a woman named Mariella. Her soul was quietly aching, a deep, persistent throb, a silent wound, because someone she deeply cared for had started to subtly drift away from her, without warning, without explanation, without a single word of clarity. Mariella felt utterly abandoned, profoundly confused, and utterly lost in an emotional fog, a swirling vortex of doubt. Every day she drowned a little deeper in her own sadness, consumed by her thoughts, desperately trying to understand why she had been pushed aside, why she was seemingly forgotten, why she wasn't enough. One day, in search of elusive peace, a respite from her inner turmoil, she wandered aimlessly through the ancient, whispering forest, letting her feet guide her where her heartbroken spirit could not find direction. There, beside a flowing river whose waters seemed to murmur ancient secrets and carry timeless wisdom, she came across a wise old man who lived in a simple wooden hut, barely more than a shelter, a testament to simplicity. He saw the raw pain, the visible anguish in her eyes, and asked gently with a voice as calm and clear as the river itself, "My child, what heavy burden are you carrying so heavily in your heart? What troubles your soul?" Mariella, with tears streaming down her face, shared her profound sorrow in the silent, gnawing wound of being ignored without cause, without a single word of explanation, without closure. The old man listened intently, his face calm, serene, wise, nodding gently as she spoke, never interrupting, never judging. When her words finally ran dry, when her story was told, he began to tell her a story of his own, a parable, a tale as old as the mountains around them, as enduring as the river. Long ago, in this very forest, there stood a magnificent tree. Its branches stretched wide, reaching majestically for the heavens. Its leaves sparkled vibrantly under the golden sun, full of life and promise. Birds from everywhere, from far and wide, came to rest on its strong limbs, building their intricate nest, finding refuge and profound comfort in its embrace. It was truly the tree of life and comfort for all who sought its shelter. But as time passed, as seasons turned, some birds stopped returning. They flew elsewhere, guided by their own needs, their own journeys, their own destinies, leaving the tree with empty branches, a silent testament to their departure, to the natural cycles of life. The tree, witnessing this, felt sorrowful, a deep sadness in its wooden core, and questioned itself with rustling leaves. What had I done wrong? Was I not good enough? Was my shade not sufficient? Mariella was utterly captivated, hanging on the old man's every word, her own pain momentarily forgotten, lost in the narrative. He continued, his voice a soft, wise whisper. One day a gentle breeze swept through the tree's branches, a whisper from the universe itself, and murmured softly, "Do not grieve for the birds that leave, dear tree. Their flight is not a reflection of your worth. They fly according to their own needs, their own journeys, their own inherent nature. But you, dear tree, you must keep growing. Keep reaching toward the heavens, seeking the light, and digging your roots deep into the earth, anchoring yourself. For those who truly value your shelter, your essence, your unshakable being, will always find their way back to you, drawn by your steadfastness. And those who don't were simply not meant to stay." In that precise, transformative moment, something shifted profoundly inside Mariella, a profound internal realignment. She began to see her own pain from a new illuminating light, a beacon of understanding and self-acceptance. She realized with crystalline clarity that she couldn't control the actions of others, their choices, their departures, but she could and must grow stronger, more rooted, more self-sufficient, just like the tree. With profound gratitude, a feeling that swelled from her heart, she thanked the wise man and returned home carrying a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long, long time. A serenity that settled deep within her, unshaken. The lesson here is crystal clear, universally applicable and eternally true. When someone pulls away or starts to ignore you, it's not your role, your responsibility, or your purpose to frantically chase after them, to beg for their attention, or to twist yourself into knots asking why. Your true, noble, and empowering task is to keep growing, to keep being your most authentic, most vibrant, and most purposeful self, independent of their presence. Trust that those who genuinely see your worth, who truly appreciate your essence, who value your being, will always find their way back to you, drawn by your inner light and strength. And with that, we begin with the first of our essential insights, leading you to true freedom. Insight 1. Silence isn't always rejection. It's often a sacred space for deeper meaning. Have you ever experienced the unsettling sensation of someone withdrawing from you, creating an emotional void, without offering a single word of explanation, without a reason? That sinking feeling of being left hanging, of being overlooked, of being rendered invisible is a deeply uncomfortable, often painful, and universally relatable place to be. Your mind, in its anxiety, immediately jumps into overdrive, spinning 1,000 convoluted, self-blaming tales, tirelessly wondering what you did wrong, or believing with certainty that you're the sole reason for the distance, for their sudden detachment. You tragically convince yourself that something is fundamentally, irrevocably wrong with you, that you're flawed, inherently unlovable, or simply not enough. But take a deep, grounding breath, a conscious, intentional pause before you react. Sometimes what seems like absence, like abandonment, like a painful void, is actually just silence filled with profound meaning, a space for growth, for reflection, for unseen processes to unfold. It is a canvas upon which new understanding can be painted. And in this journey of self-mastery, I want to help you navigate those unsettling, often painful moments when someone begins to pull away, to create emotional distance with grace and clarity. I'm going to share powerful, transformative lessons that are worth their weight in gold, insights drawn from timeless Stoic wisdom that will anchor you firmly in your own unshakable strength, your inner peace, and your self-possession. Silence, as the Stoics wisely taught, carries a value far beyond mere absence of sound or words. It is a fertile ground for deeper understanding, a moment for introspection, a stage for unseen internal processes to unfold. It's tragically easy to misinterpret someone's sudden distance as a definitive sign that something is profoundly wrong with you or the relationship, as if relationships were simple, linear equations, easily solvable. Someone ignores you, therefore something must be broken. But human emotions, human connections, are not simple equations. They are vast, complex, and unpredictable oceans, constantly shifting. Often, the stories we frantically tell ourselves about these situations are nothing more than distorted reflections of our own deepest, most unexamined fears, our insecurities, our past wounds. Perhaps the person who pulled away is genuinely struggling with something entirely internal, a personal battle, a silent challenge, something you simply cannot see or comprehend, unrelated to you. Perhaps they desperately need space, not necessarily from you specifically, but from the relentless demands of the world in general, a moment to simply breathe, to gather their thoughts, to heal. Think about it honestly. Haven't you ever craved solitude? A profound, quiet break from constant conversations, from endless responsibilities, even from your own incessant, noisy thoughts? The profound human need to retreat, to seek solitude, doesn't make you strange, abnormal, or flawed. It makes you profoundly, utterly human, a creature designed for periods of quiet reflection. Sure, sometimes people distance themselves for less noble, less compassionate reasons, or perhaps their priorities have simply shifted, and that's a difficult truth to face. But before jumping to catastrophic, self-destructive conclusions, before letting your mind spiral into worst-case scenarios, why not approach the situation with profound compassion, both for them and, crucially, for yourself? This is precisely where the Stoic lens offers unparalleled clarity, immense strength, and a path to peace. It teaches us not just to step back from others, to create external boundaries, but to observe our own tumultuous storm of emotions, our anxiety, our hurt, our fear, without judgment, without immediate reaction. How you choose to react, how you choose to perceive their silence, is precisely where your true power lies, where your inner freedom is asserted. If you automatically assume rejection every single time someone takes space, then that becomes your unshakable, self-fulfilling reality, a prison of your own making. Try a different, more empowering perspective, a shift in your internal narrative. Instead of diving headfirst into panic, self-blame, and frantic speculation, view the silence as a mirror, a reflection. What does it show you about your own expectations, your own dependencies, your own fears of abandonment, your own triggers? Let your thoughts breathe. Give them room to expand, to explore possibilities beyond your initial fear. Don't be so quick to fill the silence with fears or assumptions that may have no grounding in truth, no basis in reality, no objective evidence. Sometimes the quiet between two people is simply that, quiet. It doesn't have to be ominous, a harbinger of doom, a sign of impending loss. It might even be profoundly necessary for growth, for clarity, for a natural rebalancing within the relationship dynamic. Silence doesn't always mean permanent detachment, rejection, or indifference. It can be a sacred pause, a moment for both sides to reflect, to heal, to process, to simply be, without external pressure. So the next time you feel yourself slipping into the gnawing anxiety of being ignored, just stop, breathe, pause. Maybe, just maybe, that silence is the very one you would wish for, a necessary respite, if the noise of the world or the incessant chatter of your own mind became too much to bear. To truly understand silence, to embrace its wisdom, is to practice unwavering patience with others and, most importantly, with yourself. Epictetus once said that silence is not always empty. Sometimes it's the space where the soul returns to itself. Embrace that profound return, that homecoming to your inner peace. Insight 2. Your self-worth is unshakable, a fortress within beyond external validation. Now, have you ever felt that gut-wrenching sting of being treated as if you don't exist, as if your presence is inconsequential? That piercing sensation when someone's indifference feels like a sharp personal slap to your dignity, a direct assault on your very being, your inherent worth. It's a heavy, agonizing weight to carry, a burden that makes you desperately ask over and over, what did I do wrong? Am I truly not enough? Why am I being dismissed? But here's a radical, profoundly liberating shift in thinking. Maybe the ultimate goal isn't to desperately try to change other people's behavior, to control their actions or feelings, but to fortify and strengthen your own self-worth, your inner core so profoundly that their indifference doesn't knock you down like a destructive tidal wave, but merely washes over you, leaving you standing firm, anchored in your own truth. It sounds straightforward, a simple truth to grasp intellectually, but anyone who's truly lived through this knows it isn't always easy to stay composed, centered, and resilient when you're feeling invisible, when your very existence feels dismissed or overlooked. Let's be brutally real and honest with ourselves. When someone ignores you, when a connection seems to falter, your mind can instantly become your absolute worst enemy, a relentless torturer. It invents dramatic, baseless stories, blames you relentlessly, fixates on imagined flaws that don't even exist, exaggerating every imperfection. You begin to doubt your intrinsic value, your inherent goodness, wondering if you said too much or not enough, if you became uninteresting, or if you made some colossal, unspoken mistake that caused their withdrawal. But chasing these intrusive thoughts, indulging in this self-blame, leads nowhere good. They are a treacherous maze designed for perpetual suffering and self-diminishment. People are complex, unfathomable beings. Relationships are profoundly complicated, constantly shifting landscapes, organic and dynamic. Sometimes their reasons for walking away, for creating distance, have absolutely nothing to do with you at all. They are entirely internal to them. Maybe they're simply having a bad day, wrestling with something deeply personal, navigating their own struggles, or perhaps your paths just don't align perfectly right now, a natural divergence. So how do you stand tall and unyielding, firm in your truth, in moments when the world seems to forget you, when you feel utterly dismissed or overlooked? That's where the quiet, profound, and resilient power of self-esteem comes into play. The unshakable belief in your own inherent worth, your intrinsic value, even when no one else is affirming it, even when the external world is silent or seemingly indifferent. The Stoics taught with unwavering conviction that true power is rooted deeply within your own being, your inner citadel. You cannot control how others treat you, how they perceive you, or how they choose to act, but you always, and unequivocally hold the reins over how you respond, how you interpret, how you choose to feel, and how you choose to act. Think of your self-esteem as a small, sturdy boat on the open, vast, unpredictable sea of life. The waves of existence's harsh comments, painful rejections, unsettling silence will undeniably toss it around, creating turbulence. But if the boat is built strong, with a firm keel of self-respect and resilient sails of self-worth, it won't sink. You'll still feel the swell, the impact of the waves, the discomfort, but you'll stay afloat, your course unwavering, your inner compass intact. That's what healthy, robust self-esteem does. It gives you the resilience to stay anchored even when you feel ignored, even when the storms of external indifference rage around you. It's not about becoming cold or indifferent, turning yourself into a stone devoid of feeling. It's about not letting someone else's actions, their choices, or their temporary states define who you are. Define your precious worth. Just because someone doesn't see your light right now, doesn't recognize your value, doesn't mean you've stopped shining. Your inner light remains ablaze, vibrant and true, waiting to be seen by those who are ready. Your value remains solid, intact, and patiently waiting to be seen by the right eyes at the right time, in due course. Being ignored does not, cannot, and will never diminish your value as a person. And if someone has chosen to push you away without giving you any reason, without clarity, maybe it's a profound sign, a gentle nudge from the universe, to let the wind carry them wherever they need to go on their own journey, without it steering you off your magnificent, purposeful, and self-directed course. One of the quickest, most destructive, and self-sabotaging ways to tear down your own self-esteem is through constant, relentless self-criticism, through an inner voice that incessantly judges you. If you ever catch yourself thinking that you're not enough, that you're lacking, or that you are inherently flawed, remind yourself with fierce, unwavering compassion that these are just thoughts, transient mental events, not solid, immutable truths. They do not, cannot define who you are at your core. A useful and powerful way to deal with these insidious, self-defeating thoughts is to stop and courageously ask yourself, is this actually true? Is there concrete, objective evidence for this belief? At first, it might feel unnatural or difficult, like speaking a foreign language or challenging a deeply ingrained habit. But with time, consistent practice, and unwavering intention, you'll begin to see that most of these negative thoughts have no solid ground, no basis in reality, no objective evidence. Often we're just projecting our own fears and insecurities, our past wounds onto current situations, creating shadows where there are none. Instead of telling yourself, they're ignoring me because I'm not important, which is an assumption, shift your perspective with conscious effort and try saying, well, maybe they're dealing with something personal that has absolutely nothing to do with me. Perhaps they need space for their own reasons. That small, deliberate change in mindset can completely transform how you feel, shifting you from despair and self-blame to peace and compassionate understanding. Relationships, being dynamic and interactive, inevitably influence how we see ourselves. If you're constantly surrounded by people who don't appreciate you, who make you feel invisible, small, or unvalued, it's a clear signal that it's time to step back and reassess your social environment, to take stock of who truly nourishes your spirit. That doesn't mean you need to cut everyone off immediately or burn bridges indiscriminately, but it does mean you need to become more acutely aware of who truly brings you light, who uplifts you, who nourishes your soul, and who subtly, consistently drains your precious energy. Spend more intentional time with those who truly value you, who see your worth without you having to prove anything, without you having to perform, without you having to chase. Your self-esteem is deeply impacted by the relationships you choose to invest in. So if someone continuously makes you feel small, unseen, or unheard, perhaps it's a clear signal to courageously reduce their presence in your life, to protect your inner peace. Self-compassion is a vital, non-negotiable, and deeply transformative ingredient in maintaining self-worth. Nobody is perfect. Perfection is an illusion. We all have low points, moments of weakness, times when we stumble, when we fail. We all make mistakes. It's an inherent part of the human condition, essential for learning and growth. The important part, the truly courageous part, is how you choose to treat yourself in those moments, how you speak to your inner child, how you offer yourself grace. Rather than harshly judging yourself, relentlessly criticizing your every move, or blaming circumstances that are truly beyond your control, try bravely embracing your humanity, your strengths, your vulnerabilities, and your flaws alike, seeing them as integral parts of your unique, beautiful being. The more you allow yourself to simply be human, to accept your imperfections with kindness, the stronger your sense of self will become, the more resilient you'll be to external judgments. Everyone has days when they feel like they're falling short, when doubt creeps in, when self-criticism arises. But those fleeting feelings do not, cannot, and will never define your identity, your core worth. Practice being kind to yourself. Speak to yourself as you would a beloved friend. And when you feel ignored or rejected, When the sting of dismissal arises, the solution is not always to frantically change yourself, to become someone you are not. Sometimes the real answer is to pause, to breathe, and to remember everything you've already overcome, every challenge you've faced and conquered. Reflect on the victories you've had, no matter how small or large. Whether it's a big project you managed to complete despite overwhelming obstacles, or a quiet moment when you conquered a profound personal hardship, reminding yourself of your resilience. When you feel invisible, reconnect with your own achievements, your own triumphs, your own inherent capabilities, your own inner resources. This helps you remember that you don't need anyone else's validation to recognize your own value. It's already there within you, an unshakable truth. Self-esteem grows when you acknowledge your own capabilities, when you celebrate your own journey, when you trust your own inner strength. If there's one lesson that stands out, one truth that shines through above all others, it's this. When someone ignores you, when they create distance, your ability to stay grounded in who you are, to remain true to your authentic self, is precisely what prevents you from falling apart, from collapsing into despair. Self-worth isn't just some nice-sounding idea, a fluffy concept to intellectualize. It's a practical, life-sustaining, and deeply empowering tool that helps you steer through even the most turbulent, unpredictable moments of life. So, the next time you're ignored, the next time distance arises, take a deep breath, steady yourself, reconnect with your inner core, and keep going one deliberate step at a time on your own path. At the end of it all, the one person who truly unequivocally needs to believe in your value is you. Let this sink in, let it permeate your very core, let it become an unshakable truth. Real courage doesn't come from being praised by others, from external applause, or from universal acceptance. It comes from that quiet, unwavering inner knowing that you are deserving of love, respect, and the very best life has to offer simply because you exist, simply because you are. It's time to redefine how you see yourself, to sculpt your own narrative of worth, resilience, and unshakable inner peace. Insight 3. Your value is internal, a fortress built on self-truth, not external approval. Isn't it strange, almost absurd, how we so often struggle to genuinely understand our own inherent worth, how we tirelessly seek external validation, and how we often feel an insatiable need for someone else to affirm it before we truly, deeply believe it ourselves? Ask yourself honestly, with raw introspection. Do you feel less worthy, less complete, or less valuable just because someone ignores or pulls away from you? Just because their attention shifts? Isn't that a clear, undeniable sign that your sense of value, your core identity, is still too dependent on outside approval, on the fleeting opinions, moods, or actions of others? Don't worry, my friend. This is something most of us deal with, a common human struggle in a world that constantly bombards us with external metrics of success, beauty, and worth, suggesting our value is conditional. Society teaches us, in subtle and obvious ways, through media, through upbringing, through cultural norms, that the only way to truly know we're valuable is through validation from others, through likes, constant attention, public praise, or romantic reciprocation. But what if that's not true? What if that idea is just a profound lie we've been told, an illusion, a societal construct designed to keep us endlessly chasing what we don't need? What is external and therefore uncontrollable? Maybe, just maybe, like the Stoics taught with unwavering clarity and profound simplicity, what we really need is to start courageously challenging the insidious, self-limiting stories we tell ourselves about our worth, the narratives of inadequacy, the internal voices of self-doubt. When someone distances themselves from you, when their presence diminishes, your first, raw, instinctive reaction might be a surge of insecurity, a visceral pang of self-doubt. Something went wrong. It must be me. I must not be enough. That haunting, insidious "I'm not enough" thought always seems to show up precisely when life doesn't go the way we desperately hoped, when our expectations are shattered, when control slips. But let me tell you something truly powerful, a liberating truth. That crippling belief, that self-limiting narrative, starts to dissolve, to evaporate the very moment you realize with profound clarity that your value is not, cannot and never will be dependent on who stays or who leaves your life, who chooses to give or withhold their attention, who validates you externally. Your worth is inherent. Imagine what it's like to base your entire sense of worth, your emotional equilibrium, on other people's presence, on their fickle moods, on their unpredictable actions. It would be like constantly checking a thermometer to see if you feel okay, to determine your internal temperature, completely forgetting that you're the one who ultimately controls the heat from within, the warmth of your own spirit, the fire of your own purpose. The Stoics, those wise, ancient thinkers who seem to have figured life out with unparalleled clarity and profound practicality, taught us that seeking validation from the outside is utterly pointless, a fruitless, never-ending endeavor. They believed that everything external, all possessions, all opinions, all relationships is ultimately just a distraction, a fleeting illusion that pulls us away from our true selves, our inner peace, our ultimate freedom. The only thing we truly, genuinely, and absolutely have control over is how we respond to what happens, how we choose to interpret life's unpredictable events, how we choose to act. So when someone pulls away, when distance arises, the real question isn't, what's wrong with me? What did I do? But rather, how will I respond to this? Will I sink into paralyzing self-doubt, drown in bitter regret, or obsessively question every single moment leading up to this point, creating more suffering? Or will I, like a true Stoic, stay grounded, serene, self-possessed, and bravely put things in perspective, choosing inner peace? The undeniable truth is, what's happening outside of you does not, cannot, and will never determine your intrinsic worth. Your value is inherent, unchangeable, and resides within you. Here's a practical way to look at it, to apply this profound wisdom in your daily life. Picture yourself at a vibrant party, buzzing with conversation, and that one person who always gives you unwavering attention, who makes you feel seen, is now deeply engrossed, talking animatedly to everyone but you. Naturally, you might feel a pang of hurt, even a surge of anger or confusion, a sense of being overlooked. That's understandable. Your emotions are valid, they are signals. But what if you shifted your viewpoint? If you changed the lens through which you see this moment, from personal attack to neutral observation? Does it really fundamentally change your inherent worth if that person ignores you in this particular instant? Maybe they're just genuinely caught up in their own thoughts, dealing with their own internal issues. Or perhaps their attention is simply elsewhere, completely unrelated to you, entirely impersonal. The important part, the truly powerful part, is how you choose to interpret that situation, because your reaction is the only thing you truly, absolutely, and fully control. If you take it personally, internalizing it as a flaw, and let it crush your spirit, you're essentially handing over your sense of worth, your inner peace, your emotional autonomy to someone else's unpredictable actions. But if you choose to believe, with unwavering conviction, that their behavior does not, cannot, and will not change how you see yourself, how you value yourself, that's where your real, indomitable strength lies, a strength that cannot be taken away by any external force. So how do you make this profound mindset shift, this internal revolution? Start by practicing self-compassion. It's a simple yet deeply powerful habit, a lifeline to your truest self, your inner wisdom. Every time that wave of insecurity hits, every time someone ignores you or makes you feel unseen and invisible, pause, breathe deeply, and remind yourself with unwavering conviction. Your value doesn't come from being acknowledged by others, from external validation. It comes from within, from your own acceptance of yourself, your own authentic truth. Get comfortable with your own presence, with your own company, with your own thoughts, even when others don't notice you, even when the external world is silent. You don't need to put on a strong, unyielding front all the time to perform for others. Sometimes bravely embracing your vulnerability, accepting your imperfections, is the most courageous, most authentic thing you can do. Your worth is yours alone, sacred, untouchable, and inherent. If someone walks away, if a connection fades, remember that it doesn't make you any less, not one bit. What truly unequivocally matters is how you see yourself, how you value your own being, how you hold your inner truth. Like the Stoics said, with profound simplicity, what lies outside of our control is not worth our peace. The only way to live freely, authentically, and with unshakable confidence is to know deep in your soul that your value doesn't rest on someone else's opinion, on their validation, or on their presence. It lies solely in the thoughts you choose to believe about yourself, the truths you hold within. As Seneca once told his students with enduring relevance, it is not what others say or think about you that defines your value. It is what you choose to think about yourself that truly matters. This, my friend, is your ultimate power, your true freedom. Insight 4. The art of giving space. True connection thrives with freedom and healthy boundaries. Now, let's talk about something just as important, a delicate yet powerful skill in the dance of relationships, the art of giving space. Have you noticed that the more you desperately try to hold on to someone, the more you cling, the further away they seem to subtly drift, creating a wider chasm? It's like your desperate need to always be near them, to constantly connect, creates a shadow of discomfort, an unseen weight, a sense of being suffocated. It's not always because they're forgetting you, losing interest, or finding someone else more exciting, although that's certainly a possibility. But often that's not the real issue at hand. Sometimes the greatest gift you can offer another person, the most loving and respectful act, is space, a little distance, some much-needed breathing room, or as the Stoics would wisely say, moderation in your relationships, finding a healthy balance. Because honestly, who really wants someone hovering around them all the time? A constant, overbearing presence that leaves no room to breathe? That relentless closeness, that perceived lack of freedom, can quickly start to feel like a heavy weight, a burden that stifles growth and individuality. Just like a plant that grows wild and chokes everything around it, excessive attachment, unchecked neediness, can begin to suffocate the very life out of a relationship, strangling its natural growth and vitality. In the beginning of any connection, closeness feels utterly beautiful, exhilarating, deeply satisfying. The pure desire to care, to be present, to share every moment, every thought, that's all wonderful. A delightful dance of intimacy and connection. But when it morphs into an insatiable need to constantly be there, a relentless demand for presence, for attention, for reassurance, and invisible pressure builds, and soon the other person feels trapped, constrained, like they're stuck in an invisible web they can't escape. That's precisely when you might find yourself being ignored or subtly pushed away, creating a painful distance, and you're left confused, heartbroken, unsure of what to do next. Are you going to wait around like a loyal, anxious with a ball in its mouth, patiently hoping someone finally turns around and calls your name, acknowledges your pain? Don't do that, my friend. No one's asking you to become the soulmate who clings relentlessly, who cannot function alone. Nor do you need to become that overbearing, suffocating person who is always checking in, incessantly demanding attention, as irritating and intrusive as a microphone accidentally left on during a Zoom call, broadcasting every private thought and insecurity. The real wisdom here, dear friend, lies in cultivating serenity, the kind of profound inner peace that helps you understand the unspoken, to read between the lines of behavior, to discern underlying needs. Because sometimes what's not said out loud, what remains unarticulated, still carries immense meaning, a quiet, powerful message. And knowing when to gracefully give someone air to breathe, to give them room to simply be themselves, to process their own thoughts, may be the most loving, most courageous, and most wise thing you can possibly do for the health of the relationship and your own peace. Don't stay stuck in place, paralyzed by anxiety, hoping and waiting anxiously for a call or a message that may never come, or that may come on their own terms. You're not obligated to be the soulmate who clings relentlessly, whose happiness is tethered to another's every move, every response. Nor do you need to become that overbearing person who is always checking in, incessantly demanding attention, as irritating and intrusive as a mic accidentally left on during a Zoom call, capturing every mundane detail and insecurity. The real wisdom here, dear friend, lies in serenity. The kind of profound peace that helps you realize that not everything needs to be spoken aloud. Not every silence is a void to be filled. Not every gap requires your frantic intervention. Sometimes silence and distance speak louder than words, conveying needs for space, for reflection, for personal processing. The healthiest, most sustainable relationships allow for space, breathing room, a calming distance where both people feel free, whole, and autonomous. Not watched, not controlled, not suffocated by relentless presence or demands. And this isn't about abandoning the connection or cutting off communication entirely. It's about creating a healthy, balanced, and respectful dynamic. Giving the other person space to breathe, to grow, to rediscover themselves, and, crucially, giving yourself the same profound gift of autonomy and self-possession. If someone pulls back a little, if a subtle distance emerges, it's not necessarily a disaster, a sign of the end, or a personal slight. Maybe they're simply seeking peace, a moment of solitude, or need time to sort through their own thoughts and feelings, completely unrelated to you. It's not always a retreat from you, but a chance to regain internal balance, to find their own center, to address their own needs. In fact, the smartest thing to do might be the exact opposite of what your anxious heart instinctively tells you. Stop chasing, stop pursuing, let things unfold naturally with their own organic rhythm and timing. And if that idea makes you uncomfortable, if it stirs anxiety within you, then perhaps it's time to borrow some profound wisdom from the ancient Stoics, those great minds who understood that emotional self-control, respecting autonomy, and honoring others' boundaries are absolutely essential to your own well-being, your inner peace, and the health of your connections. Letting go isn't about giving up on the connection, on the person, or on love. It's about recognizing that real, authentic connection sometimes needs distance to truly thrive, to deepen, to breathe, to be reevaluated. Think of relationships like the ocean. There are inevitable ebbs and flows, periods of calm waters, and moments of powerful storms, natural cycles of closeness and distance. You don't have to dive into every crashing wave, to struggle against every current, to control every movement. Sometimes it's wiser to sit back, to observe the horizon, and to genuinely enjoy your own space, your own calm, your own self-sufficiency. Ironically, it's often in that pause, in that purposeful break, in that space that you create, that things begin to make profound sense, to shift and to align in unexpected, beautiful ways, drawing the other person back with renewed appreciation. So the next time someone pulls away, don't panic. Follow suit, not as a manipulative strategy or a game, but as a genuine gesture of wisdom, emotional balance, and profound self-respect. This isn't a game of who cares less. It's the sacred art of honoring space, of respecting autonomy, of allowing natural dynamics to unfold. And as Marcus Aurelius might remind us, with profound clarity, sometimes the most powerful act of love is letting go, allowing freedom to prevail, trusting the natural flow of things. Insight 5. Resist despair. Find unshakable strength in serene acceptance. Still, my friend, there's something else you must remember, a crucial truth to engrave upon your heart, especially in moments of emotional distress. Don't fall into despair. You may have experienced that sinking, desolate feeling, like a forgotten dog just sitting and waiting, hopelessly hoping someone notices your pain, acknowledges your existence, or returns your affection. It's a very human, raw, and deeply painful response to feel like the world is turning away, retreating, or dismissing you right when you need it most, when you crave connection, validation, or reassurance. When someone pulls away or begins to create emotional distance, the first and most important thing to do is to resist the insidious trap of despair with all your might, with every ounce of your inner fortitude. That anxious, desperate, clinging energy can be so overwhelmingly strong, a magnetic pull toward misery, a vortex of negative emotion. And yet, reacting from that place of fear and desperation only worsens things, amplifying the pain, reinforcing the negative cycle. It immediately puts you in a vulnerable, needy, and disempowered position, broadcasting your insecurity. And that emotional imbalance, that perceived neediness, can actually push people even further away, solidifying the very distance you fear, creating a wider chasm in the relationship. First, take a moment to identify what's really going on beneath the surface, beyond your initial emotional reaction. We often misread signals, interpreting them through the distorted lens of our own fears, insecurities, and past wounds, assigning exaggerated, often negative meanings to simple, neutral things. Just because someone hasn't replied to your message quickly or isn't giving you the same relentless attention as before, doesn't automatically mean they're deliberately ignoring you on purpose, or that they no longer care, or that you are no longer important. People have their own complex worlds, their own internal stresses, their own minds filled with countless thoughts, responsibilities, and challenges that we cannot see or fathom. Their attention may have temporarily shifted, their priorities may have changed, but that doesn't always automatically mean their care, their affection, or their respect has vanished. However, if this kind of behavior keeps happening, if the distance feels like a consistent pattern and not just an isolated coincidence, then yes, it's possible there's something deeper at play, something that warrants attention. But even then, don't rush to catastrophic conclusions. Don't jump to the worst-case scenario. Don't let panic be your compass, guiding you toward rash, impulsive, and often regretted decisions. When you move from a place of fear and desperation, when your actions are driven by anxiety, you're much more likely to act in ways that make everything worse, exacerbating the problem, creating more drama. You might demand attention, force conversations that aren't ready to happen, beg for clarity that isn't yours to control, or make accusations, none of which genuinely brings closeness, genuine connection, or true resolution. On the contrary, such actions often create more distance, more resentment, and more resistance. Picture this vividly. There's a small, manageable fire, a spark of discomfort, and instead of calmly dousing it with water or letting it burn itself out, you instinctively pour gasoline on it, hoping it will somehow disappear through aggressive action. That's what happens when you frantically chase attention from a place of insecurity and fear. Your need becomes so loud, so consuming, so overbearing, that it no longer invites empathy or understanding from the other person. Instead, it causes exhaustion, irritation, or even outright annoyance, pushing them away. So what can you do when faced with this emotional fire, this internal turmoil? There's no perfect answer, no magic phrase that will instantly fix everything. But one thing is absolutely certain and always within your control. Give space. Allow room. Yes, it sounds utterly counterintuitive to your anxious heart, to your desire for immediate connection. But Stoic philosophy powerfully urges us to accept what we cannot control, what is beyond our sphere of influence. If someone is deliberately stepping away, for whatever reason, personal struggles, a shift in priorities, or simply a need for space, you cannot and should not force them back into your orbit. What you can and must control is your response, your internal state, your actions. Often the most powerful, most magnetic, and most dignified thing you can do is to allow room for them to think, to breathe, to process their own feelings, and crucially, for you to reflect as well, to regain your own balance, your own center. Giving space doesn't mean cutting off completely or pretending not to care or becoming cold and unfeeling. It's a profound moment to ground yourself, to relentlessly prioritize your well-being, and to steadfastly guard your self-respect and dignity. Don't get stuck in the exhausting, soul-draining game of seeking constant validation, of perpetually needing external reassurance for your worth. Your worth does not, cannot, and will not depend on someone else's presence or attention. It is intrinsic to who you are, an unshakable truth. Use this time to bravely reconnect with yourself. Dive deep into the things you genuinely love, the activities that make your soul sing, and reevaluate what you truly want and need out of this connection, this relationship. People change, circumstances change. Life itself is a river of constant flux. Clinging too tightly to what you can't control only deepens your suffering, perpetuating your pain. Desperation adds fuel to the fire, making it rage hotter and more destructively. If you feel ignored or distanced, don't let that pull you into a spiral of anxiety, self-pity, or despair. Step back with grace. Let go a little. Let time do its work, allowing clarity to emerge organically. In patience and calm, answers eventually emerge, whether it brings you the profound clarity to understand the situation, the necessary closure, or the inner strength to make a healthier, more liberating decision for yourself. As the Stoics teach us, silence is not always a sign of neglect. Sometimes it's the very answer your heart is looking for, a space for inner wisdom to speak. Listen to it. Embrace it. Insight 6. Communicate with wisdom. Building bridges, not walls, through intentional dialogue. Now, let's talk about communication and confrontation, two vital yet often mishandled aspects of human interaction. You've likely been there, in that agonizing moment when something's deeply bothering you, when a resentment builds, but you're utterly unsure whether to bravely speak up, initiating a potentially uncomfortable conversation, or to stoically stay quiet, bottling it all inside, allowing it to fester. When someone seems to be ignoring you or subtly shutting you out without explanation, the pressing question arises: do I bravely say something, risking further distance? Or do I quietly let it slide, hoping it resolves itself, a passive approach? Sure, Stoic teachings vehemently encourage calmness, tranquil composure, and sternly warn against letting emotions impulsively take the wheel and drive your actions, leading to regrettable outcomes. But sometimes, for our modern minds, silence doesn't feel like peace. It feels like suppression, a suffocating quietness that gnaws at your soul, creating internal turmoil. We've all faced that moment where we want to scream from the rooftops, "Why are you ignoring me? What did I do wrong to deserve this?" But that's the impulsive, reactive voice, the raw, emotional outcry, the one that creates more noise, more drama, more distance, and less genuine resolution. The Stoics understood this well, the dangerous allure of impulsive, unchecked emotional reactions. They warned us against getting swept away by emotional storms, by the tempest of our own feelings, which can cloud judgment. Confrontation, especially when it's emotionally charged, accusatory, and reactive, often leads nowhere productive. It frequently devolves into arguments, defensiveness, and further misunderstanding, damaging the relationship. You truly cannot control how others behave, how they react, or what they choose to do with their own will. You can only control how you choose to respond to their actions, how you interpret them, and how you choose to conduct yourself. So before reacting, before sending that impulsive text, making that angry call, or launching into a heated discussion, take a deep, grounding breath, reflect profoundly, and ask yourself with utmost honesty, do I want this conversation to be a battleground, a place of conflict and accusation, where I aim to win, or a bridge, a pathway to understanding, connection, and potential resolution? Would it be wiser to step back, to think it through with clarity, to allow your emotions to settle, and to find a more constructive, more peaceful path forward, aligned with your values? If you still feel the profound need to say something, to express your truth, your needs, your observations, don't go in guns blazing, don't launch an attack or make accusations. Instead, lean into assertive communication, a powerful, dignified approach that respects both yourself and the other person. This doesn't mean keeping everything bottled up inside, allowing resentment to fester. Nor does it mean exploding under pressure, unleashing a torrent of unchecked emotions. It's about balance, a harmonious blend of strength and grace, clarity and empathy. It's about voicing what you feel with unwavering clarity, profound respect, and an open heart, free from blame. For example, instead of accusatorily saying, "Man, why are you ignoring me? You never text me back." Try something calmer, more open, more observational, like, "I've noticed we haven't been as connected lately, and I've been feeling a bit distant. Is everything okay? I value our connection and wanted to check in. That open-ended question gently opens the door to dialogue without making the other person immediately defensive, without putting them on the spot, inviting them into a collaborative conversation rather than a confrontation. Another powerful approach: take the first step yourself, a gesture of goodwill and vulnerability. If you sense distance, maybe you can bridge the gap, not by desperate chasing, but by showing gentle vulnerability, by extending an invitation for connection. Let them know you're still open, still willing to connect, still valuing the relationship even if they've pulled away. Just don't take their initial distance personally. Don't internalize it as a reflection of your worth. Often, people aren't even aware they're causing pain. They're lost in their own struggles, their own inner worlds, and their actions may have absolutely nothing to do with you at all. Not everything revolves around you, and understanding this truth is incredibly freeing, liberating you from self-blame. What truly unequivocally matters in these moments is not winning an argument, not proving a point, not being right, but preserving your inner peace, your dignity, and the integrity of the relationship itself. Real communication, the kind that builds lasting bonds and mutual understanding, is built on mutual respect, profound empathy, deep self-awareness, and a willingness to understand. Stoicism teaches us that mastering our reactions, our initial impulses, is the true path to unshakable strength. So next time you feel brushed aside, ignored, or dismissed, pause, think, allow your emotions to settle, and choose your response consciously and deliberately. Inner peace comes from mature, thoughtful, and assertive communication. Not shouting, not blame, but quiet strength, honest words spoken with integrity, and a willingness to listen and understand. If you truly cannot change someone else's behavior, their feelings, or their choices, then powerfully change the way you respond to it, your interpretation of it. That, my friend, is your true liberating power, your ultimate freedom. Insight 7, the value of not chasing, magnetic autonomy and authentic connection. Finally, consider the profound, counterintuitive, and deeply magnetic value of not chasing. Have you ever stood there, heart aching, waiting desperately for someone to acknowledge you, hoping for just a little recognition, a sign that you matter, that you are seen? Have you repeated efforts to grab someone's attention, sending message after message, making overtures, only to feel like they're more interested in their coffee, their phone, or anything else than your very presence, your genuine efforts? If so, you're absolutely not alone. This is a universal human experience. We live in a world relentlessly hungry for external validation, a world full of loud, flashing distractions, constant noise, and incessant demands on our attention. Seeking approval, striving for external validation, has become second nature, almost like a competitive sport, an ingrained habit. But what if real, unshakable strength lies in not chasing, in bravely stepping back from that deep-seated, often desperate, urge to be seen, heard, and acknowledged by others, to gain their approval? That craving, if left unchecked, if allowed to dominate, can quickly turn into a trap, a self-imposed prison. The harder you chase it, the more it seems to slip away, like sand through your fingers, becoming ever more elusive. And the cruel irony is that in that relentless, exhausting pursuit, in that desperate clinging, you inevitably start to lose sight of what truly matters, of what is truly valuable. Yourself, your own essence, your own inner light, your own purpose, your own joy. Thinkers like the Stoics, with their profound understanding of human nature and freedom, remind us with unwavering clarity that true peace comes from within, from mastering what lies inside us, our thoughts, our reactions, our emotions, rather than being relentlessly ruled or dictated by what others do or say, or what external circumstances demand and provide. When you place your self-worth, your inherent value, in the fleeting currency of likes, casual glance, compliments, or external validation, you gradually, subtly yet irrevocably lose your essence, your authenticity. You become like a mirage, an ephemeral reflection, existing only through the distorted reflections in other people's eyes, losing your own solid, independent form, your true identity. When someone ignores you, when a connection seems to wane, the impulse to frantically win back their attention, to desperately reclaim their focus, can feel utterly overwhelming, an unbearable weight. This is especially true if they've pushed you away due to a misunderstanding, a perceived slight, or simply because they genuinely need space for their own reasons. The most instinctive response is to try and pull them back toward you, to close the distance immediately, to force a reconnection. But have you ever truly considered that this might spectacularly backfire, pushing them further into the very distance you fear, reinforcing their need for space? The more you chase, the more you risk coming across as desperate, needy, suffocating, or even manipulative. Worse still, you tragically miss out on the golden, invaluable chance to show your profound strength, your capacity for resilience, your unshakable inner peace, and your ability to remain grounded and composed even when faced with chilling indifference or distance. So how do you powerfully shift this dynamic, transforming a moment of perceived weakness into a display of unshakable strength and magnetic autonomy? Instead of desperately holding on, frantically clinging, try embracing the liberating art of letting go. The first crucial step is bravely accepting what is blatantly clear, what is undeniable. We simply cannot control what others think or feel, what decisions they make, or how they choose to act. This acceptance isn't defeat. It isn't giving up. It's liberation, a profound release, a powerful act of self-possession. It gives you the authority, the autonomy to act from a place of true inner strength, not from desperation, not from fear. Respect, that rare and coveted quality in any relationship, isn't earned through frantic chasing or tearful pleading. It emerges naturally, powerfully, authentically, when you can hold your own, emotionally balanced and secure, without relying on others' moods, their fleeting attention, or their external validation. Picture this vividly. Instead of desperately trying to reclaim someone's attention as they subtly drift away, you embody the calm, unyielding, and majestic flow of a mighty river, moving naturally, adapting to the landscape, creating its own path, yet never ever straying from its own determined course, its own purpose. In letting go, in releasing the grip of neediness, you transform into someone who is complete in themselves, whole, self-sufficient, and self-defined. Someone who doesn't depend on others to feel worthy, to feel empty, to feel joy. And the beautiful, profound twist, the unexpected magic, that very attitude, that quiet confidence, that inner serenity makes you more appealing, more genuinely magnetic, more authentically attractive. It doesn't just bring unshakable inner peace. It draws admiration, deep respect, and genuine interest. The kind that you could never ever gain by begging for approval or frantically chasing attention. The Stoics, especially in times of profound turmoil like ours, offer vital, timeless wisdom. Life is fleeting, impermanent, and the only thing we truly, genuinely control is how we respond to what happens around us, how we interpret and react to external events. When you distance yourself from the compulsive, all-consuming need for external approval and begin to cherish your own company, to find profound joy and purpose in your own presence, you don't just gain serenity, you inspire others, radiating an inner glow and authentic light. Your calm presence, your self-possession, becomes noticeably powerful. Your authenticity becomes profoundly contagious. And suddenly, the indifference of others doesn't shake you, doesn't crumble your spirit, doesn't diminish your worth. That inner fortitude, that unshakable calm, in itself garners the respect you once longed for, the admiration you thought you needed to earn through constant effort. Stop chasing what evades you. Courageously let go of the attention that was never meant for you in the first place, or that no longer serves your highest good. When you bravely learn to release it all, when you let go of the desperate grip, things begin to flow naturally, harmoniously, and authentically. Respect and admiration don't come from clinging, from suffocating others with your need. They come from being at peace within yourself, from your own self-mastery, your own inner abundance. As Murphy's Law so cleverly points out, with a touch of ironic wisdom, the moment you stop pursuing, that's when you're most often pursued. Focus instead, with laser-like precision, on your own evolution, your own profound journey of becoming, your own purposeful life. Insight 8. Personal growth is your greatest response, the unfolding path inward to flourishing. Have you ever felt invisible or subtly pushed away by someone? A quiet dismissal that stings, leaving you feeling unheard and unseen? It's wild how in those moments it feels like your whole world crumbles, collapsing around you, and you're suddenly cast as the lead in a tragic, solitary play, filled with self-pity and confusion. But maybe, just maybe, it's time to see beyond that illusion of abandonment and bravely redirect your focus, your energy, to something far more important, something truly transformative, your own profound, relentless personal growth. It's all too easy to fall into the insidious trap of overanalyzing someone else's behavior, dissecting every glance, every silence, every word, trying to find a hidden meaning. If they ignore you or take a step back, your first, raw, instinctive impulse might be to instantly assume it's your fault, that you're lacking in some fundamental way, that you are not enough. But what if all of that external focus, all of that frantic analysis was simply a powerful distraction, a diversion from your true purpose and power? What if instead of spending all your precious energy, your mental bandwidth, on what others are doing or feeling, or what you think they're doing or feeling, you courageously redirected it inward towards your own relentless progress, your own inner development, your own flourishing? Sure, it sounds almost too easy, too simplistic, too self-serving, but don't be fooled. This is the difficult, demanding, yet ultimately most rewarding path that unequivocally leads to real, lasting, and unshakable peace, true freedom. Stoic philosophy offers this exact, timeless, and liberating insight. Focus only on what lies squarely within your control. Your thoughts, your actions, your emotions, your responses, these are your sovereign domain, your inner citadel. If someone pulls away, that's undeniably beyond your reach. You cannot compel their presence or their feelings, for their will is their own. You can't force anyone to remain by your side if they choose to leave, nor can you force them to feel what they don't or to act against their own will. What you can do, what is always within your power, is to choose how to respond, how to interpret this event, how you choose to act in its face. You could spiral into self-blame, drown in bitter regret, or obsessively question every single moment leading up to this point, creating more suffering for yourself. Or you could choose growth, the path of the true Stoic, the path of the sage. The first step toward real, profound growth is learning to detach emotionally, to loosen your grip on external outcomes and others' opinions. That's no easy feat. It can feel as unnatural as being told to stop breathing, a struggle against your deepest instincts of clinging. But the hidden truth, the liberating secret, is once you exhale, once you release the desperate need to control others or gain their approval, you make room for fresh air, for new possibilities, for inner expansion. Likewise, once you release the desperate need for others' approval, for external validation, you find something far more precious, far more enduring. Your own authentic voice, your own inner compass, your own self-defined purpose. You begin to move from living to frantically meet others' expectations, to perform for external validation, to courageously living as your truest, most authentic self, guided by your own values and inner wisdom. Now imagine that instead of waiting anxiously for someone to validate you, to give you permission to be worthy, to confirm your existence, you look deeply in the mirror, into your own eyes, and say with unwavering conviction, I'm enough as I am. My worth is intrinsic, unchangeable. My value is not conditional. It sounds like a cheap motivational quote, right? Too simple to be true. But once you genuinely believe that truth, deep in your core, once it permeates your being, the sting of rejection fades, losing its power to wound. You realize with profound clarity that the only opinion that truly, unequivocally matters, The only validation that truly sustains is your internal assessment of your worth. And here's where discipline plays its crucial, transformative role in this journey. Dedicating intentional, consistent time to your growth doesn't mean diving into endless self-help books or enrolling in expensive courses, though those can certainly be beneficial and supportive. It's about simple, intentional daily habits that build over time, creating a cumulative effect. Reading a chapter from a book that inspires you, writing your raw, unfiltered thoughts in a journal to gain clarity and process emotions, or going for a quiet, mindful walk to clear your mind and connect with nature. These small, consistent acts allow you to see yourself differently, to reshape your self-perception from one of lack to one of abundance, from victim to agent. You're no longer a person frantically chasing outside validation, a desperate seeker of approval. You become someone who understands their inherent worth, someone who is grounded in their own being, someone self-possessed, someone whose peace doesn't depend on others' presence or absence, on their attention or indifference. If people choose to walk away, if their path diverges from yours, let that be your powerful cue to step fully, courageously into your own growth, your own evolution. Life isn't a relentless competition for attention, for external validation. The real victory lies in achieving your own inner balance, your own unshakable serenity, your own profound self-mastery. Eventually, those around you will observe with admiration that your best self never depended on their approval, their presence, or their validation. As my late father wisely said, with a profound simplicity that cuts through complexity, he who focuses on himself has no time to complain about others. Take this as your golden, sacred chance to rediscover who you are at your deepest, most authentic core and to build a life of profound purpose. Insight 9. Reconnecting with yourself, the deep source of true clarity and inner peace. Have you noticed that when someone ignores or distances themselves from you, when their communication dwindles, the world doesn't actually end? Sure, it stings, leaving a sharp pang of pain, a sense of loss. It's not easy to digest, to process the rejection or perceived dismissal, to sit with the discomfort. But often, life delivers its most profound, most transformative lessons in subtle, sometimes deeply painful ways, forcing us inward. So instead of panicking, instead of turning the situation into a dramatic self-pitying event or spiraling into blame, what if you wisely used it as a sacred moment to reflect? Not in front of the mirror you used to do your hair or to fix your outward appearance, but the deeper one, the one that reveals your very soul, your true essence, your inner landscape. Ask yourself with unflinching honesty, what's really happening inside me? What emotions are being stirred? What underlying fears or insecurities are surfacing? What is this moment trying to teach me? The Stoics talk a lot about accepting what's beyond our control, acknowledging its reality, and then wisely investing our finite energy into what we can truly influence and must change. So when someone decides to pull away, to create distance rather than frantically waiting around, hoping against hope they'll come back, or performing exhausting emotional gymnastics to win them over, use that newfound space to reconnect profoundly with yourself, to nourish your own being. This isn't about blaming them, casting them as the villain, or intellectualizing your pain away. It's about courageously turning inward, shifting your entire focus from external to internal. If something within you needs adjusting, needs healing, needs to be understood, needs attention, now is the precise time to tend to it, to nurture it, to bring yourself closer to unshakable peace and wholeness. It might sound contradictory, counterintuitive, but when you're constantly surrounded by people, when your life is filled with external noise, demands, and social obligations, it's tragically easy to lose touch with your own voice, your own desires, your own needs. You become so focused on what's expected of you, how you should behave, or the roles you're supposed to play, that you subtly lose your essence, your unique spark, your authentic self. And when someone distances themselves, it grants you that rare, invaluable chance to hit pause, to step off the treadmill of external demands, to find quiet, It's like the universe whispering, with gentle insistence, take a breath. Tend to yourself. Your well-being is paramount. Listen to your inner voice. One of the most effective ways to seize this moment, to truly capitalize on this unexpected solitude, is through deep introspection. Ask yourself, with absolute honesty, what do I truly, authentically want for myself? Not what others expect of me, not what society dictates, not what I should want, but what I honestly, deeply desire for myself, for my life. When you allow yourself the sacred time and precious space to explore your own needs and dreams, to listen to your inner voice, to connect with your authentic self, you realize with profound clarity that relationships aren't supposed to feel like burdens, like endless obligations, or like a source of constant anxiety. They're meant to be places of shared growth, mutual respect, and genuine connection between two whole individuals. This is precisely where self-understanding becomes your unshakable anchor, grounding you in your own truth, your own identity. It helps you recognize your personal boundaries, those invisible lines you may have unknowingly, unconsciously allowed others to cross time and again, eroding your sense of self and your peace. Often when someone pulls away, it's a powerful signal for you to wake up, to become aware, and to bravely start reclaiming your sense of self, your autonomy, your personal power. But simply saying, I'm going to rediscover myself, isn't enough. It's just the first intellectual step. This profound journey demands consistent effort, unwavering dedication, and radical honesty with yourself, a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths and self-limiting beliefs. A great place to begin is with journaling. Write down what truly matters to you, your raw thoughts, your deepest desires, your fears, your hopes, without fear or judgment, without self-censorship. Put your inner truths on paper, externalizing them, giving them form. Whether it's a longing for profound peace, a desire to heal from a toxic relationship, or simply a need for quiet solitude, this act alone can help you see what's been hidden beneath the noise, buried under layers of expectation, and gain clarity. Alongside journaling, try meditating on boundaries. Close your eyes and picture an invisible, protective circle surrounding you, a sacred space that safeguards your peace and your very essence, your core being. This visualization does more than offer mental clarity. It powerfully reminds you that your well-being comes first, that you are worthy of protection and respect. And when others try to cross those boundaries, you'll intuitively know how to respond, not react impulsively, but with calm, deliberate action that honors your truth. In doing so, you courageously return to yourself. You stop being lost in what others expect and begin to live from the very core of who you are, authentically and without apology. That's the kind of rediscovery that changes everything, transforming your entire outlook in your life. You can finally respond from a place of unshakable strength, deep inner wisdom, rather than from desperation, fear, or a need for external validation. Conclusion: living authentically, unburdened, and fully present. Gratitude becomes a powerful, transformative, and deeply grounding ally, especially when we find ourselves caught in the chaos of complex relationships, the relentless demands of life, and the constant, often overwhelming, influence of others. In the midst of all this noise, this incessant demand for external attention, it's tragically easy to forget the small, quiet, yet profoundly significant things that truly reconnect us with ourselves, that nourish our souls, and that anchor us in peace. Taking intentional time to be genuinely grateful for quiet moments of solitude, or for simple, profound joys like getting lost in the pages of a good book, or enjoying a peaceful, mindful walk alone in nature, can be a gentle yet profoundly powerful way to rediscover what genuinely matters, what brings you authentic peace, what truly lights up your soul, and what constitutes true abundance. So when the cold wind of indifference starts to blow in your direction, when someone subtly withdraws, or when a connection feels distant, don't rush to act impulsively or frantically chase after what's seemingly slipping away. Instead, with Stoic wisdom, see this distance, this absence as a profound gift, an invitation inward. Stoic philosophy reminds us with unshakable truth that while we cannot control the behavior of others, their choices, their feelings, or external events, we can absolutely, unequivocally control how we choose to respond, how we interpret, and how we act. If someone distances themselves or chooses to ignore you, it's not a catastrophe, not the end of your world, not a judgment on your worth. It's an unparalleled opportunity to come back to yourself, to recalibrate your internal compass, and to make the inner changes that truly, profoundly matter to your well-being, your growth, and your inner peace. Don't get lost in the external noise, the frantic search for validation, or the endless speculation. Don't waste precious time, your most valuable commodity, trying to decipher what's not meant to be understood, what is beyond your control, or what is simply not your business. Because at the end of the day, the most important relationship you have, the one that needs your unwavering care, your deepest attention, and your fiercest protection above all others, is the one you have with yourself, your inner being. When you finally gain crystalline clarity about what you truly want, what your deepest values are, and what you are no longer willing to tolerate in your life, life itself becomes less complicated, more genuine, more authentic, and most importantly, more truly, profoundly yours, lived on your own terms. Let me tell you something, my friend, a truth that may sting with its profound simplicity, but is solid and unshakable, a cornerstone of self-mastery, a beacon for authentic living. The one who has never truly learned to be alone, to find peace and wholeness in their own company, to be complete within themselves, will never truly know who is worth having by their side, or how to cherish them without dependency, without clinging, without fear of loss. This profound truth liberates you to choose connection from a place of abundance, not lack. Overcoming overthinking, the quest for mental clarity and inner sovereignty. You've been subtly conditioned to believe that overthinking is an undeniable sign of intelligence, a hallmark of a discerning mind. You've been implicitly told that if you worry enough, if you plan enough, if you meticulously analyze every minute detail, every possible outcome, every single variable, you'll finally feel safe, finally feel in control, finally achieve certainty. But if that were truly the case, if overthinking were indeed wisdom, a path to peace, why do your thoughts keep spinning relentlessly at 2 a.m. like a broken, maddening record, replaying scenarios? Why does your chest tighten with an unseen, constricting grip, a physical manifestation of anxiety, when nothing's even tangibly, externally wrong in the present moment? Why do the endless, insidious what-ifs, the hypothetical catastrophizing, keep stealing your precious peace, relentlessly eroding your calm, even on the days that should feel tranquil, serene, and undisturbed? Here's the unvarnished truth, a profound insight that perhaps no one explicitly told you, a truth that runs counter to popular belief. Overthinking isn't wisdom. It's fear dressed up as logic, a clever disguise for anxiety, a cunning trick of the mind. And the potent, liberating antidote isn't more thinking, more analysis, more spiraling into mental loops. It's stillness, it's space, it's understanding emptiness, not as something hollow, frightening, or barren, a void to be filled, but as the expansive, fertile doorway to profound mental clarity, to a state of inner peace and creativity. The ancient Stoics, with their deep understanding of the human mind and its workings, knew this with absolute certainty. They viewed the mind like the vast, boundless, ever-present sky, and thoughts merely as fleeting, transient clouds passing through its expanse. You don't need to chase them. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to engage with every single one. You just need to learn to see through them, to recognize their impermanence, to observe them without attachment. Because when you truly understand the nature of thought, that it is not inherently you, that it is merely a mental event, when you profoundly realize that not every insistent voice in your head, not every impulse deserves a response, or even your full attention, you finally find what you've been craving all along, often unknowingly: silence, ease, freedom. And tonight, as these profound lessons reach you, as they settle deep within your being, as their truth resonates, something will fundamentally, irrevocably shift within your inner landscape. The relentless noise, the mental clamor, will begin to quiet, to dissipate. That tight, constricting grip around your mind, that feeling of being trapped by your own thoughts, will start to loosen, to soften, to release, and you'll remember a liberating, eternal truth. Peace was never out there, a distant goal to be chased, a destination to be reached through endless effort. It was always in you, residing within your own being, waiting for space to breathe, waiting to be rediscovered, waiting to be embraced. Before we begin this transformative journey into the heart of mental mastery, write this with unwavering conviction in the comments, an act of self-declaration. My mind is clear. I'm free. This isn't just another video. This is a mental reset, a profound letting go, a powerful return to your truest, most authentic, and most peaceful self. Are you truly ready to embark on this journey? Let's begin with courage and an open mind. Understanding the thought loop. When familiarity breeds mental chains. What if the relentless, repetitive thoughts keeping you up at night, stealing your precious sleep, aren't actually real, emergent problems demanding immediate action, but just old, familiar stories playing on a destructive, maddening repeat in your mind? You've tried everything imaginable to silence them. Logic, distraction, even sternly telling yourself to just stop thinking about it. But it relentlessly doesn't work. The thoughts come back louder than before, wearing new, deceptive disguises, subtly changing their form to evade your conscious efforts. They follow you insidiously through your day, whispering behind every decision, building a thick, suffocating fog that clouds your mind, obscuring your clarity and draining your energy. The truth is, most of what's relentlessly spinning in your head, creating internal chaos, isn't new information, isn't a fresh insight. It's a pattern, and that pervasive, often unnoticed pattern has a name, a thought loop. Once you bravely see it for what it truly is, a mere pattern, a habitual mental program, not an ultimate truth or an urgent command, it immediately starts to lose its corrosive power over you, its ability to dominate your state. When you begin the powerful practice of naming your thought loops, giving them distinct labels, something strange, yet incredibly powerful and liberating happens. They begin to unravel, to lose their grip, not because you fought them aggressively or tried to suppress them with brute force, but precisely because you stopped letting them hide in the shadows of your unconscious mind, operating stealthily. The human brain, in its brilliant design, is intricately built to recognize patterns. It's a fundamental survival mechanism, helping us learn and adapt. But when those patterns go unchecked, when they are allowed to run wild without conscious awareness, they become loops unfinished, unresolved, and constantly, relentlessly repeating, creating mental static. These loops are not a sign that something's fundamentally wrong with you, or that you are inherently broken, or that you are flawed beyond repair. On the contrary, they're a sign that your mind, in its attempt to keep you safe, is desperately trying to protect you, to warn you, but it simply doesn't know how to stop the cycle. So it keeps looping, keeps warning, keeps worrying, keeps replaying, until you, with conscious awareness and deliberate intention, gently yet firmly intervene and say, wait, I've seen you before. I recognize this pattern. There's a profound, transformative shift that takes place when you stop reacting to every single thought that arises as if it's an urgent, immediate crisis, demanding your full, panicked attention. When you stop confusing familiar thoughts simply because they've been repeated often for genuinely important ones, requiring immediate action. It's the critical difference between getting violently caught and tossed in a powerful, crashing wave, losing all control, and calmly watching it rise and fall from the safety and perspective of the shore, observing its transient nature. The first vital step in this process of liberation is labeling, not in judgment or self-condemnation, not to attach blame, but in a state of pure neutral awareness, a compassionate observation. When you say to yourself with inner clarity, oh, this is the what-if loop, or here comes the I'm not enough spiral again, you immediately interrupt the pattern just enough to gain precious psychological space. That space, that conscious gap between thought and reaction, is precisely where freedom begins, where choice becomes possible. Labeling doesn't mean pushing thoughts away or trying to aggressively ignore them, which often backfires. It means noticing them without fusing with them, without letting them completely define you, without becoming entangled in their narrative. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them, the observer. The moment you say with conscious recognition, this again, you're no longer fully inside the loop, trapped and controlled by its relentless spin. You're observing it, an objective, detached witness. That alone significantly lowers the intensity, the emotional charge, the urgency. The loop simply can't run wild and unchecked. It loses its power when you're calmly watching it with quiet curiosity, with detached awareness. The more you consistently, diligently label these loops, the more you'll begin to see how predictable, how habitual, how repetitive they truly are. You might notice that many, if not most of your thoughts fall into a few main, recurring, well-worn categories. The worry loop, the regret loop, the future fear loop, the self-doubt loop, the resentment loop, the validation loop, the comparison loop. Once you begin to name them, to identify them clearly, you'll see how often your mind is just recycling the same tired material, the same old narratives. The voice in your head might change tone, sure, sometimes frantic, sometimes subtle, sometimes accusatory, but the underlying script rarely, if ever, changes. And that's the insidious trap. You mistake it for something new, something urgent, something you must respond to immediately, but it's just the same old loop disguised again, wearing a new costume. Think of it vividly like this. If a stranger, a familiar but unwelcome visitor, walked into your house every single morning and told you the exact same fearful story, the same dire warning over and over again, repeating it verbatim, you'd eventually recognize the pattern. You wouldn't scream, you wouldn't panic. You'd calmly, with a sense of recognition, say, it's you again telling me that story. That's what labeling does. It replaces panic with clarity. It gives you back the rightful, empowering role of observer, not hostage to your own thoughts. But to do this effectively, to truly master this skill, you need to slow down enough, to cultivate enough presence to recognize the loop in action as it's happening. That starts with presence, with mindfulness in your daily life. Your thoughts often run fastest, most wildly, and most unconsciously when you're on autopilot driving, endlessly scrolling through your phone, or lying restless in bed at 2 a.m. So intentionally bring awareness to those moments, those seemingly mundane transitions. Not with force or harsh judgment, which creates resistance, but with a gentle softness, a curious gaze, a compassionate observation. When an anxious thought comes in, pause, breathe deeply, and ask yourself, have I heard this one before? Is this a familiar pattern? You'll be profoundly surprised how often the answer is a resounding yes. From here, give it a simple, clear label. It can be simple: the fear loop, the not good enough tape, the doomsday planner, the fixer loop, the endless analysis loop. Whatever phrase helps you create that crucial psychological distance, that separation between you and the thought. The label isn't there to minimize what you feel or to invalidate your emotions. Your feelings are real. It's there to show you that you've been here before, you've survived it, and you will survive it again, empowering you. You don't need to solve the thought in that precise moment. You just need to see it clearly for what it is, a repetitive loop, not a new command. Some people, finding humor to be a powerful disarmer, like to give their loops names that are humorous, even absurd. This can be incredibly helpful. When you say, oh, look, it's Debbie Downer again with her daily negativity, or there's apocalyptic Alan making grand, catastrophic predictions that never materialize, it immediately breaks the seriousness, the intensity, the illusion of urgency, and injects a sense of lightness. Humor is powerfully effective because it cuts tension. It reminds you that the loop is not the absolute truth. It's a story, a narrative your mind is telling itself. And stories can be rewritten, transformed. At the very least, They can be put down, released for a time. You might wonder, but what if the thought is valid? What if it really matters? Am I dismissing something important? That's perfectly okay. Labeling doesn't mean dismissing everything, ignoring all concerns. It means recognizing what's repeating, what's a pattern, and then making a conscious, deliberate choice about how much attention, how much energy to give it in that moment. When you know it's a loop, you give yourself permission to step back, to create space, and to respond later, with wisdom and clarity, instead of impulsively reacting now, driven by panic or the illusion of urgency. Most loops don't need immediate solving. They need space. They need to be witnessed and acknowledged without full engagement. This is where many people get stuck, caught in the endless cycle of overthinking. They mistakenly think they need to think their way out of overthinking. But that's the loop again, subtly convincing you it's doing something helpful, that more thinking will bring clarity or safety. Often the mind is simply looking for closure, for a definitive answer, for a sense of control. But some things don't need closure to let go. You can let go without a perfect, complete answer, without every loose end tied. That's what the Stoics knew so profoundly. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this and you will find strength. Naming your loops is the very first, courageous, and empowering step to claiming that power, to reclaiming your inner sovereignty over your mental landscape. The body's whispers, physical cues as alerts to inner states. Another profound yet often overlooked shift happens when you start diligently noticing the physical cues that consistently, habitually, come with each thought loop. For some individuals, the worry loop might subtly begin in the chest, a feeling of tightness, a subtle constriction, a slight shortness of breath, an uncomfortable sensation. For others, it manifests as a persistent clenching jaw, an uncomfortable tension in the shoulders, or a nervous flutter in the stomach. Your body, with its innate wisdom, often knows the loop is coming, signaling its arrival, before your conscious mind fully processes the thought itself. Learn to listen intently to its whispers, its subtle signals, its somatic feedback. When you feel that physical signal arise, pause. Ask yourself, what loop, what familiar pattern is starting right now? What is my body trying to tell me? That deliberate pause, that conscious interruption, immediately breaks the automatic cycle, disrupting the conditioned response. And that's all you need. An interruption, a momentary break in the pattern, a space for choice. Over time, those small, consistent interruptions accumulate exponentially, creating a powerful cumulative effect. The loop loses its fuel, its momentum, its power to dominate your attention. And here's something even more powerful, a profound insight into the mind-body connection. When you name a thought loop out loud, even softly, even to yourself, it activates a different, more conscious part of your brain. Speaking your thoughts, externalizing them, creates crucial psychological distance from them. You immediately become the narrator, the observer, rather than the character trapped within the story of the thought. Try saying what this is the fear loop talking. It always comes up when I feel uncertain or out of control. Just that simple sentence, that act of naming, disarms the intensity, the emotional charge. You're reminding your nervous system, your ancient brain, we've seen this before. This is a familiar pattern. We don't need to run. This is not a new overwhelming threat. You can take this even further by writing your loops down, not as a journal of endless complaints, but as a map, a detailed guide to your inner landscape, charting its patterns. Start collecting them. Make a list of your top 5, most common, most persistent loops. Write them out in detail. Describe how they typically begin, what triggers them, what they try to convince you of, what false promises they make. This isn't overanalyzing in a self-defeating way. It's pattern recognition, a powerful act of self-awareness and understanding. You're transforming confusion and internal chaos into profound awareness and clarity. Once you've diligently labeled your main loops, you'll notice something else incredibly insightful. They tend to show up in specific environments or situations. Maybe your self-doubt loop consistently activates when you're around certain people, or in particular social settings. Maybe your control loop shows up intensely when plans change unexpectedly, when you encounter uncertainty, or when you feel things are outside your grip. This is gold, invaluable information, because once you know the precise conditions that feed your loops, that strengthen them, you can start proactively changing your environment, or, at the very least, fundamentally altering your reaction to it. Some environments simply can't be changed, and that's perfectly okay. You still have the unwavering power to respond differently, to choose your inner state. If your loop consistently shows up during conflict, you can train yourself to say, pause. This is the loop. I recognize it. I will not engage from this place. If it comes up during silence or stillness, moments that might feel uncomfortable, remind yourself, this is the old story trying to fill the quiet. I don't need to entertain it. I can simply observe. Each time you recognize the loop, each time you consciously name it, its grip on you weakens. Its power diminishes. You're showing your brain that it doesn't need to sound the alarm, doesn't need to react with urgency, doesn't need to endlessly spin. The more you diligently do this, the more you start to see how deeply embedded some loops are, how ancient their origins. Some may have been with you since childhood, loops formed by old fears, by deep-seated shame, by moments when you felt unsafe, unseen, or unheard. It's not about blaming the past. It's about acknowledging the origin, understanding its roots, so you can bravely stop reliving it in the present moment, breaking its hold. Naming is the first act of freedom, and healing, true healing, isn't loud or dramatic. Sometimes it begins as quietly, as simply, and as saying, this thought is familiar, but I don't need to follow it. I choose a different path. I choose peace, the power of patience and persistence, carving new neural pathways. It's crucial to be patient and compassionate with yourself throughout this profound process. Your brain loves shortcuts. It's wired for efficiency. Loops are precisely those shortcuts, old, well-worn neural pathways that are easy, almost automatic to travel. But the more you consciously pause, the more you consistently choose presence over panic, awareness over automatic reaction, the more you deliberately carve new, healthier neural paths, stronger, more beneficial ones. That's how true, lasting change happens. Not all at once, in a sudden, dramatic flash, but in repeated, consistent, and intentional moments of noticing, of conscious choice. You might find that your loops try to evolve. They might change wording, subtly altering their language. They might try a new disguise, a new tactic to regain your attention. That's perfectly okay. Stay alert but not afraid. Stay discerning, not fearful. When you feel a new anxious thought trying to take root, trying to capture your attention, ask, is this truly new or just a loop in a different costume trying to trick me? 9 times out of 10, it's the same old loop wearing a different hat, trying to appear novel. Don't be fooled by its disguises. Stay anchored in your unwavering awareness. And when you're tempted to believe your loop, when it feels so incredibly convincing, so seemingly logical, so undeniably true, come back to the simple act of labeling. That simple act, that conscious recognition, reminds you this is a story, a narrative your mind is telling itself. It might feel real, intensely real, pervasive, but it isn't ultimate reality. Your awareness, your presence is the reality. Your breath is real, always present. The ground beneath you is real, solid. The thought is just noise, a transient mental event. You get to choose whether it stays or goes, whether it dominates your attention or simply passes through without engaging you. In time, something beautiful and profoundly liberating happens. Your thoughts may still come, they will always be there, a natural function of the mind, but they don't stay as long. They don't hit as hard, their intensity diminishes. You see them arrive, you name them, and you gently let them pass without attachment. Like watching a train arrive at the station, observing its presence but knowing you don't have to board it, you can simply observe its arrival and departure. That's clarity. That's power. That's peace. So when the loops come, and they will, life guarantees that don't run, don't fight, don't feed them with your attention or emotional energy, for that only strengthens them. Just pause, breathe, Say their name and watch the silence return, a quiet triumph of your will over your conditioning. Paradoxical intention, embracing discomfort for profound freedom. Right after you've learned to diligently label your thought loops, after you've begun to recognize their patterns, you begin to see with profound clarity how often your suffering doesn't actually come from reality itself, from the external event, but from your resistance to it, from your internal struggle against what is. It comes from your desperate refusal to feel discomfort, your frantic desperation to silence what feels messy, unpleasant, or chaotic within your inner world. And here's the profound, liberating Stoic truth. It's not the presence of difficult thoughts or uncomfortable emotions that truly traps you. It's your relentless fight against them, your refusal to acknowledge their existence. The Stoics called this apatheia, not indifference in the cold, uncaring sense, not a lack of feeling, but a calm, cultivated detachment from what you can't control, a non-reactivity to internal or external disturbances. They believe that the mind should be rigorously trained to coexist with discomfort, to allow its presence without being ruled by it, without collapsing under its weight. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote, "If you are disturbed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke." This is the core of your power. That's the very heart of paradoxical intention. To bravely revoke the mind's instinct to frantically escape, to flee from discomfort, and instead to courageously lean into the moment, to embrace its reality, not away from it. Instead of instinctively saying, "I don't want this thought, it's uncomfortable," the Stoic, with quiet courage and profound wisdom, says, "Let it come. Let it be here. I remain unmoved. My inner peace is not threatened by its presence, for my peace is internal." It goes against every modern reflex, every ingrained habit, every cultural message that tells us to seek comfort at all costs. We are relentlessly taught to fix problems, suppress emotions, distract ourselves, or numb discomfort. But the Stoic trains himself to sit inside discomfort, to observe its presence without judgment, without panic, without the need to immediately change it. When fear comes, he watches it with a calm, discerning eye, acknowledging its existence. When panic rises, he breathes with it, allowing it to move through him, to run its course. When the thought appears, "What if everything goes wrong? What if I fail completely?" He answers with quiet, unshakable resolve, "Then I will endure that too. I am capable. I will adapt. I will learn." This is not about weakness, passivity, or a lack of feeling. It's about strength beyond mere automatic reaction. It's the strength of inner freedom, of unshakable autonomy, of choosing your response. Epictetus told his students, "It's not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." And thoughts, internal experiences, are no different. They disturb you not because they inherently exist, but because you grip them tightly, you fight them fiercely, you struggle against them, or you desperately try to throw them out of your mind. And the Stoic answer is simple, yet profoundly challenging in its application. Don't fight the wave of thought. Don't struggle against its current. Step back, observe it, watch it break, watch it dissipate, watch it pass through you. Paradoxical intention is the brave, conscious act of observing precisely what the ego desperately wants to escape, what the conditioned mind recoils from. It is noticing your fear, your sadness, your anger, your shame, your anxiety, and letting it breathe beside you, allowing its presence without grabbing the reins, without letting it control your actions or dictate your state. You say, with unwavering internal resolve, "This thought can stay. This fear can be here within my awareness, but it doesn't decide what I do next. It doesn't define who I am. It doesn't dictate my worth or my path." That is real Stoic control, true self-mastery, not over the thoughts themselves, but over your relationship to them. Not the illusion of a perfect, empty mind, devoid of all feeling, but the profound discipline of choosing your response, your perception, even as your thoughts rage on, even as emotions surge within you. This kind of mental freedom doesn't magically come from silence or the forced absence of thoughts. It comes from sovereignty, the deep understanding that you are the master of your own inner world, the captain of your own soul. Thoughts may appear, intense reactions may stir, but you are no longer at their mercy, a puppet on their strings, automatically reacting. That's what the Stoics rigorously trained for. Not comfort, not convenience, not a life without challenges, but unwavering command over their inner world, their responses, their virtue. Modern psychology, with its scientific insights, caught up centuries later and gave it a label: paradoxical intention. But the Stoics had already practiced it diligently in the quiet hours of reflection, in the profound chaos of war, in the heartbreak of exile, and in moments of personal loss. Seneca, after being forced to die by suicide by Emperor Nero, spent his final hours writing calmly and with profound dignity to his friends. Why? Because his peace came not from external circumstances, from the absence of threat, but from within, from his cultivated inner state, his virtue, his acceptance. And that is the enduring, transformative lesson. When your mind frantically tells you, "This thought must go, I can't bear it, it's too painful," and you instead bravely say, "Let it stay, let it be here for a moment, I can hold this," you create a sacred, untouchable space within that is inviolable, a profound stillness beneath the superficial noise of mental chatter. This is not weakness, passivity, or surrender. It's courage. It's profound strength. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the obstacle is the way, that what stands in the way becomes the way forward. So when a fear, a doubt, or a discomfort arises, and you allow its presence, embracing it rather than desperately banishing it, you are walking the true Stoic path. You're not asking the fear to leave, to disappear magically. You're making peace with its presence, acknowledging its existence. You're learning to let the thought be what it is, a transient mental event, while you steadfastly remain who you are, aware, capable, and unshakable in your core. The transformative shift, from flailing to flow and inner peace. And here's what profoundly changes when you consistently, diligently practice this. Your nervous system, which is constantly receiving signals from your thoughts, no longer treats every discomfort, every unsettling thought, every perceived threat as a dire, immediate crisis, triggering an automatic fight-or-flight response. You stop flinching at the sound of your own thoughts, your own internal monologue, your own inner critic. You stop desperately begging your mind to shut up, to silence itself, to stop its incessant chatter. You stop seeing anxiety, discomfort, or fear as a sign of personal failure, a weakness, or a fundamental flaw. The storm of thoughts, the internal turbulence, may still come as they are part of life, but your roots hold firm, deep within your being, anchored in your core values. And in time, the storm gets quieter, its intensity diminishes, not because it magically leaves, but because you stop feeding it with fear, with resistance, with your frantic engagement. The Stoics taught with profound clarity that fear is largely a product of the imagination, a mental construct, and that we suffer more in imagination, in anticipation, than in reality, in actual experience. So when fear whispers its insidious question, what if I fail completely? What if everything collapses? The Stoic, with calm, unshakable resolve, replies, then I will rise again. I will learn. I will adapt. When anxiety screams, you can't handle this, it's too much, the Stoic calmly replies, let's find out. I am capable. I will endure, not with arrogance or bravado, but with quiet, determined resolve, born of inner strength. Paradoxical intention teaches you to courageously let go of control over thoughts you never truly controlled in the first place, thoughts that arise unbidden. Your mind is not a broken machine to be shut off, or a problem to be solved and fixed. It is a powerful tool, a complex instrument, and you are the one who decides whether to use it wisely, with intention, or to be used by it, a victim of its impulses. Thoughts will come. The Stoic doesn't pretend otherwise, for that would be delusion. He simply trains to meet them with clarity instead of chaos, with attention instead of attachment, with radical allowance, not crippling obsession or desperate avoidance. When you allow the thought to exist without fear, When you embrace its presence without judgment, you step into the noble role of the Stoic philosopher, the calm, observant witness in the heart of the storm. You stop frantically saying, "I can't have this thought. It's bad." You start saying, with liberating clarity, "This thought is not me. It is separate from my core identity. It is merely a mental event." And in that crucial, expansive distance between stimulus and response, between the thought arising and your reaction to it, you become truly, utterly free. The physical dimension, grounding your mind through your body's wisdom. Let's take this profound principle even further into the realm of the tangible and physical. The practice is not just mental, it is profoundly, deeply physical, embodying its truths. When the anxious thought, the internal critic, or the overwhelming worry shows up, what does your body instinctively do? Do your shoulders rise, tensing involuntarily? Does your breath become shallow, constricted, held tight? Do you tense without even knowing it, clenching your jaw, tightening your stomach, holding your breath? This is precisely where you practice Stoic control. Not by changing the thought itself, which is often impossible in the moment, but by gently, consciously relaxing into it, by softening your physical response, by releasing the tension held in your body. When the panic comes, soften your shoulders, open your chest, expand your breath, breathe slowly, deeply, deliberately. Let your body send a clear, undeniable, and soothing message to your brain. There is no threat here. We are safe. You are capable. And your mind, sensing this physical calm, this release of tension, will inevitably follow, finding its own peace. This is how you train the body to stop reacting automatically to mental illusions, to perceive threats that aren't real. You use paradoxical intention as a compass, guiding your physical actions and responses. You say, with unwavering internal resolve, "Yes, I will feel this discomfort. Yes, I will stay here with it, allowing its presence. Yes, I will move forward anyway, despite its presence." Because fear, in its essence, cannot hold you captive, cannot paralyze you when you stop desperately trying to escape it, when you face it directly. And a thought, a mere mental event, cannot possess you, cannot control your actions. When you stop believing it absolutely must be solved or acted upon in that very moment. The Stoic does not remove pain from life. That is impossible and undesirable, for pain is a part of existence, a teacher. He removes panic from pain. He removes the false limiting belief that inner peace depends on silence, on the absence of all discomfort, on a perfectly empty mind. It doesn't. It depends on detachment from external outcomes. It depends on strength of will, on inner resolve. It depends on the daily conscious choice to allow what is, what arises internally or externally, without letting it consume what is you, your core identity, your peace. This method works profoundly when you use it consistently, making it a regular practice. You begin small with simple acts of intentionality. A thought arrives. You say, with gentle firmness, "Stay if you must. I acknowledge your presence." You go about your task, continuing your actions. You carry on with your breath, maintaining its calm rhythm. You do not freeze. You do not obsess over the thought. You accept its presence without judgment. At first, your mind will undoubtedly resist this new approach. It will whisper its old familiar arguments. But what if this never ends? What if it's true and I'm ignoring a real problem? Let it say that. Let it try to regain control, to pull you back into the loop. Your job is not to believe it, not to argue with it, not to engage in mental debate. Your job is to simply continue, to keep moving forward with your chosen action, grounded in presence. And each time you do, each time you choose awareness over panic, action over paralysis, you prove to yourself, your nervous system, and your mind that your thoughts can stay. They can exist, but they don't get to stay in charge. They don't dictate your reality. In time, paradoxical intention becomes second nature, an automatic reflex of peace and self-mastery. Not in the sense that you never feel fear or discomfort, for those are natural human experiences, but in the sense that fear no longer moves you, no longer dictates your actions, no longer paralyzes your will. Thoughts may still appear like clouds passing through the sky, but you no longer build your entire life around their storms, their momentary turbulence, their perceived urgency. You are not fragile. You are not broken. You are not the prisoner of your own mind. You have been conditioned to resist discomfort, to flee from it, to avoid it at all costs. Stoicism trains you to courageously sit beside it, to allow its presence, to look it directly in the eye, to say with quiet dignity, "You are allowed here, but I remain. My peace is internal, unshakable." This is what Marcus Aurelius meant when he said with profound simplicity, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed." The moment you choose not to resist the thought, the emotion, or the discomfort, you bravely rob it of its power to harm you, to control you, to dictate your state. You sit in stillness, not because the mind is empty of thoughts, but precisely because you are no longer afraid of its contents, no longer threatened by their presence. That is where you find the deepest, most profound clarity, the truest peace. In the moment you stop running from your thoughts, from your discomfort, the path forward becomes clear, not by force, not by desperate control, but by radical, accepting calm. Let it come, let it pass, let it be. You remain. Decision cleansing, finality for a restless, overthinking mind. When you stop resisting thoughts and allow them to pass through you, when you embrace paradoxical intention, something profound opens up, space. In that newfound expansive space, choices start to appear more clearly, unburdened by mental fog, unclouded by fear. But then a new challenge often subtly rises. Not the overwhelming presence of initial fear, but the lingering, insidious inability to move forward, to make a definitive final choice. Not the intense storm of initial overthinking, but the quiet, persistent, subtle stillness that follows it. A stillness filled with nagging doubt and second-guessing. The overthinking doesn't always scream its presence. Sometimes it whispers, "Are you sure? Did you decide correctly? Should you revisit it just one more time? What if there's a better option you missed?" Even after you've bravely named the loop, even after you've courageously welcomed the thought without resistance, your mind can drag you back into persistent uncertainty, into endless rumination. Not because you genuinely don't know what to do, not because you lack information, but because you haven't explicitly told yourself with firm, conscious intention that the decision is done, that the chapter is closed. Without that clear, intentional closure, the mind relentlessly circles back, endlessly looking for another angle, another piece of information, another confirmation, another reason to stay restless, unsettled, and perpetually busy. This is precisely where most people get stuck, caught in a cycle of indecision, even after clarity comes. Not because they lack logic or intelligence, but because they lack ritual, a conscious, symbolic act of finality. The Stoics taught that our power lies profoundly in how we act, in our deliberate, intentional choices, not solely in how we feel, which is transient. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Action, not obsession. Movement, not paralysis. The Stoics didn't just intellectually think about choices, they closed them, bringing them to a definitive end, and they used structure, simple rituals, to do it. This is where decision cleansing comes in, a powerful practice for mental freedom. Decision cleansing is the powerful process of finalizing a decision with clear, unwavering intention, so that the mind no longer feels the restless need to revisit it, to ruminate endlessly, to second guess. It's how you signal to yourself, your subconscious mind, with absolute clarity, "We're done here. This choice is made. Move on." Without such a ritual, the mind leaves doors half open, metaphorical portals to doubt. Thoughts leak through. Endless what-if scenarios creep in, insidious and distracting, pulling you back. You replay conversations, compare timelines, frantically search for more signs or external validation that will never be enough. But with a ritual, a conscious act of finality, you set a clear, definitive line between before the decision and after the decision. This isn't superstition, it's structure, a deliberate act of mental hygiene, a way to organize your inner world. A decision-cleansing ritual is the Stoic act of turning intention, your conscious choice, into profound, liberating closure. One of the simplest, yet most effective ways to do this is through symbolic action, something small but deliberate, a physical manifestation of your mental commitment. It can be writing the decision down clearly and symbolically sealing it in an envelope, as if submitting it to a higher authority. It can be deleting the extra options from your mental list or a physical document, literally removing them from your view. It can be saying out loud with unwavering certainty and conviction, I chose, I commit, I move forward. These aren't just empty gestures, they're anchors, deeply imprinted signals to your mind and nervous system. They tell your nervous system that the loop of deliberation is closed, the decision is final, and the mental energy can now be redirected towards implementation, towards the next action. Why does this matter so profoundly? Because the brain doesn't always respond to abstract logic. It responds powerfully to signals, to clear, definitive actions, to rituals. If you make a decision but don't mark it with a conscious act, don't give it a clear ending, your brain treats it as unfinished business, a pending task. And what's unfinished must be reopened, revisited, reanalyzed, leading to endless cycles of doubt, second-guessing, and mental exhaustion. That's how you end up stuck, perpetually thinking about a choice you already made and as if you'd never made it at all, wasting precious energy. The Stoics knew this trap intimately. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself, "You were born to act, not to be twisted in endless doubt." He didn't wait for perfect certainty, for every single variable to be accounted for a guarantee of success. He chose based on reason and his values, and then immediately turned his full attention to the next right thing, the next necessary action. Executing with discipline. That's the discipline. Not being perfectly sure about the outcome, but being profoundly settled in your choice, in your commitment. A decision-cleansing ritual allows you to trust your decision without needing to feel perfect about it, without needing absolute certainty or absence of doubt. Because feelings fluctuate, they are transient, but action builds trust. It builds momentum. It builds self-respect. Each time you cleanse a decision, each time you perform this ritual of finality, you strengthen your ability to move through life without dragging old choices behind you like heavy, self-imposed chains. The ritual can be as personal and unique as you want it to be. What truly matters is the intention behind it, the conscious act of closure and commitment. Maybe you go for a walk, and at the halfway point, representing a turning point, you say aloud what you've decided, and when you return, you don't allow yourself to revisit it mentally, releasing it from your active thought. Maybe you light a candle, speak the choice into the flame, then deliberately blow it out, signaling the symbolic end of that mental chapter, a complete conclusion. These aren't random acts, they're containers. They hold the decision, releasing your mind from the burden of constantly holding it, constantly processing it, constantly reevaluating it. This process doesn't mean you'll never doubt again. Doubt is part of the human experience, a natural mental function. But it means the doubt loses its authority, its power to paralyze. Because now it's not just a passing feeling, a nagging whisper. It's something you've accounted for. You've heard it. You made your choice, and you've marked the end of the deliberation. There's profound power in that kind of finality, that definitive conclusion. Overthinking often survives and thrives on what's left open, on ambiguity, on unclosed loops. Even when you've made a good, sound choice, if there's no clear boundary around it, no ritual of finality, the mind will pick at it, unraveling it, searching for flaws. Ritual gives you that definitive boundary, that clear demarcation. It says unequivocally, with authority, the thinking phase is done. The deliberation is complete. Now we execute. Now we live the answer. There's a critical, profound difference between pausing to reflect wisely, to consider options, and staying perpetually stuck in pause forever, paralyzed by indecision, consumed by analysis. The Stoics didn't glorify delay or indecision. They honored deliberation, giving it its due, but only as long as it led decisively to action, to forward movement, to progress. Seneca said, "Delay is the greatest waste of life. It snatches away each day as it comes and denies us the present by promising the future." Every decision you leave open, every unresolved choice, subtly robs you of the precious now, stealing your present moment's peace and energy. The ritual ends that theft, reclaiming your present. But for it to work, for it to be effective, you have to treat it with genuine seriousness, with full intention. Not like a game, not like a trick to fool your mind, but like a sacred commitment to yourself. You have to mean it. The external action, the ritual, must perfectly match your internal voice, your unwavering commitment. If you say, "I've decided," but your body still clings to the back and forth, your mind will know the truth that you're not fully committed, that the door is still ajar. This is why the ritual must be grounded, physical, intentional, a full-body commitment. It's not just about the action itself, it's about the authority behind it, the power of your will. You are the one who decides when a thought is done, when a decision is final. Not the thought itself, not the fear, not the uncertainty. You, your conscious will, your reasoned choice. That is the Stoic way. To act from principle, from virtue, not from panic. To make a choice based on reason, and then carry it out with discipline and unwavering resolve. If the consequences come, if things don't go as planned, you adjust, you adapt. But you don't torture yourself endlessly, pre-suffering, before they even arrive. That's not responsibility. It's wasted, precious energy, self-inflicted pain. Here's something few people talk about. A subtle yet destructive consequence. Indecision doesn't just drain time, it powerfully drains self-respect. Every time you revisit a closed door, every time you second-guess a choice you've already made, you subtly tell yourself you can't be trusted, that your judgment is unreliable. You weaken your internal leadership, your inner authority, your confidence in your own decisions. A decision-cleansing ritual powerfully rebuilds that trust. It reminds you that even if the outcome is imperfect, even if there are unforeseen challenges, the act of choosing, the act of commitment, was powerful and aligned with your values. You acted from your values. You acted from clarity, and that is enough. The Stoics practiced this on the deepest level. They chose to face death daily in their thoughts, memento mori, not to be dark or morbid, but to live with sharp, urgent intention, to appreciate the preciousness of life. They didn't obsess over whether their plans would perfectly succeed. They accepted life's inherent uncertainty. They asked only, is this aligned with virtue? Is this aligned with what is mine to control? And once the answer was a resounding yes, they acted decisively, without hesitation. That's the powerful framework you build through ritual. You stop asking whether the decision feels good, which is transient, and you start asking whether it fits your principles, your values, your higher purpose. Then you finalize it. You draw the line. You let it go, releasing its hold on your mind. Even modern science supports this profound wisdom. Cognitive studies show that decision fatigue is real. The brain burns significant mental energy with every pending, unresolved choice, with every open loop. The more decisions you leave half-finished, the more scattered, drained, and exhausted you feel, like your mental RAM is full. Your mental energy isn't infinite. It's a precious, finite resource. Use it with precision. Use it with intention. Cleanse what's done so you can focus with full presence on what truly matters now. Now, one powerful, tangible tool for decision cleansing is writing a decision letter to yourself. Not a casual journal entry, but a formal, purposeful declaration. Write the choice clearly and concisely. Write why you made it, the reasoning behind it. Write the core values and principles that guided your decision. Then ceremonially seal it, physically or metaphorically. Put it away. Return to it only if your circumstances, not your fear or doubt, have fundamentally changed, requiring reevaluation. This turns your decision into a sacred commitment, a formal pact with yourself. It honors the clarity you fought so hard to find. If your ritual includes speaking the decision out loud, Make it direct, impactful, and without hesitation. No soft, tentative language. Say it with unwavering certainty. You don't need to feel brave to act bravely. You just need to follow through with the action, and bravery will follow. Another potent method is future locking. You decide something, then consciously commit your future self to that choice, trusting your past self's wisdom. For example, you set an alarm titled "Trust the decision you made" for the next morning, reminding your future self of past clarity. Or schedule a message to yourself in your calendar, reminding you why you chose a particular path. This isn't avoidance or self-deception. It's reinforcement, a way to pre-commit to your own wisdom. You're teaching your mind to trust the structure, the solid decision, not the chaotic swirl of depot that will inevitably arise. There's also the practice of post-decision silence. Once the ritual ends, once the decision is made, you don't speak about the choice again for a set period in an hour, a day, a week. No rehashing, no second guessing, no revisiting mental arguments. Silence is the seal, the finality. This may feel uncomfortable at first, like a forced restraint, but it trains profound mental discipline and self-control. It teaches you to stand inside your own word, to trust your own judgment, to commit. The Stoics believed character was not built in fleeting thoughts or feelings, but in decisive action and unwavering commitment. Every decision is an act of character, not because it's perfect or flawless, but because it reflects your unwavering commitment to reason over emotion, to clarity over confusion, to discipline over doubt. And when you practice this consistently over time, something shifts deep within your being. You no longer obsess over paths not taken, over what-ifs, over past alternatives. You confidently walk the one you chose, with purpose and conviction. You don't burn precious energy looking back, stuck in regret. You carry your choices with dignity and quiet confidence, because each one was made with care, with intention, and then bravely released. That's what ritual does. It breaks the loop. It frees the mind to move on. It teaches your nervous system to rest after decisive action, to release the tension of indecision. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to mean what you say and say when it's done. The decision doesn't have to feel comfortable to be right. But once it's made, you do not get to live in limbo, perpetually uncertain. That's not clarity, that's self-sabotage, a drain on your vital energy. The ritual protects you from that insidious trap. Choose your ritual, use it often. Let it close doors with grace and finality. The door behind you must close so the one ahead, the path forward, can fully open. And now we walk forward with purpose, with clarity, with an unburdened mind. Externalizing the inner critic, the transformative power of third-person perspective. Once you begin closing loops through deliberate ritual, implementing decision cleansing, the relentless noise in your mind starts to fade. The constant guessing, the invisible tension that comes from indecision, it all begins to quiet, to dissipate, bringing a sense of calm. But even after a choice is made and the mental door is shut, there's still something lingering, something softer, but still sharp, still capable of stirring discomfort. It's the persistent voice that comes after the internal monologue, the subtle commentary that keeps narrating your life even when there's nothing left to decide, no more problems to solve. And most of the time, that voice isn't kind. It questions your value. It tells self-limiting stories about your worth. It plays judge, jury, and executioner over past moments that don't need a verdict, replaying old mistakes. It tells you what you should have said, where you should be, how far behind you are, fueling inadequacy. But here's something most people never learn, a profound key to inner freedom. You don't have to listen to that voice as if it were absolute, undeniable truth. You can observe it instead. You can watch it without obeying its commands. And one powerful, transformative way to do that, one of the most effective techniques rooted in both Stoicism and modern cognitive science is this. Write your thoughts in the third person. It sounds incredibly simple, almost too easy to be effective, but it shifts everything, fundamentally altering your perception, because language is more than just expression. It's a powerful shaper of experience. of reality. When you write or speak your internal monologue in the third person, you create crucial distance from the thought itself, not denial, not disconnection, just space, a separation. And in that vital, newly created space, you see clearly. The Stoics, with their intuitive wisdom about the mind, didn't have psychology degrees, but they understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in Rome, wrote his personal reflections, his meditations, as if coaching a student, not in first-person I language, but in universal terms, using you or referring to himself in the third person. He wrote as though he was guiding someone else, a detached observer, because that distance made it easier to be brutally honest, to be fair, to be rational, to see the situation objectively, unclouded by personal emotion. And that's exactly what this practice gives you. A mental space where the fog of subjective emotion clears, where raw emotion stops steering the wheel, where thought is no longer the tyrannical master, but simply a transient visitor, an observation. When you write your thoughts as if they belong to someone else, to a character distinct from your true self, you stop identifying with them completely. You create the crucial role of witness, the observer. You shift from being inside the thought, caught in its emotional swirl, to calmly watching it walk across the page, an external event, an object of observation. Instead of the suffocating internal refrain, "I failed again, I'm not good enough, I'll never succeed," it transforms into, "She thinks she failed. He believes he's not good enough. They worry they'll never succeed." And that small linguistic shift immediately reveals the illusion. It's not a fact, it's just a belief, a subjective interpretation, a narrative. This practice is not for hiding from yourself, for self-deception, or for denying your feelings. It's for seeing yourself with profound clarity, with honesty, and with compassion. Because most of the time, what truly hurts us isn't objective reality. It's the distorted version of reality we relentlessly repeat in our own heads, and we repeat it in the first person, making it deeply personal, deeply painful. We wrap ourselves in the language of self-blame, fear, shame, and confusion, making them inseparable from our core identity. But when you move those thoughts outside yourself, when you externalize them, even for a moment, you see them for what they truly are: mental events, transient phenomena, not absolute truth, just thoughts. And thoughts, crucially, can be wrong. They can be biased. They can be unhelpful. Writing in the third person also powerfully changes how your nervous system reacts. When you internally say, with urgency, "I'm overwhelmed, I can't handle this," your body hears a direct, personal command, a signal of threat. It responds with immediate tension, with a surge of stress hormones. But when you write, "She feels overwhelmed right now. He is experiencing anxiety," the urgency softens. There's space to breathe, a subtle sense of detachment, a recognition that it's a temporary state. You're no longer trapped in the identity of the feeling. You're observing a moment, a temporary state, not drowning in it. This is how you interrupt the insidious fusion between thought and self, between emotion and identity. It's the profound difference between saying, "I am anxious," implying permanence and identity, and saying, "She is experiencing anxiety right now," recognizing a passing state, a temporary visitor. The Stoics practiced this without needing modern therapy. They called it perspective. They believed wisdom came from stepping back, from externalizing, and seeing life as it truly is, objectively, not as your intense temporary emotions subjectively describe it. When you make a consistent habit of writing your inner dialogue this way, in the third person, you start building a new, healthier relationship with yourself. A relationship that is less reactive and more balanced, more compassionate, more discerning. Because it's always easier to give wise, objective advice than to take it yourself when caught in emotional turmoil. But when you write your thoughts as if they belong to a close friend, someone you deeply care about, someone you wish well, you can suddenly see the distortion, the irrationality, the harshness of your inner critic. You wouldn't speak to them the way you often speak to yourself. You wouldn't judge them as harshly. You wouldn't dismiss their efforts or their struggles. And that's where the power lies. in rewriting the harsh, critical tone of your own mind into something more compassionate, more truthful. When you read what you wrote in third person, it sounds less threatening, less urgent, less fixed, less personal. Your mind slows down because you're not fueling it with internal drama, with self-criticism. You're translating the raw, chaotic moment into something your wiser, more compassionate self can actually respond to effectively, with clarity. This approach also significantly helps you detect patterns. When you write your thoughts as if observing someone else, you start to notice which themes relentlessly repeat. You may see how often the voice in your head reverts to guilt or constant comparison or catastrophic predictions, its favorite narratives. But because you've created crucial distance, you can see it with compassion, not panic. You can start asking better, more insightful questions. What does she need right now? Why does he think this thought matters so much? What is the underlying fear here? These questions shift you from a problem-identifying state into a problem-solving state instead of a survival state, allowing for constructive engagement. And it's not just for emotional moments. Even in planning reflection or processing success, the third-person method brings unparalleled clarity. When you write, he achieved something difficult today, and he still feels unsure why it doesn't feel like enough. You're naming the emotional contradiction. You're giving form, externalizing the internal confusion. And once it's in form, externalized, it can be worked with, honored, understood, and ultimately released, losing its power to torment. This method becomes even more powerful when spoken aloud. Try reading your journal entries back to yourself in the third person. Listen to them like you would listen to a beloved friend. Would you agree with every word? Would you challenge some of it? Would you comfort, advise, or encourage? This mental reframe builds your inner guide, your inner sage, strengthening that voice of wisdom. The part of you that responds wisely, not impulsively reacts. The part that leads with purpose, not fears. And don't worry about sounding robotic or weird. You're not performing for anyone. You're simply practicing self-command, a powerful act of inner leadership and self-mastery. Marcus Aurelius would repeat truths to himself, not because he needed to hear them just once, but because repetition builds deep roots of conviction, solidifying new beliefs. You have power over your mind, he reminded himself daily, repeatedly. You do too. And writing in the third person makes that power visible, tangible, accessible. This habit is especially helpful when preparing for difficult situations. Instead of rehearsing fear in first person, I'm so nervous about this meeting, I'll probably mess up, I'm going to fail. Try reframing the situation in the third person. He is about to walk into an unknown space. He's done this before. He will breathe slowly. He will respond clearly. He doesn't need to impress, only to be present and authentic. This doesn't magically remove fear, but it calms the internal noise, reduces its intensity. It activates the part of your mind that's grounded, deliberate, steady, allowing you to function effectively despite the fear. Over time, you may notice that this technique also subtly rewires how you think silently. Even your automatic thoughts may start to take on a more distant, neutral tone. Not because you're suppressing emotion, but because you've trained profound perspective. You've taught yourself to move from automatic reaction to mindful reflection. This is the Stoic goal, not to escape life, to avoid its challenges, but to engage it wisely, with full awareness and presence. And wisdom grows when you see clearly, objectively. Writing in the third person removes the fog of subjective emotion and bias. You stop assuming every thought is useful or truthful. You start seeing which ones are just noise, old programming, or unhelpful patterns. You learn to treat your inner world like a student, guiding it gently, patiently, not like a dictator, harshly commanding it. You begin to parent yourself firmly but gently, with clarity, with compassion, with reason. There's also a deeper transformation that takes place when you speak to yourself this way consistently. You build a new, empowering narrative, one that's not defined by past failure or paralyzing fear, but one that constantly evolves with your actions, your choices, your growth. You stop being the story of your mistakes and start becoming the story of your growth, your resilience, your continuous becoming. Not because everything is suddenly easy, but because everything is now seen with fuller, more objective vision through a clearer lens. And what's more, you create a sacred place to return to, a place in your notebook, in your voice, in your mental language, where honesty lives without shame, where thought is heard but not blindly obeyed, where clarity is practiced through the very act of language. The Stoics believed that philosophy was not just reading or intellectual debate, it was living. This is how you live it. Not by thinking perfectly, but by thinking with discipline and intentionality. So the next time the thoughts come rushing in, overwhelming you, try this simple yet profound technique. Sit down, pick up a pen, and instead of writing, "I can't handle this, I'm so overwhelmed," write, "He believes he can't handle this right now. She feels overwhelmed at this moment." You'll feel the pressure lessen immediately, a subtle, profound shift in your nervous system. The moment you name the thought as something outside your core identity, you begin to see what's true and what's just habit, a conditioned response. Continue the practice, especially when it feels hard, especially when the noise is loud and insistent. Write it out in third person. Let your calm inner voice speak back to it, offering wisdom, offering truth. Read it, read it. Let it teach you how to lead yourself through chaos, not by forceful control, but by profound clarity. And then take that clarity into your day. Use it not just to feel better, but to choose better, to respond more wisely, to speak more honestly, to live with more profound awareness and intention. This is how the Stoics trained. This is how they led themselves. Not through brute force, but through refined perspective, through conscious choice. You can do the same. Start with your words. Watch how your thoughts follow. The 10-minute delay rule. Mastering impulse and cultivating intentionality. As you begin to observe your inner dialogue from the outside, using the third-person perspective, something profound clicks. The relentless grip of thoughts loosens. You stop reacting to every voice in your head as if it's a final, absolute truth, a command to be obeyed. But then comes the real test, the subtle yet powerful challenge. Not the thought itself, but your urge to immediately respond to it. The raw, often intense emotion it brings. The impulse to speak too soon, to act too fast, or to escape too quickly from discomfort. Because even when your thinking becomes clearer, more rational, your primal reflexes often remain conditioned, powerful, and automatic. That's precisely where the next practice becomes absolutely essential for cultivating self-mastery. The 10-minute delay rule. There's a crucial, often overlooked moment between thought and action that determines everything. That holds the key to wise responses. That space, that gap, is where your strength is truly tested. Not in the intensity of your feeling, but in your ability to pause. Not to deny what you feel, to suppress it, but to bravely delay what you do with it, to choose your response. This is where the 10-minute delay rule becomes a quiet, yet incredibly potent weapon against inner chaos, against impulsive reactions, against regret. The 10-minute delay is not a distraction technique designed to ignore your feelings or avoid problems. It's a discipline, a small but profoundly powerful habit that meticulously teaches your body and mind to stop automatically obeying the first wave of intense, often overwhelming emotion. Not because the emotion itself is bad or wrong, but because it's rarely complete, rarely offers the full picture, rarely contains wisdom. Emotions often come fast, powerful, and immediate, demanding instant action. But wisdom, true clarity, does not. It requires space. And when you respond immediately, impulsively, to your feelings, you are inadvertently giving away the very control you've been working so hard to reclaim, handing over your inner sovereignty to a transient emotional state. The Stoics understood this deeply, the danger of unchecked passion and impulsive reactions. They believed that the wise man is not without emotion, for that is impossible and unnatural, but he is not ruled by it, he commands it. Seneca wrote that anger is like a fire. From a single spark, it consumes everything when left unchecked. But if you pause, even briefly, if you create that vital space between impulse and action, the flame often dies out on its own, losing its destructive power. This is the profound principle behind the 10-minute delay. You give the intense impulse, the strong urge, time to settle, to dissipate, to lose its charge, before you consciously, deliberately, and wisely choose your next step, your intentional response. This doesn't mean you ignore what you feel, burying it. It means you acknowledge it fully, you witness its presence, you allow it to be there, and then you wait. You allow sacred space for clarity, for reason, for wisdom, for perspective to join the conversation, to inform your choice. You don't impulsively answer the accusatory thought, write the furious message, or make the rash decision while your nervous system is still sounding the alarm, still in fight or flight mode. You give your system a chance to reset, to calm down, and to return to baseline, and you give your reasoning mind time to return to the front seat, to regain control, to operate from a place of wisdom. It's easy to think 10 minutes won't matter, that it's too short a time to make a difference. But in many, many situations, it's everything. It changes the entire outcome. In those crucial 10 minutes, your mind subtly yet powerfully shifts out of primal survival mode. Your body begins to slow down, releasing tension. Your thoughts transform from urgent, demanding commands to manageable, less intense suggestions. What once felt like an undeniable, irresistible demand becomes a conscious, deliberate choice. And in that powerful shift, your dignity, your self-respect, your inner peace, and your integrity are preserved, uncompromised. It works because the brain's initial automatic reaction is almost always emotional, driven by the more primitive limbic parts of the brain. It interprets situations through deeply ingrained habits and powerful, often biased, memories, leading to immediate reactive responses. But when you pause, even for a few minutes, the brain begins to involve the prefrontal cortex, the parts responsible for long-term thinking, for considering consequences, for understanding context, for rational assessment, for wise decision-making. That deliberate delay reactivates your innate ability to choose rather than simply react, to act from intention, not impulse. This powerful principle applies across countless situations in your life. Whether you're tempted to say something out of anger that you'll later deeply regret, send a message you'll later wish you could retract, indulge in something destructive that doesn't serve your higher self, or make a decision purely from panic or fear, the rule holds firm. Step back, set a timer, even if just in your head, a mental commitment. Let the urge wash over you. Don't resist it aggressively, which creates more tension, but crucially, don't obey it automatically. Watch it, wait, let it pass through without attaching to it, without letting it take root in your mind. The impulse might still be there after 10 minutes, perhaps a lingering echo, a subtle whisper, but now you are different. You've proven to yourself you can wait, that you are not simply the same as your emotion, indistinguishable from it. You've reclaimed your rightful role as the one who decides, the master of your inner world. And this strengthens you more than you can measure in the moment. It builds profound self-trust. It fundamentally rewires your relationship with discomfort, teaching you that you can tolerate it. It teaches you that urgency is not truth, it's just speed, a fleeting sensation, a feeling. Most people live perpetually on that speed. They call it passion or being authentic. When they mistakenly confuse reactivity with authenticity, believing that immediate response is genuine when it's often just impulsive. But the Stoics aim for something far more powerful: intentional living, deliberate choice, and mindful action. Marcus Aurelius wrote that a man's worth is measured by what he allows to disturb him. The 10-minute delay is precisely how you measure your response, how you assert your mastery, not by what you initially feel, which is automatic, but by what you consciously choose to express or act upon after reflection. This discipline also gives you crucial time to hear what lies beneath the first, raw wave of emotion, to understand its deeper message. Often anger hides deeper sadness. Urgency hides profound fear. Defensiveness hides shame. But you don't see those underlying truths until the storm clears, until the initial surge subsides. And storms don't clear by frantically reacting into them. They clear by bravely sitting through the noise, breathing through the weight, letting the emotion name itself fully before you speak or act on its behalf. And it's not about perfection. You won't always wait the full 10 minutes. Some days, even 1 minute will feel like immense resistance, like an impossible task. But every small delay, every conscious pause, builds the muscle of restraint. And restraint is not suppression, it's freedom. The freedom to not be pulled like a puppet by every passing sensation, every fleeting impulse. The freedom to let something inside you rise without immediately giving it the microphone, without letting it dictate your entire being. You can make the delay easier by creating small, supportive rituals around it, anchoring the practice. When the impulse comes, stand up and stretch briefly. Step outside for a moment, even just onto a balcony, to change your environment. Drink a glass of water slowly, mindfully. Read one single page from a favorite book, focusing on the words. Walk to the other side of the room. Write one sentence down just to externalize the urge. These aren't just distractions, they're bridges. They subtly move you from the limbic, reactive part of your brain to a more grounded, thoughtful, and rational response. You're teaching your system to hold the tension without exploding, without collapsing. And you'll notice something remarkable. Over time, the urge loses some of its power, some of its intensity, simply because it knows it won't be obeyed immediately, that you are in control. The mind starts offering gentler suggestions instead of insistent demands. It begins to trust you, to trust your leadership. And that trust is precisely what makes space for wisdom to grow, for clarity to emerge. This also works powerfully in relationships. When someone says something sharp, hurtful, or frustrating, and your instinct is to immediately defend or retaliate, wait. Count 10 slow breaths. Step out of the room if needed, just for a moment to create physical distance. The delay saves not just the immediate moment from impulsive reactions, but the relationship itself, because once words are spoken in haste, fueled by raw emotion, they can rarely be pulled back. The Stoics believed the tongue must be trained even more diligently than the mind. And the best training, they said, is silence, not silence as suppression, but silence as strategy, as a conscious choice. You delay to protect what truly matters: your peace, your relationships, your integrity. The rule is also profoundly effective in solitude. When the urge arises to overthink, to obsess, to frantically control what simply cannot be controlled, wait. Let the urge sit in front of you, like a curious child observing it. Let it spin, let it tremble. But don't move toward it, don't engage with it, don't feed it. You don't need to argue with it, you don't need to chase it. You just need to wait patiently until it loses interest, until its energy dissipates, until it forgets why it was loud in the first place. Even in decision-making, the delay gives clarity, not because you gather more facts, but because you see the existing facts with a calmer, more objective lens. The rushed decision almost always favors fear or ego. But the delayed, considered decision often favors alignment with your values, with your long-term goals, with your higher self. It's not about waiting forever. It's about waiting just long enough for the mind to return to its seat of reason and for the storm of emotion to gracefully leave the stage. This practice is especially useful for habits you're trying to break. When the craving hits for an indulgence, for a distraction, pause. Don't try to shame it away. Just pause. Wait 10 minutes. Watch the wave rise and fall. Cravings often burn hottest in the first few minutes. A powerful surge, but they pass. And each time you watch one rise and fall without acting on it, your confidence builds, your self-trust deepens. You become someone who can be trusted by yourself, a master of your impulses. And the more you practice this rule, the less you'll need it. Because the brain learns powerfully through repetition, through consistent action. The more often you delay an urge, the more your brain expects that delay, creating a new default. Reactivity turns into stability. Panic turns into pause. And over time, the delay becomes second nature, an automatic, empowering reflex, a habit of peace. The rule also powerfully reveals your real values. When you wait and then still truly want to do the thing, you can trust the action more because it wasn't driven by urgency or blind reaction. It wasn't born from a primitive impulse. It came from presence, from a conscious choice. And presence is where real, authentic choices are made. Not under pressure, not in haste, but with perspective, with clarity. This habit doesn't make you passive. It makes you precise. It removes the chaotic noise between the signal and the response. It creates a vital moment where you ask, is this aligned with who I want to be? Is this serving my highest self? That profound question alone is often enough to change the outcome entirely. So the next time you feel the heat rising, the sharp comment you want to fire off, the decision you want to rush, the argument you want to win, stop. Not forever, just 10 minutes. Let the thought breathe. Let the emotion soften. Let yourself choose with eyes open instead of fists clenched in reaction. This is not denial, it's discipline. It's how the Stoics moved through life with less regret and more profound presence. They understood that mastery wasn't in what you felt, but in what you consciously did next. The delay is not a trick, it's a form of respect. Respect for your own clarity, respect for others' humanity, respect for the peace you've worked so hard to build within yourself. Hold the pause, let it shape you, redefine you. And when the 10 minutes pass, choose with strength, with wisdom, not because you were told, not because you're following a rigid rule, but because you know deep within. You waited, you listened, you led. That is how control returns. That is how stillness becomes power. The mental thought repository, shelving thoughts for future clarity. After practicing the 10-minute delay, you begin to notice how much easier it is to step back, to create distance from impulses. The initial impulse isn't always as loud, as demanding. The urgency fades, losing its grip. You learn to wait without collapsing into reactivity, without being swept away. But not all thoughts magically disappear with time. Some stick around, persistent, returning again and again, not because they need to be solved immediately, but because your mind, in its fear of forgetting, refuses to let them go. So instead of silence, you will stay stuck in the loop, constantly carrying the mental burden. The next step then is not fighting the thought, not trying to banish it, but storing it, shelving it with awareness, giving it a designated place so your mind doesn't have to carry it everywhere constantly. This is where the practice of a mental thought repository, repo, becomes powerful and indispensable. It's not distraction, it's delegation, a conscious act of assigning a task. You're not denying the thought or its validity. You're simply postponing it, deferring its immediate processing. You're clearly telling your mind, this matters, but not now. We will revisit it. You are not erasing the concern. You are merely removing its authority over the present moment, over your immediate focus. You're building an intentional, structured system to hold thoughts for later, for a dedicated time, so you can return to the present moment with full presence, with clarity, with a calm mind. Your mind is like a working desk. When too many open files, too many tasks, too many papers are scattered across it, you can't focus. Everything feels urgent, chaotic, demanding attention. But when each file has a designated place, when you trust that you'll return to what matters later, focus sharpens, clarity emerges. That's what this practice gives you, the ability to free your mind from clutter without losing what's important, without forgetting. After diligently practicing the 10-minute delay rule, you begin to notice how much easier it is to step back, to create crucial distance from impulsive reactions. The initial overwhelming impulse isn't always as loud, as demanding, or as insistent as before. The urgency fades, losing its tight grip. You learn to patiently wait without collapsing into reactivity, without being swept away by every fleeting thought or strong emotion. But as you'll discover, not all thoughts magically disappear with time or with a simple pause. Some thoughts stubbornly stick around, persistent, returning again and again, like a recurring echo in your mind. This happens not because they necessarily need to be solved immediately or because they are inherently urgent, but often because your mind, in its deeply ingrained fear of forgetting something important, simply refuses to let them go. So instead of finding true silence and peace, you can easily stay stuck in a mental loop, constantly carrying the heavy, unnecessary burden of these unresolved thoughts everywhere you go. The next crucial step then is not fighting the thought, not trying to forcefully banish it from your mind, but intelligently storing it, shelving it with conscious awareness, giving it a designated safe place so your mind doesn't have to carry it everywhere, constantly consuming your energy. This is precisely where the practice of a mental thought repository, repo, becomes an incredibly powerful and indispensable tool for achieving mental clarity and peace. It's not about distraction, which is often a temporary fix that doesn't truly resolve the underlying issue. Instead, it's about delegation, a conscious, intentional act of assigning a mental task for later. You're not denying the thought or its potential validity or pretending it doesn't exist. You're simply postponing it, deferring its immediate processing to a more appropriate time. You're clearly and firmly telling your mind, this matters and we will address it, but not now. We will revisit it later. You are not erasing the concern or sweeping it under the rug. You are merely removing its authority over the present moment, over your immediate focus, and over your peace of mind. You're building an intentional, structured system to temporarily hold these thoughts for later, for a dedicated time of focused review, so you can return to the present moment with full presence, with clarity, and with a calm, unburdened mind. This practice is like setting up an organized system for your mental inbox, ensuring nothing is truly lost, only managed. Imagine your mind as a working desk. When too many open files, too many tasks, too many papers are scattered chaotically across it, everything feels urgent, overwhelming, and demanding attention. You can't focus on any one thing effectively. But when each file has a designated place, when you trust implicitly that you'll return to what matters later, during a scheduled time, your focus sharpens dramatically and clarity emerges effortlessly. That's precisely what this practice gives you, the profound ability to free your mind from clutter without losing what's important, without the fear of forgetting any crucial detail or responsibility. The Stoics valued clarity above all else, seeing it as a cornerstone of rational living. Epictetus reminded his students to keep what truly matters in clear view and to diligently release what does not, what is extraneous. But modern life, with its relentless pace and constant digital bombardment, often blurs that vital line between what's essential and what's merely noise. Our thoughts are layered with an overwhelming mix of tasks, questions, emotions, and memories. And many of them rise up into our consciousness not because they're genuinely useful or urgent, but simply because they're loud, persistent, or emotionally charged. When you don't pause to filter them, to assess their true relevance, you end up giving equal attention to what's genuinely urgent and what's merely random, draining your mental energy. A mental repository, a structured thought repo, is precisely that, a structured pause, a deliberate act of mental organization. You decide clearly and calmly, with full intention, this thought does not belong in this moment. Its processing is not required right now. But instead of simply pushing it away, which often leads to it resurfacing more insistently, you deliberately store it. You can write it down physically in a dedicated notebook, speak it into a voice note, or mentally place it on a designated shelf in your mind with clear intention. It's not forgotten or dismissed. It's simply benched, temporarily removed from active play. This sends a clear, reassuring signal to your mind. We're not avoiding this. We're reprioritizing it for a more appropriate time. One powerful way to start this practice is by diligently noticing repeated thoughts, those stubborn ones that keep resurfacing, relentlessly interrupting your focus. When such a thought arises, pause and ask yourself, does this need my full, immediate attention right now, in this very moment? If the honest answer is no, then consciously and deliberately place it in your mental queue or your physical thought list. The act of consciously choosing when to engage with a thought rather than automatically reacting gives your mind the much-needed rest and space it rarely gets in our overstimulated world. You no longer feel pulled frantically in 5 different directions simultaneously. You've intentionally created a waiting room for your mind, a place where thoughts can reside peacefully until their designated time. And just knowing that the thought is safely stored and accounted for gives you the profound permission to release it from your immediate attention, granting you mental freedom. The inherent power in this practice is that you're actively training discernment, a crucial Stoic skill. Not every thought that arises deserves immediate airtime or urgent action. Not every emotion requires a full, exhaustive analysis in the moment it appears. Some things just need to patiently wait. And when you choose that delay consciously, with intentionality, your confidence in your ability to manage your mind grows exponentially. You begin to trust your inner system, your own capacity for self-regulation. You stop frantically chasing every distraction, every mental rabbit hole, out of a fear of forgetting something important. This isn't detachment from life or from your responsibilities. It's intelligent focus, strategic management of your mental resources. It's the disciplined practice of separating thinking time from living time, creating clear boundaries for your mental energy. It's how you create profound mental clarity without ignoring responsibility or allowing tasks to slip through the cracks. A mental repo doesn't say never, it says not now. And that crucial space, that designated pause, gives you your energy back, allowing you to be fully present for what truly matters in the moment. To make this habit concrete and truly effective, you can create a physical thought list, a dedicated notebook, a digital document, or a simple note-taking app where you diligently store concerns, ideas, questions, and unresolved thoughts. Make it a practice to review it later, perhaps once or twice during a non-reactive, calm period. This tells your subconscious mind that you have a reliable system in place, that nothing is being lost or overlooked, that you are in charge of your mental flow. This powerful act of taking control allows the rest of your thoughts to quiet down, reducing mental chatter. This technique also fundamentally helps reduce mental fatigue. Most mental exhaustion doesn't actually come from doing hard tasks, but from the immense cognitive load of holding too many unsolved, active thoughts in your head at once. When you consciously shelve thoughts intentionally, your cognitive load dramatically drops. Your decisions get sharper. Your conversations become more present and engaging. You stop inadvertently bringing unrelated stress into unrelated moments, compartmentalizing your mental energy. There's a deeper level to this too, beyond just tasks and ideas. Some thoughts aren't merely tasks or reminders. They're emotional loops, deep-seated doubts, fears, regrets, or unresolved feelings. These often don't need immediate solutions. They need rest, space, and a cooling period. And when you desperately try to resolve them while you are emotionally charged, you only tighten the knot, making the mental struggle worse. A mental repo gives those thoughts a cooling period, a timeout. You say, with inner calm, I will return to this when I'm calm, when my emotions have settled. And often, when you do return to them later, the urgency is gone. The thought that once screamed for your attention now speaks gently, or sometimes not at all, having lost its power. This works because the mind, like the body, responds positively to structure and clear signals. When you give it a pattern, store this, revisit it at X time, it stops panicking. It knows it's been heard and acknowledged. And feeling heard is often all the mind truly needs to stop constantly interrupting your present moment. You can also create categories in your mental repo for different types of thoughts. Personal concerns, work questions, creative ideas, emotional reflections. Having these labeled containers helps the brain process more cleanly and efficiently. It's like building mental folders for your thoughts. You're not pushing anything away or ignoring it. You're strategically organizing your access to these thoughts. You're consciously deciding when and where to meet the thought, instead of letting it appear randomly and dominate your mental state. This practice trains profound patience and inner leadership. Instead of reacting to every thought the moment it arises, you begin to treat thoughts like visitors. You listen politely, you decide if the timing is right for a deeper engagement. If it's not, you politely ask them to wait in the designated area. This isn't coldness or apathy, it's inner leadership. It's choosing alignment over chaos, purposeful action over reactive urgency. The Stoics would profoundly approve of this. They believed emotional health wasn't about elimination of feelings, but about their wise placement and management. Marcus Aurelius wrote that you must look at each thought and ask, is this necessary? The repo gives you the priceless chance to ask that question from a calm, reasoned place, not in the heat of the moment when emotions run high. Even the simple act of saying out loud, I will revisit this later, changes the brain's chemistry. You are activating your executive function, your higher brain. You're pulling yourself out of emotional reflex and into structured choice and intentional action. And the more you do this, the more automatic it becomes. A thought shows up. You assess it, you shelve it, you return when ready, empowered. This practice also powerfully protects your relationships. How often have you inadvertently brought a stress or concern from one part of life into another simply because you didn't shelve it, because it lingered as an open loop? An unresolved task invades your dinner conversation. A heated argument replays in your head during moments of rest. When you use a repo, you respect your own time and the time of others. You stay mentally present in your interactions because you trust implicitly that nothing's been lost, just temporarily set aside for later, for a more appropriate time. And it works beautifully with your own emotional processing too. Some thoughts are simply too raw, too emotionally charged to resolve in the moment. Now you're not avoiding them, you're creating space for them to breathe, to settle, the kind of space where your nervous system can catch up, can regulate itself. You write the thought down, you schedule a time to revisit it, you make it official, and in doing so you dramatically reduce the anxiety that comes from carrying emotional weight without proper support or a designated outlet. A helpful extension of this practice is the scheduled revisit. Set aside a daily or weekly window for your thought repo. Open it, review its contents, and then decide, does this still matter? Has it resolved itself? Does it need action, deeper reflection, or simply release? You'll often find that many of the thoughts no longer hold the power they did when they first arose. They've shrunk in significance, or they've clarified themselves, or they've simply become irrelevant. That's the profound gift of time and space. This approach doesn't make you cold or unfeeling. It makes you strategic, intentional, and mentally agile. You stop letting thoughts dictate your energy, pulling you in every direction. You start creating deliberate boundaries around your mental focus, protecting it. This is not indifference, it's protection of your peace, your clarity, your most valuable resources. There is also a deep Stoic thread here, the understanding that your time is not infinite and your mental capacity is not boundless. The mind will fill as much space as you give it, but your energy is limited. Your attention is precious. You cannot solve every thought in real time, and you don't need to. You just need to choose when and how to meet them. This practice is especially helpful during stress spikes, those moments when your brain feels utterly full, your chest tight, your concentration fragmented. Pause. Write everything down that's spinning in your head, no matter how chaotic. Don't try to fix it or organize it in the moment. Just get it all out onto paper. Then set it aside. Tell yourself later. Let your body feel that immediate release of tension. Let the space in your mind return. And the more you practice this, the more you'll see how many thoughts were simply noise, mere repetitions, old loops, not genuine problems, just conditioned habits demanding attention. Once they're shelved, they stop demanding your urgent attention. You free up your clarity, your creativity, your calm. The thought repo isn't just about control, it's about relief, about liberation. It's how you step out of survival mode and back into focused, intentional living. You can care deeply without being consumed. You can think critically without being ruled by your thoughts. You can pause the thought without dishonoring it. That's the balance, that's the practice. Not escape, just wise placement. Not suppression, just strategic timing. You hold the thought, you store it with care, you move forward with your life, and when you're truly ready, you return calm, clear, and in control. The Unfinished Business Journal, Honoring Unresolved Realities. But even with the best mental thought repository systems in place, even after practicing the 10-minute delay and wisely shelving immediate thoughts, there are some thoughts that return again and again. They drift back in during quiet moments, during transitions, during reflection. They rise without warning, soft but persistently, like a gentle hum in the background. They are not urgent enough to demand immediate solving, but they are too unresolved, too incomplete to fully forget. They linger like open tabs in your mental browser, whispering in the background, consuming subtle mental energy. These are the thoughts, the feelings, the questions, the experiences that need a different kind of space, not a solution, not a rush to fix, not a place to be actively processed right now. Just a home, a place to be witnessed, recorded, and set down with intention. This is precisely where the practice of keeping an unfinished business journal becomes essential, a powerful tool for inner peace and mental integrity. An unfinished business journal is not a problem-solving tool in the traditional sense. It's a container for everything your mind hasn't yet finished processing, for all the open loops of your life. It's a sacred place for questions without immediate answers, for feelings without immediate resolution, for stories that haven't found their natural closure yet. It gives your mind explicit permission to rest without forcing finality, without demanding an immediate solution. You're not asking yourself to fix everything in this journal. You're asking yourself to honor what still needs time, what is still in process. There's profound power in simply naming what's unresolved, in acknowledging its existence. When you write it down, you send a clear, reassuring signal to your nervous system. This exists. I see it. I acknowledge it. I'm not ignoring it or burying it. And just that recognition, that act of conscious acknowledgement, can dramatically lower the internal tension and pressure. It stops the thought from frantically chasing your attention all day, demanding to be seen. You've placed it somewhere safe, where it's held with intention. Your mind doesn't need to constantly repeat it or remind you of it. You don't need to revisit it unless you consciously choose to in your own time. This practice is especially helpful with emotional clutter. The half conversations you never quite finished, the decisions you postponed indefinitely, the relationships that left behind unresolved questions or lingering feelings, the roles you're still carrying even though they've already changed or ended. These unresolved emotional burdens don't magically go away just because you don't actively think about them. They store themselves in your body as tension, influence your tone, disrupt your sleep patterns, and subtly affect your mood and overall well-being. The journal gives them form, externalizing them, so they don't stay stuck as amorphous, uncomfortable feelings within you. You can write just one line, a single sentence that names what's unfinished. For example, I still don't know if I made the right career choice last year. Or, there's persistent tension between me and my brother I haven't addressed fully. Or, I don't know why I still feel like I'm behind in life despite my efforts. No judgment, no pressure to fix it, just raw honesty and acknowledgement. The journal doesn't ask you to fix it in the moment. It just asks you to stop pretending it doesn't exist, to bring it into conscious awareness. This builds emotional honesty and self-integrity. You no longer need to act as if everything's perfectly clear, resolved, or flawless. You make peace with the gray areas, the open loops, the complex questions that might stay open longer than you'd like, accepting life's inherent ambiguity. And from that profound acceptance, new clarity often organically grows, not because you forced it, but because you created vital space for it to emerge. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that clarity wasn't the absence of confusion or problems. It was the courage to face it directly, to acknowledge it without fear, and to respond wisely. Seneca wrote that, "We must not be disturbed by what is unclear, but rather face it with steady attention." The journal gives you a place to hold that attention, to focus on the unresolved without getting lost or overwhelmed by it. It also helps profoundly with the illusion of mental completeness. Many people feel chronically exhausted, not because of what they're actively doing, but because of the immense mental load of what they haven't processed, haven't resolved, the unfinished emails sitting in their mental inbox, the unspoken truths that linger, the decisions that were half made but never formally closed. These pile up mentally, creating a heavy internal burden. But when you write them down, when you externalize them into your journal, you separate them from your identity. They stop being part of your mood. They become part of a list, an external object. This powerful shift dramatically lowers internal pressure and self-imposed demands. You're no longer telling yourself that everything must be immediately fixed, solved, or fully understood. Now you're no longer faking calm by pushing things out of awareness or burying them. You're bravely saying, "This is real. I acknowledge its presence. I'm not ready to solve it yet, but I'm strong enough to hold it, to carry it here, safely." That's a different kind of strength, a still, quiet, yet incredibly powerful strength. The journal is also a profound practice of focus and presence, because when you place unresolved thoughts on paper, you actively free your mind to be present elsewhere, to focus on the task at hand. You no longer carry half-built stories, unaddressed concerns, or lingering doubts into unrelated moments, polluting them. You reduce mental leakage, ensuring your energy is directed where it needs to be. You stay cleaner in your thinking, more focused. And when it's time to return to those entries, you do so with conscious choice, not frantic compulsion or anxiety. What's powerful about this habit is that it becomes a clear signal to your brain, a new training. Unresolved does not mean unsafe. Unfinished does not mean forgotten or urgent. You stop tying your peace to immediate answers or perfect solutions. You build tolerance for open questions, for ambiguity, and that makes you more flexible, more grounded, more capable of moving through complex emotions without losing your center or your sense of self. Your unfinished business journal can also reveal patterns over time. As you read past entries, you'll notice what themes keep returning, what types of situations trigger unresolved feelings. You might see that certain insecurities show up in different forms, that some conflicts repeat not because of others, but because of your own unspoken fears or unresolved patterns. This isn't criticism or self-blame. It's insight, deep self-understanding. It helps you grow without shame, with compassion. This journal is not for productivity. It's for presence, for peace. It's not a to-do list. It's a to-acknowledge list. You are not listing what must be completed. You are honoring what your mind is still holding, still processing. And that act alone brings a kind of mental and emotional release that no external success or achievement can offer. Sometimes writing the thought down is enough to release its grip. Other times you'll want to come back later and explore it further, perhaps integrating it with the three-lens technique. That's your choice. You don't owe every entry a conclusion or a solution, but you owe each one your honesty, your acknowledgement. You owe yourself the right to not carry it alone, to externalize it. You can create categories within the journal if that helps, to further organize your thoughts. Things unsaid, actions avoided, feelings unprocessed, goals incomplete. Each category invites reflection without demand, without pressure to solve. You're not ranking importance, you're simply creating structure for complexity. And complexity without structure is precisely what creates overwhelm, confusion, and anxiety. Use this journal especially when your mind feels busy, restless, or crowded, but you don't know why. Sit down, ask yourself, what am I carrying right now that feels incomplete, unresolved, or unexpressed? Let your hand write whatever rises to the surface, whatever comes to mind, without judgment. You might be surprised by what surfaces small thoughts with big emotional weight, old stories you didn't realize still live powerfully in you, hidden resentments. This practice also profoundly strengthens your decision-making ability. When you know something is unresolved, but you've placed it somewhere intentionally in its proper mental place, you're less likely to make reactive choices out of discomfort or a desperate need for closure. You stop reaching for distractions. You stop numbing confusion with noise. You sit with it clearly and calmly because you know it has a place. It's not swirling chaotically in your chest anymore. It's resting calmly on paper, held with intention. The process brings dignity to thought, even unresolved thought, not because you instantly solve it, but because you face it directly, acknowledge it. Most people don't need more answers. They need more space to be honest with what they don't know yet, to sit with uncertainty. The unfinished business journal is precisely that space. Over time, as you consistently practice this, you'll notice you feel lighter, more unburdened. Not because your life magically got simpler, but because your relationship to uncertainty shifted. You'll stop craving constant closure, constant answers. You'll develop the profound ability to move forward with things unresolved, with open questions, with dignity. That's maturity. That's depth. That's freedom. Even your dreams may become clearer, more coherent, because so much of what clouds the subconscious is just unspoken emotion, unexpressed thoughts, unresolved burdens. You weren't avoiding it, you just didn't know where to put it. Now you do. The page, the practice, the quiet recognition that what's incomplete can still be honored, accepted, and held. Use this journal at the end of the day if you feel mentally crowded or overwhelmed before sleep. Use it at the start of the day if you wake up with a sense of heaviness or lingering worries. Use it in the middle of conflict when you can't articulate what you're truly feeling, when emotions run high. Use it whenever clarity feels far away, whenever your mind feels stuck. You don't need the right words, the perfect prose. Just write what's real, what's true for you in that moment. There is no right format paragraphs, lists, scattered phrases, doodles, it all counts. What truly matters is the intention. You're not proving anything to anyone. You're building a bridge between your inner world and your outer awareness. That bridge becomes a refuge, a map to your inner landscape, a place to return to when your mind gets loud. The Stoics knew that peace came not from perfect control, but from disciplined observation. This journal teaches that discipline gently. It gives you a place to meet yourself without performance, without the pressure to fix. Just being, just holding, just breathing with what's not yet done. In the end, it's not about having all the answers. It's about knowing where your questions live, where your unresolved issues reside. You can visit them, you can leave them, you can return when ready. That is how you stop being defined by what's unresolved. That is how you stay free even in the presence of unfinished thoughts. This is the way forward. Quiet, steady, honest. Write what's true, leave it there. Walk with less weight and return only when it genuinely serves your peace and clarity. Deliberate cognitive load exercises, the channeling mental energy with purpose. After placing your unfinished thoughts somewhere solid, whether in a mental repository or a physical journal, your mind starts to breathe again. A sense of lightness returns. You feel genuinely lighter, not because you've magically solved everything, but because you've stopped forcing yourself to, because you've delegated the mental burden. You begin to realize that true clarity often isn't about knowing more, accumulating more information. It's about carrying less, about intelligently managing your mental load. But in that newly created quiet space, something else becomes clear. Your mind still needs movement. It still needs to be engaged, not in circles, not in unproductive loops, but in purposeful, directed activity. Mental energy doesn't simply vanish when you quiet the noise. It needs somewhere productive to go. Without conscious direction, it will inevitably stir up old thoughts again, or even invent new problems just to stay active, just to fulfill its natural drive to solve. The next crucial step is learning how to channel that energy with intention instead of letting it spill chaotically into worry, rumination, or unproductive overthinking. Your mind is inherently designed to solve. It actively seeks problems and challenges because it needs stimulation. It thrives on engagement. When it doesn't find useful, purposeful ones, it can subtly create them, manufacturing scenarios to occupy itself. The key, therefore, is to stop being passive in that process. It's to proactively give your brain the right kind of challenge it needs before it invents one you don't want, one that is destructive or anxiety-inducing. This is precisely where deliberate cognitive load exercises become essential, a powerful Stoic-inspired practice for mental discipline. You engage your attention on purpose with conscious intention, not to distract yourself from deeper issues, but to train your mind, to strengthen its focus and resilience. You give your mind something hard and worthwhile to do, something demanding, so it doesn't automatically return to what's familiar but destructive, to old, unhelpful patterns. There's a sharp, undeniable difference between reactive overthinking and intentional focused thinking. Overthinking drains you, fragments your attention, and leaves you exhausted. Focused, deliberate thinking strengthens you, clarifies your mind, and builds mental fortitude. When you deliberately choose to challenge your mind, to give it a purposeful task, you move it from a state of survival, reacting to perceived threats, to a state of growth and mastery, from aimless wandering to productive working. This powerful shift fundamentally rewires the way your brain responds to pressure, to challenges, to mental tasks. You're no longer a prisoner of restlessness or fragmented attention. You're its guide, its master. Cognitive load exercises aren't inherently complicated or esoteric. They're simple but mentally demanding tasks that require focused attention, strategic thinking, memory recall, or hand-eye coordination. The goal is not to win, to achieve a perfect score, or to become a genius. The profound goal is to use your mind in a direction that actively develops it, strengthens its capabilities, and directs its energy constructively. Puzzles like Sudoku or crosswords, logic games, challenging math problems, memory drills, strategic planning activities, learning a new language, or even deep, focused reading of complex texts. These are all invaluable tools, not mere distractions. They help your mind shift gears, engage different neural pathways. They offer friction, and friction, in the realm of the mind as in the physical world, builds strength. The Stoics profoundly valued mental discipline above mere comfort or convenience. They saw the mind as a powerful muscle that needed to be consistently pushed, consistently challenged, to stay sharp, agile, and effective. Marcus Aurelius wrote about diligently examining thoughts with precision, not letting anything through without challenge, without scrutiny. Epictetus trained his students to speak, write, and reason every day, engaging their minds actively. They didn't believe the mind should be left idle, for they believed idleness invited mental decay, a softening of the intellect. This practice is not about avoiding emotion or suppressing feelings. It's about creating structure for your mental energy, providing a healthy outlet for its natural drive, especially in moments when you feel the overwhelming urge to ruminate, to argue with yourself endlessly, or to revisit a past decision with regret. Choosing to actively engage in a mental challenge gives that restless energy a better, more productive home. You are not ignoring what you feel. You are replacing unhealthy, destructive mental loops with focused, constructive difficulty. Start small, with a daily commitment to a mentally demanding task that holds your attention long enough to shift your internal state, perhaps a single Sudoku puzzle, a page of logic problems, a single challenging essay to read and then explain in your own words, a difficult passage to memorize, analyzing a chess position for a few minutes. What matters is the intention, the conscious choice to engage your mind, not necessarily the specific type of task. You are choosing difficulty over drift, purpose over unproductive rumination. What this does over time is profoundly retrain your relationship with discomfort. Most people instinctively use mental energy only to escape pain or discomfort. But when you deliberately lean into mental strain, when you intentionally engage in demanding cognitive tasks, your tolerance for discomfort expands dramatically. You become less reactive to confusion. You stop needing immediate answers to everything. You stop collapsing under incomplete information or ambiguity. You learn to sustain effort without quitting. That invaluable skill transfers everywhere in your life, building resilience. It also gives you more profound mental clarity after the task is completed. When you work your mind intentionally, when you give it a challenging problem to solve, it quiets down naturally afterward. Not because you forced it, but because you gave it closure, a sense of completion. This is profoundly different from passive stimulation, like endless scrolling or background noise. Those activities leave the mind hungry, restless, still seeking more. Focused effort, however, truly satisfies it. It's like completing a rigorous workout. You don't need to move frantically afterward because your muscles were used well. They are satisfied. The same principle applies to thought. You'll also begin to build discipline in starting things you don't initially feel ready or motivated for, because cognitive tasks often come with a subtle resistance, a call for procrastination. The mind will say, later, I'm too tired. But the habit of showing up anyway, of engaging the mind despite initial reluctance, is what builds true resilience, true mental grit. You stop waiting for motivation to arrive before you act and begin to rely on structure, on discipline, on your commitment. That's a deeper strength, a more reliable one. It's not driven by transient mood. It's driven by your core values. These exercises also help prevent mental stagnation. When your thoughts feel repetitive, when you feel stuck in old patterns, it's often because your brain hasn't been challenged in a while, hasn't been forced to forge new pathways. You're using the same old paths, the same old narratives. Introducing novel difficulty, new challenges, forces the mind to adapt, to innovate, to expand. You get creative again. You find new ways of seeing, new solutions. That's not coincidence. It's the direct effect of using your mental system the way it was meant to be used, fully, consistently, with purpose. You can vary the challenges depending on your current mental state and the demands of your day. When your thoughts are fast and chaotic, choose something that requires precision and patience, like detailed logic puzzles. When your thoughts feel slow or foggy, choose something that wakes up focus and energy. Over time, you'll learn how each type of challenge specifically impacts your clarity and mental state. You'll begin to build a library of tools, mental weights for different kinds of days and different mental needs. One important point to remember: these tasks are not escapes or mere diversions. They are not band-aids to avoid deeper issues. They are training for your mind. The profound goal is not to avoid your emotional reality or to numb your feelings. It's to strengthen the mind, to make it more robust, so that when you do return to emotional work, to self-reflection, you do so with greater clarity, less reactivity, and more resilience. That's how you build endurance. That's how you face real life with less panic and more poise, more inner peace. There's also a powerful grounding effect that comes from using your mental focus fully and intentionally. You feel more present in your body, your senses return to the present, your breathing slows and deepens. This isn't accidental. Focus and presence work together synergistically. The more you engage your mind fully, the more your nervous system gets the signal that it is safe, that you are grounded. You are no longer running from your thoughts or feelings. You are here, present. Even short periods of deliberate, focused effort help immensely. A single 20-minute session can reorient your entire mood, shift your perspective, not because the task itself gave you joy, but because it gave you structure, purpose, and a sense of mastery. You stopped floating aimlessly. You took control of your own mental energy. That act, repeated consistently, builds profound trust in yourself, in your ability to lead your mind. You stop being afraid of your own thoughts. You stop letting mood dictate your movement or your actions. Another significant benefit: you start seeing time differently with greater appreciation. When your day is filled with mental drift, with unproductive rumination, time seems to disappear, wasted. You feel tired but unclear, busy but unproductive. But when you set aside structured periods for focused effort, time becomes something you shape, something you command. You realize that a single focused hour is worth more than 5 hours of scattered, unfocused thought. You start using time with care, with precision. You treat your attention like a precious, finite resource. As this becomes a consistent habit, you begin to link clarity directly with effort. You don't wait for peace to magically arrive. You build it through action, through intentional engagement. And this becomes your way of living, intentional, enunced, and unshakable by momentary noise or internal chatter. The Stoics called this alignment living, in accordance with reason, guided by virtue, grounded in discipline. This is how you get stronger, not by avoiding hard things, but by choosing the right hard things at the right time for the right reason. So when your mind feels restless, when your thoughts start to circle endlessly, When clarity fades and anxiety grows, don't wait passively, don't mindlessly scroll, don't try to escape. Instead, proactively pick something that demands your full, undivided attention. Choose something just difficult enough that your mind cannot do it while simultaneously worrying or overthinking. Stay with it. Work through the initial resistance. Let your mind sweat. Let it exert effort. Let your attention do its job, fully engaging. And when you finish, notice the profound difference, the quiet, the steadiness, the absence of noise. That is not a coincidence. That is the direct result of control, of self-direction, of using your strength wisely. Deliberate cognitive effort is not about becoming smarter, though that may be a side effect. It's about becoming stronger in the way you manage your inner world. It's how you stop drifting aimlessly and start choosing your direction. How you move from automatic reaction to conscious intention. How you stop letting restlessness lead you astray. Your mind was made to move, to engage, just not in unproductive circles. Give it something real, something worthwhile to carry, a purposeful burden, and watch how stillness, how profound peace inevitably follows. The three-lens technique, a structured path to deep understanding. As you consistently practice deliberate mental effort, you begin to feel a deeper sense of stability within yourself. You're no longer pulled frantically in every direction by every passing thought. You start consciously choosing your focus instead of reacting to whatever automatically shows up in your mind. But there's another layer beneath all this, something quieter, yet just as powerful and essential. Even after effort, even after building mental structure, thoughts still surface. They may not scream like before, but they still want to be heard, to be acknowledged. And some thoughts, even after applying all your tools, still confuse you. They feel tangled, complex, resistant to simple answers. You don't know if they're truly useful, subtly distorted, or just emotionally charged, demanding attention. You need a way to see them clearly, to truly understand them, not just react, not just store, but to gain genuine insight. This is precisely where the three-lens technique brings profound depth and precision to your mental clarity. The three-lens technique gives you three separate yet deeply connected and complementary ways to examine any thought that disrupts your peace, any belief that creates turmoil. These lenses are logic, care, and context. Each lens shows you something fundamentally different about the thought. Together, they help you understand what the thought actually is, what its true nature and purpose are, not just what it feels like in the moment. 1. Start with logic. The logic lens asks, is this thought accurate? Is it based on objective facts, on undeniable evidence? Or is it built on assumptions, guesses, irrational fears, or distorted thinking? This isn't about forced positive thinking or wishful thinking. It's about honest, objective thinking. The goal is not to feel better instantly, but to clarify what's genuinely true, what holds up under scrutiny. You don't ask yourself, does this thought comfort me? You ask, does this thought make logical sense when I examine it calmly, dispassionately, with reason? Often, thoughts that feel intensely emotional or urgent are surprisingly missing objective evidence. They show up emotionally charged, demanding attention, but without a solid factual foundation. When you use the logic lens, you clearly separate the transient feeling from the underlying statement or belief. For example, they're ignoring me becomes, have they actually ignored me, or am I assuming that based on silence, my own fears? I'm going to fail becomes, have I consistently failed before, or am I just afraid because I can't guarantee the outcome, because certainty is absent? This kind of rigorous questioning doesn't magically erase emotion, for emotions are natural. It invites balance and perspective. You start seeing how many thoughts simply fall apart, dissolve when placed under logical light. They shrink in intensity because they were never as solid, as factual, as they felt. They were built on guesses, on anxieties, not on verifiable facts. The logic lens trains your brain that not every thought deserves unquestioning belief, that emotional intensity can be present without being accurate or truthful. This is how you stop giving precious mental energy to mere noise or false narratives. 2. Move to care. But logic alone isn't enough. humans are not purely rational beings. Some thoughts are logically weak or even irrational, but profoundly emotionally strong, carrying significant weight. That's where the second lens becomes essential. Care. The care lens asks, what is this thought trying to protect? What underlying wound, vulnerability, or fear is it connected to? What is its deeper purpose? You're not analyzing the thought's logical truth here. You're honoring its purpose, its intention, even if its expression is clumsy or unhelpful. Even irrational thoughts come from somewhere. They are often a misguided attempt by your mind to guard something tender, something vulnerable within you, even if they do so clumsily or ineffectively. For example, a thought like, I can't trust anyone, might be illogical in general, not universally true. But under the care lens, it reveals an old betrayal, a past hurt, or unresolved pain that your mind is trying to shield you from experiencing again. You begin to see the deep emotion behind the story, the underlying need for safety. This is not self-pity or indulgence. This is emotional honesty and profound self-compassion. You stop labeling your thoughts as brem or wrong and start listening to what part of you feels unsafe, vulnerable, or threatened. You begin building a deeper, more compassionate relationship with your own inner world, understanding its protective mechanisms. Using the care lens doesn't mean you agree with the thought or that you accept it as fact. It means you listen to it without judging yourself for having it. You say, this thought is harsh, it's painful, but maybe it's trying to protect me from being disappointed or hurt again. I hear its intention. That softens your internal resistance, creating space. You're not pushing the thought away or indulging it blindly. You're understanding where it comes from, its root, so it doesn't have to scream to be heard, losing its urgency. This builds emotional maturity, the ability to hold pain, discomfort, and difficult emotions without panicking, to face internal turmoil without immediately trying to escape it. You begin to develop self-compassion that isn't built on superficial affirmations, but on deep, empathetic understanding of your own inner workings. You're not falsely telling yourself that everything's okay. You're reminding yourself that it's okay to feel not okay sometimes, that human emotions are valid, and that you can still respond wisely from a place of choice, not reaction. Third, finally use context. The third lens is context. This lens asks, where is this thought coming from? What external or internal factors are influencing it? And what does the situation look like from a wider, broader perspective? With this lens, you intentionally zoom out, gaining a macro view. You stop seeing the thought as a standalone, absolute truth and start seeing it as part of a bigger pattern, a response to a specific set of conditions. Maybe the thought arises most intensely when you're physically tired or emotionally drained, or when you're triggered by a specific kind of stress, like public speaking or deadlines. Maybe it's louder during periods of significant change or profound silence. Context shows you that many thoughts are not about objective truth at all. They're about timing, about your current environment, about your physical state, or simply about conditioned repetition. With this lens, you begin to see your own mental patterns with remarkable clarity. You might notice that the same doubts appear every time you take a risk, or that guilt rises anytime you say no to a request. These thoughts aren't new information. They're echoes from the past, conditioned responses. And when you see them as echoes, as mere repetitions, they lose their command, their power to dictate your reality. They don't vanish, but they don't rule your present moment. You stop mistakenly equating frequency with importance. Context also helps you factor in your current state. Are you reacting from fear, from physical fatigue, or from external pressure? Would this thought feel as true, as urgent, if you were rested, centered, or supported? You begin to adjust your response not based on the thought's volume or intensity, but on its setting, its origin, its context. This significantly reduces your tendency to overreact. You respond to the moment, to the reality, not just the raw feeling. That's what calm, wise people do. Not because they feel less, but because they see more. They understand more deeply. Using all three lenses together, logic, care, and context transforms confusion into profound clarity. Logic rigorously checks the thought's truth. Care honors the emotion behind it, acknowledging its underlying purpose. Context reveals the conditions feeding it, its external and internal triggers. When you move through all three, you find your mental center, your point of balance. You make decisions with more steadiness, more wisdom. You stop flipping between emotional extremes. You stop chasing thoughts like they're urgent messages demanding immediate action. You start investigating them, observing them, like a wise, detached observer. This practice doesn't take hours. It's a skill that becomes quicker with practice. A thought hits. You pause. You quickly ask, is it logical? What emotion is underneath this? What's the broader context here? This sequence builds your internal response system, your filter. It stops you from jumping straight into defense or self-doubt. You move through understanding before action, ensuring your response is intentional. The Stoics believed in examining thought rigorously, not for perfection of mind, but for unshakable peace. Marcus Aurelius constantly wrote to himself, not just about how to feel, but how to think better, how to perceive clearly. He reminded himself that most of his suffering came not from what happened, but from what he told himself about it, from his interpretations. The three-lens technique brings that timeless principle to life in a practical, repeatable, and deeply effective way. You can write your reflections down. Start a page with a troubling thought, then move through each lens. What are the objective facts? What might the feeling behind it be trying to tell me? What vulnerable part is it protecting? What's happening around me that's influencing how I think and feel? This process externalizes the internal storm, bringing it into clear view. It creates crucial distance. And in that distance, your decisions become more grounded, more rational, more aligned with your values. Over time, you'll start to notice that fewer thoughts shake you to your core, not because you feel less emotion, but because you respond with more precision, more wisdom. You stop absorbing every mental voice as if it's sacred truth. You evaluate, you reflect, you respond with intentionality. That's clarity in motion, a living practice. The three-lens technique also sharpens your communication with others. When you understand your own thoughts and emotions this clearly, you speak more calmly, more precisely, more authentically. You stop inadvertently projecting your own confusion or anxiety onto others. You begin to own your words, speaking from a place of self-awareness. You name your feelings without blaming others. You speak from what's real and true for you, not from what's reactive or impulsive. And perhaps most importantly, you begin to treat your own mind with more dignity and respect. Not as something to escape from, to silence, but something to train, to guide, to master. Not as a battlefield of warring thoughts, but as a complex system to be understood and optimized. You stop fighting yourself. You start understanding what's truly going on beneath the surface. And that brings a profound, lasting peace no affirmation alone ever could. Let this become a part of your routine, a daily habit. Don't wait for the big breakdown, the moment of crisis. Use it in the small waves of daily life. When you notice irritation, subtle self-doubt, or hesitation. Pause. Run the lenses. Look deeper. Speak kindly to yourself through each stage of the process. The thought isn't the problem. The problem is when you believe it unquestioningly without checking its validity. This tool gives you the necessary space to check, to slow down, to think through, to gain perspective. That's how you earn mental clarity, not by controlling thoughts, but by understanding them. Not by being positive all the time, which can be inauthentic, but by being honest enough to investigate what you truly think and feel, and steady enough to hold whatever you find with compassion. The next time a thought feels heavy, overwhelming, or unclear, don't react impulsively. Step back and explore, then respond. Not from fear, but from insight. Not from ingrained habit, but from conscious awareness. That's how the Stoic sees the world, with unclouded vision. That's how the wise live, with intentionality. And that's the clarity you've been seeking, not outside you, but inside, waiting to be seen with the right lens, with discernment, the imaginary thought court, putting thoughts on trial for truth after learning to examine thoughts rigorously through the lenses of logic, care, and context. You begin to recognize the true shape of your own mind more clearly, its patterns and its biases. You're no longer overwhelmed by the first wave of emotion or the loudest thought. You've gained the ability to pause, to ask better questions, to see thoughts as mere information rather than undeniable commands. But even with this newfound clarity and skill, some thoughts still try to force themselves through your defenses. They insist they're true, demanding your attention. They press harder, repeating with unwavering confidence, hoping that sheer repetition will magically become proof of their validity. These are the stubborn thoughts that don't shrink when questioned gently. They need something firmer, something more structured, not aggression, not repression, but a systematic, dispassionate evaluation. This is precisely where the practice of the imaginary thought court becomes incredibly useful, a powerful Stoic-inspired technique for mental integrity. The imaginary thought court is a deliberate, structured mental process that puts intrusive, repetitive, or distressing thoughts through a rigorous, systematic trial. You consciously take on multiple roles within this mental courtroom: the objective judge, the critical prosecutor, the defending defense, and the neutral witness. You don't argue emotionally with the thought, descending into internal drama. You evaluate it systematically, dispassionately, like a legal claim. You treat your thought as a claim, a statement that purports to be true. And like any serious claim, it must be supported by evidence, tested under pressure, and compared against reason and objective reality. No thought is above examination, not even the deeply ingrained ones that feel intensely personal, foundational, or too painful to question. The reason this technique works so effectively is simple, yet profound. Your brain often accepts thoughts without requiring concrete evidence, especially those thoughts soaked in strong emotion like fear or anger. Fear-based thoughts, in particular, often enter without resistance, bypassing your critical filters. They feel intensely urgent, demanding immediate attention. So the brain instinctively assumes they must be valid, true, and important. But emotional intensity is not the same as truth, nor is urgency a guarantee of validity. The thought court breaks that illusion, that automatic assumption. It powerfully shows you that not everything which feels real or true is actually grounded in verifiable fact. To begin this transformative process, pick one recurring thought that seems to persistently dominate your mental space, causing you distress. The more persistent, the more emotionally charged, the better for this exercise. Write the thought down as a clear, concise statement, like a formal accusation or a charge in a courtroom. Treat it as if someone else presented it to you, an external statement. This crucial distance helps you evaluate it without being consumed by it or overwhelmed. Write it clearly without softening its edges. I always mess things up. No one truly respects me. I'll never succeed at anything important. Label it without self-judgment. Let it stand as a clear claim. Next, consciously step into the role of the prosecutor. This is the internal voice that presents the thought as absolute truth, that argues for its validity. Write down every piece of evidence that seems to support the thought. List facts, observe patterns, specific examples, memories, anything your mind uses to justify it, to make it seem true. Be honest, be thorough. Don't hold back or try to sugarcoat it. Let the prosecutor make the strongest possible case it can. This is where the thought shows its full force, its full persuasive power. Let it be loud. Let it be convincing. This step helps you fully uncover the underlying narrative, the deep-seated story behind the thought. It's no longer vague or amorphous. It's exposed, its arguments laid bare. Then, bravely step into the role of the defense attorney. This is not to dismiss the thought entirely or to deny your feelings, but to question its absolute certainty, to present an alternative perspective. Write down counter evidence. Times the exact opposite was true. Moments when the thought was demonstrably false. Offer alternative explanations for events, considering missing context or other factors. Recall any moment that weakens the original claim, any exception to the always or never. You are not trying to lie to yourself or create a false reality. You are trying to make the courtroom balanced, to present a full, nuanced picture. You are not here to blindly comfort yourself. You are here to introduce full, objective context and present a fair case. The ultimate goal is not to feel good immediately. The profound goal is to uncover what's truly objectively true, what holds up under rigorous examination. Now enter the role of the neutral witness. Look at the situation, the thought, the evidence with absolute neutrality, as if you have no emotional stake. Ask, what would an outside observer see here? How would someone else interpret the same thought or events with no emotional bias? What would a rational, compassionate friend say? What would someone who genuinely cares about you see that you might be missing, obscured by your own perspective? This witness helps create crucial emotional distance, objectivity. The more objective you can be in this role, the more profound clarity you'll build. After all, sides, prosecutor, defense, witness have spoken. Return to the final, discerning role of the judge. Review both arguments carefully, dispassionately. Weigh the strength of the evidence presented by both sides. Notice if the thought holds up under this rigorous examination, or if it begins to collapse, to unravel, to reveal its inherent weaknesses. Many times, thoughts that felt absolutely certain, undeniable, and overwhelming in your head will dramatically fall apart, lose their power when put on trial in this structured way. You'll begin to see exaggeration, logical gaps, and profound emotional distortion. You'll begin to feel the clear, undeniable difference between what is merely assumed or felt and what is objectively proven, what is truly fact. This process doesn't need to happen on paper every time. Once practiced, it becomes a powerful internal skill. You feel a thought rise. You pause. You mentally switch roles, engaging your inner court. You challenge the claim instead of automatically surrendering to it. This doesn't magically erase discomfort, but it profoundly prevents it from turning into self-destruction or endless rumination. The Stoics believe strongly in this kind of rigorous mental testing, this constant self-interrogation. They question not just their reactions, but the very thoughts and impressions underneath them. Examining their validity, they meticulously separated impressions from truth, understanding the difference. Epictetus taught that just because a thought enters your mind doesn't mean it belongs there, or that it's true, or that you must act on it. You must interrogate it. You must evaluate it. You must examine whether it helps you live with virtue, clarity, and strength. Thought court is not about being detached in an uncaring way. It's about being precise, discerning, and intentional. You are not rejecting your feelings. They are valid. You're creating a space where they can be understood in full light, in clarity, not in panic or emotional overwhelm. And this space, this methodical process, is what teaches the mind to respect reason and evidence more than automatic reaction or emotional intensity. The profound benefit of this practice is not just mental quiet, it's unshakable confidence. You begin to trust your own innate ability to face uncomfortable thoughts without collapsing, without being overwhelmed. You stop fearing your own mind, its contents, its quirks. You become someone who doesn't need to suppress or ignore difficult internal experiences, but someone who intelligently evaluates, understands, and leads them. There's also a longer-term benefit, a profound rewiring. And as you consistently keep running your thoughts through this mental court, your brain begins to fundamentally change its default patterns. It stops automatically throwing out the same old claims without thought, without scrutiny. It starts offering more reasoned, more balanced, more objective assessments. You are actively rewiring your entire pattern of thought from default reaction and emotional bias to mindful investigation and rational discernment. That is long-term cognitive growth, true mental evolution. This practice is especially helpful when facing thoughts deeply rooted in shame or unworthiness. These thoughts often feel like undeniable facts, like core truths about who you are. But when put on trial, when subjected to rigorous examination, they often immediately show their weakness, their baselessness. Shame rarely survives careful, objective questioning. It depends on vagueness, on repetition, on being unchallenged, on operating in the dark. Once you require it to give evidence, to present its case, it often stumbles, falters, and loses its power. You begin to see that most self-judgment is not based on objective reality. It's based on old wounds, untested beliefs, and misplaced blame from the past. Thought court also helps immensely with external conflicts and perceived slights. When you're upset by someone's words or actions, when you feel offended, you can examine your initial interpretation. You place the belief they were trying to hurt me or they don't respect me into the trial. Let all sides speak. Introduce multiple perspectives, considering alternative explanations. Weigh emotional reactions against objective facts. This doesn't mean excusing harm or allowing yourself to be mistreated. It means not automatically jumping to conclusions that only increase your suffering, that create internal turmoil where there might be none. What makes this method so powerful is that it forces profound mental responsibility. You are no longer letting your thoughts unilaterally write your reality unchecked, unchallenged. You are consciously choosing what to believe based on clarity, based on evidence, not just raw emotion. You're not being cold or unfeeling. You're being clear, precise, and discerning. The structure of the thought court also keeps you from spiraling uncontrollably. Most overthinking feeds itself because it never truly ends. The mind loops endlessly without resolution. Thought court creates a clear beginning and a definitive end, a contained process, a structured trial. Once the trial concludes, you make a ruling, a final judgment. You decide, does this thought deserve action? Does it require change in my behavior or perspective? Or does it need to be released, dismissed as unhelpful? You don't leave the thought open-ended, you bring it to closure. That mental closure profoundly protects your energy, your focus. You can even assign a verdict to the thought: proven, disproven, partially true, distorted, emotionally charged but inaccurate. Labeling it, giving it a clear status, helps reduce its influence. The thought may return, but now it returns with a history. You've already tested it. You don't need to take it seriously again in the same way. This builds a new kind of resilience, not from avoidance or suppression, but from skill, from mastery. You become someone who can face discomfort directly, question it fully, and respond to it wisely. This is the Stoic way, not to be free from disturbance, for that is impossible, but to respond with discernment, wisdom, and inner strength when disturbance comes. Some thoughts will, indeed, hold up under trial. Not every thought is false or unhelpful. That's perfectly okay. But even then, the trial gives you profound clarity. It shows you why it matters, why it is true. It helps you name what specific action is needed, what response is required. You're no longer lost in confusion or overwhelmed by vague anxiety. You're making an informed, intentional choice. Repeat this process often. Start with one thought per day. Let it be simple or complex. The practice is the same. With consistent practice, it becomes second nature, an automatic internal reflex. You stop absorbing every worry unquestioningly and start examining them. You stop drowning in raw emotion and start organizing it. You stop reacting to your thoughts like a passive audience member and start directing them like a leader, a conductor of your inner orchestra. The mind is loud. It will always produce noise, generate thoughts. But you get to choose what passes as truth. You get to decide what shapes your beliefs, your reality. You are not your first thought. You are the thinker behind the thought, the judge, the investigator, the one who holds the gavel of discernment. Use it carefully, consistently, and honestly, and let your clarity grow powerfully from the discipline of truth, not from comfort, but from courage. That's what it means to be mentally free. Not untouched by thoughts, but unruled by them. You've learned how to bring thoughts to the trail. Now you lead from the verdict, from clarity. Micromovement mind clearing, bridging the mind-body connection for focus. Once you've learned how to put your thoughts on trial, how to test their weight, their truth, and their utility, something profound inside you fundamentally changes. You stop treating mental noise, your inner chatter, like an absolute truth you have to obey or engage with. You realize that most thoughts are just passing commentary, transient mental events, and you no longer fear them in the same consuming way. But even when you're mentally sharp, Even when your thoughts are calmer and clearer, the body still holds tension, subtle or overt. You've done the intricate internal mental work, but the mind and body are never truly separate. They are intimately connected, a single system. Sometimes what looks like mental fog, a lack of focus, or cognitive sluggishness is simply the body begging for movement, for release. Not necessarily intense exercise, not big, time-consuming routines, just small, subtle shifts that bring oxygen back to your brain, bring your awareness back to focus, back to presence, back to clarity. This is precisely where micromovement mind clearing becomes essential, a powerful, accessible, Stoic-inspired practice. These are subtle, low-effort physical actions that restore mental sharpness when your mind feels sluggish, scattered, drained, or stuck in a loop. They don't require a gym membership or a fixed schedule. They don't demand motivation or significant energy. They're accessible, simple, and remarkably effective because they work with your nervous system instead of against it, guiding it toward a calmer state. When you feel mentally stuck, foggy, or overwhelmed, it's often a clear sign that something in the body isn't flowing optimally. Perhaps breath is held, blood circulation is restricted, posture is compromised, or subtle tension is accumulating. You don't always need a new complex mental strategy. Sometimes you just need to move, to shift your physical state. The purpose of micromovement is not to burn energy or get a workout. It's to reset awareness, to clear the mental static, and to restore connection. These are the small, intentional signals you send to your brain that tell it you are alive, present, and grounded. Think of it as clearing the static on a radio without needing to frantically change the channel or find a new station. A gentle stretch of the fingers, a slow roll of the shoulders, a subtle shift in how you sit, a slow, deliberate head turn. These aren't dramatic acts, but they profoundly change the way your brain receives sensory input. They pull you out of your looping thoughts and reconnect you powerfully with the physical present moment. When the mind becomes overloaded with information, with tasks, with worries, it often subtly disconnects from the body. You start living predominantly in your head. Your awareness shrinks to thought alone, a disembodied state. This disconnection creates mental fatigue, a sense of being drained. Not because your thoughts are inherently heavy, but because your nervous system isn't anchored, isn't integrated. Movement powerfully reconnects the system. Even the smallest intentional action can pull you out of cognitive overload and return you to clarity, to presence. The Stoics profoundly understood that physical discipline directly supported mental strength and clarity. They practiced not just temperance in thought, but also conscious control over the body, seeing it as a tool for virtue. They believed in walking regularly, in breath work, in periods of stillness, beautifully balanced by periods of purposeful motion. Their teachings weren't purely theoretical. They were deeply grounded in practical application, in embodied wisdom. And that's precisely what micromovement is, a practical, accessible form of grounding, of self-regulation. You can begin with breath-led motion. Take a slow, deep breath, feeling your lungs fill. And as you exhale, gently stretch your hands open, fully extending your fingers. Not for exercise, just for sensation, for awareness. Feel the air in your lungs, the expansion of your ribs, the gentle flex of your fingers. This simple act immediately brings your mind back to your body, grounding you in the present. It reminds you that thinking is not your only way of being, that you are a physical being too. Another form is progressive shifting. Move one joint at a time. Your neck, then your shoulders, then your wrists, then your ankles. Rotate each gently with full awareness, feeling the movement. This is not about doing it perfectly or achieving a full range of motion. It's about breaking stillness, about initiating subtle movement without force or strain. Movement like this subtly resets your mental loop by interrupting the still frame of a frozen, rigid posture. It reminds the body that it has agency, that you're not stuck, that something can indeed change, however small. Posture itself is a powerful micromovement. When you slump or tense, your body instinctively sends signals of defeat or stress to the brain, influencing your mood. A slight posture correction, lifting your chest, lengthening your spine, softening your jaw, relaxing your forehead, can immediately shift your emotional state. Not because posture magically fixes everything, but because it helps you exit the physical collapse that stress often creates, sending a new signal to your brain. The body doesn't lie, and when you align it, when you bring it into a state of openness, the mind naturally follows, finding its own sense of calm. Even standing up briefly can act as a powerful reset. If you've been sitting in one position for too long, the mental haze isn't just from thought, it's from physical stagnation, from a lack of circulation. Standing sends blood to different areas of the brain, your senses recalibrate, your awareness expands. This is why people often instinctively pace when deep in thought or when trying to solve a problem. It's the body's natural, intuitive way of processing complexity through motion, helping the mind. You can also use movement to discharge tension, tapping your fingers lightly, shaking out your hands, stretching your toes inside your shoes. These are small, rhythmic motions that give the nervous system a safe, discreet way to release pent-up energy without drama or overt action. You don't need to scream into a pillow or go for a full run to release tension. You can just move one part of yourself with intention. Let it release. Let it soften the inner noise, the mental chatter. When used regularly, consistently, micromovement becomes a silent, yet incredibly effective practice of self-regulation. It gives you an immediate, accessible method to reset focus without needing full isolation or external distraction. It allows you to stay present in the moment without mentally running away from discomfort. You no longer feel the compulsive need to check out or disengage. You simply shift slightly, reset, and return to presence. This practice is especially helpful during mental transitions between tasks, before a difficult conversation, after consuming heavy or overwhelming information. These are the moments when your system needs to subtly reset, to clear its cache. A single deep breath combined with a slow stretch can do more for your focus and clarity than endlessly scrolling through your phone, which only fragments your attention further. One centers you, the other pulls you further into chaos. You can even build micro-movements seamlessly into your daily routines. Before writing, consciously stretch your hands and fingers. Before reading, mindfully shift your shoulders. Before speaking in an important conversation, release your jaw and relax your facial muscles. Each one signals your brain, reset, engage, be here now. These are small rituals with large cumulative effects. Over time, your mind begins to associate these specific movements with focus, clarity, and calm. They become powerful anchors. This isn't just helpful in calm moments. When your anxiety spikes, when overthinking begins its relentless spin, when you feel like your thoughts are circling out of control, purposeful movement breaks the pattern. A slow, mindful walk, a full-body yawn that releases tension, placing a hand on your chest to connect with your breath, a gentle roll of your neck. These aren't escapes from your feelings. They're messages you're sending to your nervous system. You're reminding it that it doesn't need to collapse under the weight of thought, that it has options, that it can move, it can regulate. This practice can also be used preventively. Don't wait until you're already overwhelmed. Use small, intentional movements throughout the day to stay clear, to maintain focus, to prevent accumulation of tension, especially if your work requires extended, intense mental effort. Let the body proactively support the mind. Don't expect stillness alone to create clarity when you've ignored physical state for too long. Micromovement also powerfully reconnects you with the present moment. When you're lost in mental time, regretting the past, fearing the future, your body, crucially, stays here in the now. And movement vividly reminds you of that, grounding you. It pulls you back to now. You don't need to force presence or fight against distraction. You just need to feel your limbs again, feel your body inhabiting space. Even subtle movements like gently pressing your feet into the floor, wiggling your toes, or bringing awareness to your breath at the bottom of your lungs count. There's no hierarchy here. Any conscious, gentle movement is beneficial. Movement is not about intensity, it's about intention. If your intention is to return to awareness, to clarity, to the present, the movement becomes a powerful tool for achieving that. You can also layer movement with attention training. Focus on the texture of an object as you move your fingers over it. Bring your attention to the way your shoulders rise and fall when you breathe. Combine motion with sensation. This kind of micro-attention profoundly rewires the brain. It builds the muscle of focus, not through abstract thought, but through embodied experience. The Stoics taught that philosophy should be lived, not just discussed or intellectualized, and movement was an integral part of that life. They walked to think, to gain clarity. They trained their bodies to endure so their minds would follow, remaining steadfast. Their stillness was not passive. It was built through active, disciplined engagement with their physical selves. You can do the same, not by forcing strength or pushing through pain, but by letting movement help you return to calm, to center. Even creative clarity often improves through movement. When you step away from a stuck moment and stretch, ideas begin to reconnect. New thoughts surface. Solutions rise, not because you tried harder mentally, but because you allowed space, and movement powerfully creates that space. This practice is especially effective when paired with breath. Breath is the one constant rhythm, always available, always anchoring you to life. Combine it with a shift of posture, a stretch, a brief stand. Let them support each other. Let them rebuild your presence from the inside out, harmonizing mind and body. Even 1 minute of micromovement with conscious breath can break a full hour of mental looping, disrupting the cycle. Use this often. You don't need to explain it to anyone. You don't need permission. Just move. Small, quiet, present. Let your body speak to your mind in its own language. Let it remind you that thinking isn't everything. That clarity is a full-body process. That stillness, true stillness, can be earned through mindful motion. This is not a technique to merely try. It's a profound practice to live, to embody. One breath, one stretch, one mindful shift at a time. This is how you restate your clarity. This is how you hold your center. Not by overpowering your thoughts, but by anchoring your body. That's how you stay focused. That's how you return. Always back to presence, back to peace, back to your true self. The mind audit, anchoring your day in intentionality. Once you begin reconnecting the mind with the body through micro movements, something fundamental starts to shift within you. The mental fog doesn't stay as long. You respond faster to internal and external cues, recover sooner from overwhelm, and return to the present moment more easily. But even as your clarity strengthens during the day, there are two crucial transitional moments that can either powerfully anchor that clarity or unravel it completely, pulling you back into unconscious overthinking. When you wake up and when you go to sleep. These quiet, often overlooked transitions hold immense influence over your mind, setting the stage for your waking hours and the quality of your rest. The thoughts that greet you in the morning and the ones you carry into sleep are not always loud or obvious. Sometimes they whisper subtly. Sometimes they hide under distraction or the immediate demands of the day. But whether obvious or subtle, these thoughts profoundly shape your internal world, your mood, your focus. That's why learning to perform a simple, honest mind audit at both the beginning and end of your day can create a powerful, consistent shift in your mental stability and overall well-being. You're not adding more thinking to an already busy mind. You're creating a focused, intentional space for self-reflection rather than letting your mind run wild, unchecked, and without direction. A morning mind audit helps you objectively observe the tone and quality of your thoughts before they automatically guide your attention for the day. It's not about journaling a lengthy list of goals or reciting affirmations in a forced way. It's about pausing before external input arrives, before you reach for your phone, before you speak to anyone, before you engage with the demands of the day, and asking, what is already happening in my mind right now? What is my current internal state? This simple check-in brings conscious awareness without judgment. Are your thoughts heavy, scattered, focused, or neutral? By acknowledging them directly, you stop them from operating unconsciously, dictating your mood without your consent. You gain clarity on where you're truly starting from. This doesn't require a long, elaborate process. Just 1 or 2 quiet minutes. Before you reach for your phone, before you speak to anyone, you ask yourself, what's present internally? What are the dominant thoughts or feelings? You name it, even if only in your head. There's tension, there's expectation, there's a sense of calm. Whatever it is, you simply notice it. This act of noticing creates crucial distance from immediate identification. You are not your morning mood. You are the one observing it, the conscious witness. Over time, this consistent habit profoundly changes how you move through the rest of the day. You stop mistakenly interpreting early morning anxiety as a sign that something is inherently wrong with you or the day. You recognize it as a transient mental state that will shift. You stop reacting to it automatically, becoming its victim. Instead of letting your thoughts dictate your attitude and actions, you start your day with intention, with purpose, not to feel good immediately, but to be aware. That awareness alone creates a powerful baseline of control and choice that wasn't there before, granting you agency. You can also use the morning audit to anchor a core value for the day. After noticing your thoughts, ask yourself, how do I want to respond to the world today? What kind of person do I want to be? Not what do I need to do, but what quality or virtue do I want to carry? Maybe you choose clarity. Maybe it's patience. Maybe it's honesty. This anchors your mind to something you control, something internal and virtuous. It gives your attention clear direction and purpose, aligning your actions with your values. You are training your thoughts to align with intentional action, not chaotic reaction. The evening mind audit works differently, focusing on release and preparation for rest, but is just as important. At night, the mind often plays back the day's events without structure and unorganized reel. It replays conversations, tasks, moments you wish had gone differently, endless what-ifs about the day that just passed. This relentless replay becomes background noise, mental chatter that interferes with your sleep. But if you take just a few minutes to observe your mind before bed, you begin to clear that space deliberately, consciously. You stop carrying unresolved mental noise and emotional burdens into rest. The evening audit starts by asking, what thoughts are still active from today? What's still lingering? Again, you don't need to fix anything to solve any problems. You simply name what's still spinning. There's a lingering worry about work. There's tension from a conversation. There's satisfaction from something I finished. By noticing, by acknowledging, you bring it into conscious awareness. And what's acknowledged loses its intensity, its power to disrupt. You create closure not through solving, but through recognition and release. You can follow that by asking a second powerful question. What do I want to let go of tonight? What do I release before sleep? This is not to suppress it, but to consciously release your mental grip on it, to say, this doesn't need to come to sleep with me. I trust my mind to handle this later. Your brain is always listening to your conscious commands, and when you give it permission to release something, even gently, it listens and complies, creating space for rest. You may not fully forget the thought, but you won't cling to it unconsciously, preventing restorative sleep. That's the crucial difference between carrying mental tension and achieving mental readiness for rest. Both morning and evening audits train your mind to become deeply aware of itself at its most vulnerable, yet influential points. These are the moments when your defenses are down, when you're most likely to slip into unconscious thinking, allowing old patterns to take over. By creating this small, consistent ritual of awareness, you set clear boundaries around your inner world, asserting your mastery. You show your mind that you are paying attention, that clarity is your standard, not chaos. These practices also build profound self-trust. You prove to yourself day by day that you're willing to meet your thoughts, to acknowledge them without fear. You stop avoiding, you stop numbing yourself with instant stimulation. You give yourself space to truly see what's happening inside you. That integrity, repeated over time, fundamentally changes how you carry yourself. You walk with more certainty because you're not hiding from your internal state. You can even extend this practice slightly by writing just one line each morning and evening. Not a full journal entry, just a quick thought check. This morning I notice, and tonight I release. Over time, these short lines become a profound map of your mind's patterns. You see the recurring themes. You see the progress. You gain context that deepens your ability to respond wisely, not just react impulsively. This also powerfully protects your boundaries from external influence. Most people's mornings begin immediately with external input notifications, headlines, emails, schedules. Their internal voice never gets a chance to speak or be heard before being drowned out. And at night, they fall asleep while consuming distractions, never really returning to themselves, never processing the day. These audits fundamentally change that. They put you back in touch with what is truly happening beneath the surface of your conscious thoughts. There's another significant benefit. Mental clarity deepens in sleep. If you go to bed with unresolved thoughts, with mental clutter, your subconscious mind often tries to work through them during rest, which leads to unrestful, fragmented sleep. But when you consciously offload those thoughts gently before sleep, your mind settles. It knows it doesn't have to hold everything through the night. It has been acknowledged and delegated. You wake up with more energy, more mental space, in a cleaner, clearer state of mind. Even the Stoics practice this. Marcus Aurelius wrote each morning and night, not to write perfectly, but to clear his mind, to reflect. He reflected honestly on where he failed, what burdens he carried, and how to live better, more virtuously. It wasn't a performance for others. It was an act of mental cleansing, of self-mastery. He wasn't trying to control his life by force. He was building his awareness so he could live with greater alignment, greater clarity. This is what the mind audit gives you. Not absolute control over every thought, but a healthy, intentional relationship with them. A rhythm, a gentle container that reminds you who you are before the world begins its demands and after it winds down. This rhythm teaches your nervous system to expect clarity, to expect awareness, and eventually it becomes your default way of being. If you forget one morning or night, don't try to catch up or punish yourself. Just return to the practice the next time. This isn't a task to check off. It's a sacred space to return to, a lifeline. Even 10 seconds of honest noticing can bring you back to center. You don't need to make it complicated. You just need to make it yours. Over time, you'll begin to crave these moments of audit. Not because they always feel good or easy, but because they always bring you closer to yourself, to your authentic core. You'll stop feeling like the day happens to you, a series of external events controlling you. You'll stop ending the day with a cluttered, restless mind. You'll build structure inside your attention, inside your awareness. And that structure makes it profoundly easier to think, feel, and choose on purpose, with intentionality. Let this practice be your quiet edge, your moment of personal truth and reclamation. No performance, no pressure, just honest reflection. And from that reflection, a stronger sense of center emerges. That's how you sharpen your mind at the edges of sleep and wake those crucial transition points where it's easiest to drift into unconscious patterns. That's where clarity is either lost or diligently built. You choose one moment at a time, one honest audit at a time. The opposite reality frame, challenging fear-based narratives for new possibilities. After you begin and end each day with honest reflection through the mind audit, your mental rhythm becomes clearer, more consistent. You notice thoughts sooner, catching them before they spiral. You feel less trapped in moods that used to linger without explanation. Your awareness sharpens, and with it, your ability to consciously choose how you respond to internal and external stimuli. But even with that significant progress, some thoughts still hold powerful sway. Some deep-seated fears, persistent worries, and catastrophic worst-case scenarios keep returning, not because they're logical or factual, but because they've become deeply familiar, well-worn mental pathways. They feed off repetition, playing over and over in your mind until they start to feel like inevitable predictions, like undeniable truths. At this stage, to gain deeper clarity and break their hold, your mind requires something different. Not just passive observation, but active interruption. Not outright rejection, but a profound reframing that breaks the cycle from the inside out. This is precisely where the opposite reality frame becomes a powerful transformative tool. The opposite reality frame is a deliberate, conscious shift in how you examine fear-based, limiting thoughts by bravely flipping them completely. You do not argue with the thought directly. engaging it in a mental debate. You don't try to suppress it or push it away, which often makes it stronger. Instead, you allow it to appear, to present itself. Then you consciously and calmly ask with profound curiosity, what if the opposite were true? What if the exact reverse of this fear is actually the reality or a possibility? This question is not about wishful thinking, self-deception, or naive optimism. It's a precision technique that helps you exit a mental loop and step into a new, expanded perspective, breaking free from limiting assumptions. You are not replacing a negative thought with forced, inauthentic positivity. You're simply challenging the mind's rigid attachment to a single, often fear-driven interpretation of reality. You're opening up the realm of possibility. Most fears feel absolute, undeniable, and inevitable because they're relentlessly repeated in the same rigid direction, like a single, well-worn groove. You tell yourself a version of events over and over. They don't like me. This will fall apart. I'm not capable. I'll always be alone, until it becomes your default, unquestioned reality, a deeply ingrained template for interpreting the world. But when you courageously introduce the opposite frame, they do respect me. This will work out better than expected. I'm more capable than I realize. I am connected and valued. You invite the mind to access a pathway it stopped considering, a possibility it dismissed. This is not denial of current circumstances, but an expansion of perspective, a recognition of potential. When your brain deeply believes something, whether true or false, it automatically begins to filter reality to match that belief. You subconsciously seek out evidence that supports the thought and dismiss or ignore evidence that contradicts it. This is famously known as confirmation bias. The opposite reality frame powerfully disrupts this pattern. It says, let's look through the other lens for a moment. Let's actively search for what you might have missed. What contradictory evidence exists? The goal isn't to declare a new definitive truth in that instant. It's to open the field of possibility, to create mental flexibility so that your actions are no longer based solely on one rigid, fear-driven mental script. The first step is to catch a repeating fear-based worry. This can be something big or small, a grand fear or a subtle anxiety. Write it down exactly as it appears in your mind without editing. Then, directly underneath it, write its exact opposite. Let both statements sit on the page side by side in stark contrast. For example, if your worry is, I always ruin opportunities, the opposite might be, I consistently rise to important moments and seize opportunities effectively. If your fear is, this will end badly, the opposite might be, this could open a door I never expected, leading to unforeseen good. Your mind may initially resist the second, opposite statement. It might feel absurd or untrue, but that's precisely the point. It shows how stuck the original limiting thought is, how rigid your mental groove has become. You're not trying to convince yourself of the opposite instantly. You're just making space, creating a crack in the rigid belief to see what else could be real, what other narratives are possible. Once you have both statements in front of you, evaluate the original fear-based thought. Ask, what objective proof do I have for this thought? Is it always true? When has it not been true? Then do the same rigorous evaluation for the opposite statement. Ask, when have I seen this play out in my life? What examples support this frame? You may find that neither extreme is fully, absolutely accurate, and that's often the case. But the process itself brings you into the middle, a place of more flexible, nuanced thinking, a more balanced perspective. And from that flexibility, wiser, more intentional action can emerge. This technique is especially effective with fear because fear loves certainty, even certainty of the worst outcome. It convinces you that the worst-case scenario is not just possible, but inevitable, a foregone conclusion. By bravely introducing the reverse, the opposite possibility, you fundamentally soften the perceived certainty of the fear. You remove its absolute authority. It becomes one possibility among many, not the sole defining truth. The Stoics practiced this kind of reframing often. They didn't deny what could go wrong. In fact, They practice visualizing misfortune, premeditatio malorum, so that they wouldn't be ruled by fear when it actually happened. But they also train themselves to see opportunity, growth, and wisdom in adversity. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This is not naive optimism. It is power, the profound ability to take any outcome, any challenge, and look for what can be used, learned, or strengthened from it. Using the opposite frame doesn't mean you automatically believe the opposite is guaranteed or true. It means you're actively refusing to live as if one narrow, fear-driven narrative defines all of reality. It teaches your mind to become curious again, to explore possibilities. And curiosity is the ultimate enemy of fear. Fear depends on a closed, rigid mental loop. Curiosity opens it, inviting new information and perspectives. You can apply this in moments of hesitation. When you're about to avoid something because your mind, driven by fear, says it will go badly, stop, pause, ask, what if this goes better than I think? What if the discomfort is followed by profound relief, significant growth, or unexpected connection? You don't need to force belief in this alternative. You just need to sit in the alternative possibility long enough to weaken the grip of the original fear. Another powerful way to use this technique is in conversations and relationships. When you automatically assume someone is judging you or pulling away, ask yourself, what if the opposite is true? What if they're trying to connect but are unsure how? What if they're simply distracted, not genuinely disinterested? This shift helps prevent defensive or reactive behavior on your part. It slows reactive responses. It brings back perspective and empathy when emotion narrows your view, leading to misinterpretations. The mind likes to finish stories. It doesn't like open endings. That's why it often fills in blanks, especially ambiguous ones, with fear or negative assumptions. But the opposite frame offers a new alternative story, a different possible narrative, one based on strength, not just threat, one where you are capable, not cursed. This frame opens a vital space where choice truly lives, where you can choose a different path. Again, you can also use this to reflect on past events, to heal old wounds. Pick a painful memory or a past failure and write the dominant belief that grew from it, the narrative you've carried. Then write the exact opposite belief and courageously explore how that could have also been true, or what evidence might support it, or how you have since grown beyond it. This is not to rewrite the event itself, but to show your mind that multiple meanings, multiple interpretations could exist. That pain didn't have to become your identity. That failure didn't have to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. This practice powerfully strengthens resilience because it puts your thoughts back in a healthy perspective, contextualizing them. When you live only in the original fear-driven thought, life becomes predictable in the worst possible ways. But when you expand your mental frame, when you introduce alternative possibilities, you allow for unexpected, positive outcomes, for serendipity. You stop endlessly rehearsing suffering. You make space for possibility, for hope. You can also use this in goal setting. When you hesitate to begin a new endeavor because you fear the result, flip the frame. Instead of, what if this fails miserably? Ask, what if this changes everything for the better? What if this is the breakthrough I've been waiting for? Let that empowering frame guide your first action, your next step. You're not lying to yourself. You're consciously loosening the debilitating hold of pessimism and fear. Over time, this becomes a quiet, profound strength. You walk into situations knowing that whatever fear shows up, whatever doubts arise, you don't have to believe it completely. You can question it. You can flip it. You can see more than it initially offers, more than its narrow perspective suggests. That's freedom. Not the absence of fear, but the profound ability to step beyond its first automatic suggestion. This technique also increases emotional control. When your thought is no longer automatically taken as an absolute fact, your associated emotion becomes less intense, less overwhelming. You create a small, vital window between feeling and belief. And in that window, your wiser, more objective self can speak, can choose. You learn to listen to yourself without reacting impulsively to everything that arises in your mind. Use this practice often. The more regularly you challenge fears with their opposites, the faster your brain adapts, creating new neural pathways. It stops automatically jumping to conclusions, to worst-case scenarios. It starts looking for balance, for alternative perspectives. You stop becoming the worst-case version of yourself in your own mind, the victim of your own narratives. Let this be part of your daily clarity practice. Each time a fear surfaces, meet it with a quiet, powerful question. What if this isn't the only version of reality? What if the opposite holds some truth I haven't seen yet? Not everything will flip cleanly. Some fears are rooted deeply in past trauma. But even a slight shift in perspective can change your next decision. And one new, intentional decision can change everything that follows, setting a new course for your life. This is how mental freedom grows. One reversed frame at a time, one open perspective after another. Not through force, not through suppression, but through vision, through discernment. The ability to see both paths and courageously choose the one that brings peace, growth, and alignment. Even if fear still walks beside you, a familiar companion, it no longer dictates the direction. You do, always, and now more clearly and intentionally than ever before. The mental hourglass, restoring rhythm and patience to the mind. As you start applying the opposite reality frame, your mental grip on fear begins to significantly loosen. You no longer see worry as an inevitable prophecy, but as one version of a story, one that can be reimagined, rebalanced, and reframed. That kind of clarity doesn't just silence mental noise, it powerfully rebuilds your ability to respond to life with calm, wisdom, and intentionality. But even after you've learned how to widen your mental lens, how to question thoughts, there are still moments when thoughts rise so fast, so densely, so chaotically, that no logic or technique can seem to catch them. They press in from all sides, not with truth or coherence, but with sheer, overwhelming weight. And in these moments, you don't just need reasoning or a new perspective. You need rhythm. You need to restore your relationship with time, with patience, and with your own breath. This is precisely where the mental hourglass becomes a powerful daily practice for restoring inner calm. It is not merely a metaphor, it's a clear mental image, a tool you consciously hold in your mind to regulate the overwhelming flood of thought and gently bring you back to presence, to the now. When you use the hourglass intentionally, you are not desperately trying to stop thoughts from arising, for that is impossible and unnatural. Instead, you're learning to watch them pass, to observe their transient nature. You visualize each thought as a tiny grain of sand falling not in chaos, not in an uncontrolled torrent, but in sequence, one by one, slowly, deliberately, not all at once. This powerful image creates a new, healthier relationship with mental movement. It feels less like being violently pulled by a raging current of thoughts, and more like calmly watching a natural process unfold at its own deliberate pace. The core problem for many people is not that they have too many thoughts. It's that they mistakenly believe they must respond to all of them immediately, that every thought is an urgent demand. But the mental hourglass bravely introduces something else, distance and a sense of order. You are no longer trapped inside the chaotic pile of thoughts. You are watching them fall slowly, predictably, gracefully, one grain at a time, through the narrow neck. This practice starts with conscious visual attention. When your mind feels overwhelmed, fragmented, or chaotic, gently close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and picture a narrow, elegant hourglass in the center of your mental focus. Picture the upper bulb filled to the brim with all the thoughts, sensations, emotions, and pressures of the moment, the day, the week. Let them take shape as countless grains of sand. Crucially, each thought isn't a crushing weight or an overwhelming burden. It's just a single grain of sand. No matter how loud, how urgent, or how important it feels, it has its place in the flow and the sequence. Now bring your unwavering attention to the narrow center of the hourglass, the constricted passage. This is the passage of your awareness, your conscious attention. This is what naturally limits your attention to one thought, one moment, one choice, one step at a time. Thoughts will try to flood this space, to rush through, but the hourglass subtly yet powerfully slows them. Only one thought, one grain of sand, can fall through at a time. You can't speed up the flow, you don't try to force thoughts to disappear, and you don't try to fix the thought as it drops. You simply let it pass. You watch it move downward, gracefully. Once it falls through, it joins the past, the lower bulb. It no longer requires your active attention. You've seen it. Now it's behind you, released from your immediate grasp. This visualization works powerfully because it fundamentally interrupts urgency, the primary fuel for overthinking. Most anxious thinking is built on the pervasive, ingrained feeling that everything must be addressed now, immediately, that every thought is a crisis. But the hourglass forces a new mental rule. Only one thought can pass at a time. This calms your nervous system, providing a deep sense of order and security. It breaks the illusion of being buried under a mountain of simultaneous demands. It reminds your mind that it's not being attacked or overwhelmed. It's simply processing information, one step at a time. You can beautifully pair this image with your breathing. Inhale as the sand collects at the top, feeling the accumulation of thoughts. Exhale as a single grain falls through, feeling a gentle release. You create a physical rhythm that perfectly matches the visual one, harmonizing your body and mind. Your pulse slows, your breath lengthens. You return to presence, to now, not by blocking thought, but by accepting its place in the ordered flow of your consciousness. This tool also profoundly teaches patience. When thoughts come in overwhelming waves, your first instinct may be to escape, to push them away, or to frantically try to stop them. But the hourglass invites you to wait. You don't need to fix every idea or feeling that arises in that instant. You let it fall, and then the next and the next, trusting the process. This is not passivity or apathy, it's discipline, a conscious choice to move with time, not frantically against it. The practice can be used effectively in both calm and stressful moments. In calm moments, it deepens awareness, making you more attuned to your inner landscape. You begin to notice the subtle transitions in thought, how your attention shifts, how it tries to multitask. You gently return to the narrow center, one grain at a time, staying grounded. In stressful moments, the visualization acts as a powerful container. It keeps your attention from scattering, from being overwhelmed. You no longer try to process everything at once. You stay grounded in the image, in the breath, in the slow, inevitable fall of thought. This containment creates sacred space, and in that space, clarity eventually returns. There's also a deeper purpose to the mental hourglass. It teaches you that even when you're flooded mentally, even when thoughts are chaotic, you still have the unshakable ability to remain still within, to find your center. The upper bulb can be crowded with current thoughts. The lower bulb can be full of them, but the center, that narrow passage, stays consistent, always present. You always return there, it never closes. That narrow opening becomes a powerful symbol of your inner power, the ability to stay with one thing, one step, one moment at a time. You can also use this practice to bring structure to your reflection. After a long, busy day, picture the hourglass and let each important thought from the day fall through the center as you watch, observing its passage. You don't analyze or control them. You simply allow each one to arrive and leave, processing without judgment. This helps prevent mental overflow from following you into sleep. You've created closure not through forceful control, but through conscious release. Another benefit of this practice is that it builds profound trust in the process of thought itself. Many people become overwhelmed because they mistakenly think their thoughts are unfinished unless they are acted on or fully resolved. But with the hourglass, you realize that thinking can be complete simply by being noticed, by being witnessed. You don't have to grasp every thought tightly. You can witness them and let them pass. You can even assign colors to the grains if helpful. Bright for creative ideas, gray for anxiety, blue for memories. This can help you notice which types of thoughts dominate your mental landscape. You begin to see patterns, not just in what you think, but how you think. The hourglass becomes a mirror for your mental processes. You learn without judgment. You adjust your input. You shift your environment. You gain insight without force. This practice is especially helpful when paired with moments of transition throughout your day. Use it when shifting between tasks, when switching from conversation to solitude, when moving from tension to reflection. It teaches your brain that transitions can be slow, deliberate, that it doesn't need to rush frantically from one demand to the next. The Stoics believed in the power of measured attention and intentional focus. They taught that reason must always lead emotion, and that true control begins with profound awareness. The hourglass is a practical, embodied practice of that principle. It doesn't reject thought, it organizes it. It lets the mind remain free without being chaotic. It creates a powerful mental structure where peace can live, where clarity can flourish. When used consistently, this tool becomes internalized. You'll begin to feel the hourglass metaphor operating even without consciously visualizing it. You'll automatically pause when overwhelmed, and your mind will naturally begin to slow its intake. You'll feel the impulse to react, and you'll remember that only one grain can pass at a time. That pause will become your anchor, your default response. Let this practice be part of your daily reset. When thoughts feel loud, don't resist them. Don't collapse under them. Picture them falling one by one. Let the hourglass hold the process. Let your breath guide the rhythm, and know that the storm in your head isn't permanent. It's just a passing sequence. Your job is not to stop it. Your job is to stay with the flow until peace returns. In time, you'll notice that clarity doesn't come from silence alone. It comes from order, from intentional processing. You don't necessarily need fewer thoughts. You need less pressure to manage them all at once. That's what the hourglass teaches. Patience, sequence, perspective. You are not behind schedule. You are not buried under an insurmountable pile of thoughts. You are here at the center, the narrow passage. And from here, everything passes in time. Just stay present. Let the next grain fall. You're already doing enough simply by being present and observing. One thought at a time, one breath at a time. That's the way through. Always. Assigning a voice to overthinking, separating self from the noise. Once you begin visualizing your thoughts through the mental hourglass, you realize that time and order are your allies. You don't have to answer everything at once. You don't have to carry every question until it crushes you. Watching thoughts pass grain by grain creates crucial space between reaction and response, between impulse and intentional action. But even with all that increased awareness and clarity, there is one subtle yet powerful force that continues to return, often quietly, sometimes disguised as responsibility, caution, or wise foresight. It persistently interrupts your focus. It asks questions that don't need answers, or questions that have already been answered. It builds endless stories without satisfying endings. This force, my friend, is overthinking. And while you've learned powerful techniques to slow it down, to examine it, to redirect it, now it's time to take the next profound step. You give it a distinct voice, not to feed it or indulge it, but to profoundly reduce its grip on your identity and your inner peace. Overthinking feels so powerful and compelling because it often speaks with an intense, demanding urgency. It whispers or shouts that something is missing, that something must be fixed now, immediately, that without constant, obsessive mental effort, you will inevitably fail or forget something crucial, or fall behind, or suffer a negative consequence. It repeats itself tirelessly, not truly to help you, but to maintain its control over your mind. It wants you to mistakenly confuse thinking with solving and rumination with responsibility. To step out of this insidious loop, you don't need to silence overthinking completely, which is often impossible. You need to separate from it, to disidentify from it. You need to stop letting it speak in your voice, as if its thoughts are your own deepest truths. This is precisely where the practice of assigning a distinct voice to overthinking becomes a quiet yet incredibly powerful transformative tool. You give it a name, a unique tone, a clear personality. Not to play games with your mind or to create an elaborate fantasy, but to fundamentally interrupt the automatic fusion between your true self and the thoughts that drain you, that lead to anxiety. When you personify overthinking, when you give it a distinct character, you immediately take it out of the position of unquestioned authority. You stop letting it narrate your entire life, your every move. You begin to see it as a separate character that merely visits, a transient presence, not the absolute truth that defines you. This works so effectively because of how the brain handles identity. Thoughts that sound like your own internal voice feel deeply personal, inherently true and undeniable. If overthinking, speaking in your voice, says you're not prepared enough for that presentation, it feels like crucial insight, a genuine warning. If it says you're going to fail miserably, it feels like a painful yet necessary protection, a reality. But once you give that voice a distinct identity, once you say with conscious awareness, "Oh, that's just nervous Nora talking again," or "There's forecast Frank warning me about things that haven't even happened and likely won't," you immediately create psychological distance. You stop merging with it, becoming one with its anxieties. You observe it instead from a place of detachment and wisdom. Begin by listening closely with an ear of discernment. What tone does your overthinking typically take? Is it loud, frantic, accusatory, whispering, condescending, or perhaps subtly manipulative? Does it sound like a harsh coach, a relentless critic, a worried, anxious parent, or a panicked, overwhelmed friend? Once you understand the typical tone, you can consciously choose a name for it. You can call it something playful, something neutral, something slightly absurd, something that deliberately breaks the spell of its perceived authority. You're not mocking your fears or denying their existence. You're strategically shrinking its control over you. You can say, "There goes worried Wendy again," or "That's apocalyptic Al making his daily predictions." The sillier or gentler the chosen name, the more power the overthinking voice loses, its intensity diminishing. This step isn't about disrespecting your fears or invalidating the concerns. It's about courageously refusing to be ruled by them, refusing to give them absolute power over your inner peace. Overthinking thrives in confusion, in anonymity. When you give it a distinct voice, when you name it, you bring it into clarity. You recognize its habits. You see its patterns. It becomes predictable, a known entity. And what's predictable loses its power to surprise, to overwhelm, to dictate. Once named, start noticing when this character shows up in your mental theater. The moment the mental spinning begins, pause and say, "Okay, name of overthinking voice, I hear you. What's your point today? What are you trying to tell me?" You don't resist it. You don't argue with it. You simply allow it to speak its piece, to voice its concerns, and then you consciously choose what to do next, how to respond. By externalizing the voice, you transform the internal experience from a demanding command into a more manageable conversation, an observation. This simple yet profound shift moves you from being overwhelmed to being observant, from being a victim to being a leader. You can also script the voice, giving it a clearer form. Write down a sample monologue from your overthinking character. Let it rant. Let it list worries. Don't censor it. Let it all out. Then, in a separate column, respond as your true self, your inner guide, not to defeat it, but to ground it, to respond from wisdom. You might say, "Thanks for your input, name, but I've already made this decision and committed to it." Or, "I know you're trying to help, but I don't need that feedback right now. I am capable." This practice powerfully builds inner leadership and self-trust. You learn to stay present without being pulled into panic or endless rumination. Over time, this technique teaches you something deeper, that overthinking is often trying to protect you, but doing it poorly, clumsily. It repeats fear-based scenarios to try and ensure you're safe, to prevent potential harm. It raises endless questions not because it's inherently smart, but because it's scared, driven by anxiety. When you understand that underlying protective, though misguided, intention, you can meet it with firmness instead of frustration, with compassion instead of self-criticism. You can say, "Name of overthinking voice, I get why you're here, why you're trying to help, but I don't need you right now. I've got this." That's how self-trust grows, not from force or suppression, but from conscious boundary setting and understanding. This practice also softens shame. Many people beat themselves up for overthinking, thinking, "Why can't I stop? What's wrong with me?" But when you treat overthinking as a separate voice, a distinct entity, you realize it's not all of you. It doesn't define your core being. It's a pattern, a conditioned reaction, a visitor. You don't fix it by hating it. You change it by recognizing it, by understanding it, by relating to it differently. You can also track when the voice is strongest, when this character is most active. Certain environments, relationships, or specific types of stress may trigger it more intensely. Instead of being caught off guard, you anticipate it. You notice when the pattern starts. You prepare your response, your internal dialogue. You might say, "I know this voice shows up when I feel uncertain. That doesn't mean I have to listen or obey it." You build clarity in the places where confusion and overwhelm used to live. Assigning a voice also helps immensely in decision-making. When you can clearly hear the difference between your calm inner guide and your anxious, overthinking persona, you stop confusing panic with true intuition. You learn to recognize when a thought is fear-based and when it's genuinely value-based, aligned with your principles. You stop rushing decisions just to quiet anxiety. You begin choosing with greater calm, clarity, and confidence. The voice you assign doesn't have to be a joke or a caricature. It can be gentle. It can even be compassionate, seeing its misguided protective intent. Sometimes overthinking shows up as a younger, scared version of yourself, unsure, trying to help in its own way. When you speak to that voice with care, with understanding, you don't lose control. You gain maturity. You become the adult in the room, the wise leader of your inner world. You hold the space with wisdom. This is also incredibly useful in communication with others. When your thoughts are racing before a conversation, making you anxious, pause and ask, "Who's speaking right now? Is it my clear, calm self, or is it the critic, the worrier, the overthinker?" This pause protects you from speaking from anxiety, from reactivity. You answer from calm, from reason, not chaos. You begin to trust your timing again, your intuitive knowing. With consistent practice, you'll notice that the voice of overthinking becomes more obvious, more distinct. It stops blending seamlessly into your identity. You hear it, you label it, and you decide how much attention it truly deserves. You stop feeding it simply because it's familiar or loud. You start listening to the deeper, quieter voice beneath it, the one that speaks calmly, clearly, without fear, with wisdom. This inner shift is subtle but life-changing. You begin to move through your day with less mental resistance, less inner turmoil. You don't need to control every thought. You just learn to notice who's speaking in your mind. And once you know who's talking, you courageously choose who leads, who guides your actions. Let this practice become part of your mental reset, your daily discipline. In moments of overload, pause. Ask yourself, is this really me speaking, or is it the voice I've learned to question, the overthinker? That 1 second of awareness changes everything. It gives you space, it gives you choice. Overthinking may still show up. That's perfectly okay. But it no longer gets to take over your life, to dictate your peace, not without being seen, not without being named. You are not your panic. You are not your spirals. You are not the loudest thought in your head. You are the one listening, deciding, and returning to clarity again and again. Let the voice speak, let it express its concerns, but then let it pass. And keep walking your chosen path with purpose. You've heard enough from it. Now it's time to lead your own mind. Creating a default thought, your inner anchor in chaos. Once you begin assigning a distinct voice to your overthinking, it becomes much easier to step back, to disengage. You stop reacting to every mental suggestion, every intrusive thought, as if it's your own deepest truth, your ultimate reality. You start to separate emotion from identity, urgency from true wisdom. And as that crucial space grows between stimulus and response, so does your clarity, your inner freedom. But even with all that increased awareness and new mental tools, there are still moments when the spiral of overthinking begins before you even catch it, before you can apply a technique. You feel the old momentum pulling you into familiar, unproductive thinking. Your attention starts to slip, fragmenting. Your nervous system tightens, signaling distress. And in those moments, when time feels short and clarity elusive, you don't need to analyze. You need something ready, an immediate signal, a steady thought to return to. One that grounds you instantly and interrupts the spiral before it fully takes over. This is precisely where creating a default thought becomes essential, a powerful Stoic-inspired anchor for your mind. A default thought is not just a simple phrase. It's a mental anchor you consciously choose in advance, a pre-programmed response for moments of mental chaos. It's the steadfast place you automatically go, the phrase you return to when your mind begins to drift towards stress, self-doubt, confusion, or overwhelm. Unlike temporary affirmations or forced positivity, your default thought is carefully selected for its inherent function, its practical utility, not necessarily its immediate emotional beauty. It's not meant to fix everything in your life or solve complex problems in an instant. It's meant to restore your center, to bring you back to stability and presence. The profound reason this works is because of how the brain responds powerfully to familiar patterns, to deeply ingrained habits. When the mind spirals, when it's caught in a loop, it's often running through rehearsed scripts, fear-based assumptions, emotional predictions, catastrophic scenarios, all deeply familiar neural pathways. The more often those unhelpful thoughts are repeated, the easier it becomes for your mind to automatically default to them, to play them on repeat. To break this cycle, you actively give your brain a new default, a healthier, more constructive or bona phrase that you consciously choose and deliberately repeat until it becomes automatic, a new preferred pathway. Think of this default thought as your home base, your inner sanctuary. When things become unclear, chaotic, or overwhelming, it's the phrase, the mental command you instinctively return to. It doesn't need to be long or complex. In fact, the shorter it is, the more effective it becomes, especially under stress. It should be easy to recall, even in moments of intense pressure or emotional upheaval. It should sound like a truth you deeply trust, not because it feels good immediately, but because it reliably brings you back to stability, to your grounded self. Start by identifying what kind of thoughts tend to spiral for you. Is it about control, a need for perfection, fear of failure, an insatiable need for approval, or chronic uncertainty about the future? Once you know your dominant spiral theme, you create a counterweight, a phrase that doesn't argue with the thought, but subtly redirects your attention, shifting your mental state. Something simple yet powerful like, "This is not urgent," or "Let's come back to now," or "I've handled this before," or "Breathe and begin." It needs to be believable to you, deeply resonant with your own truth. It must reflect calm, not denial, clarity, not fantasy. You might start with a few possibilities and test them over time in moments of mild stress. See which one helps you settle fastest, which one feels most natural. Over time, consistent repetition builds familiarity, and familiarity makes the phrase more powerful, more accessible. Your brain will begin to offer it automatically, instinctively, just as it used to offer worry or self-doubt. You are actively rewriting the default setting of your mind, not by force, but through conscious design and consistent practice. The Stoics practiced this in their own unique ways. They repeated short phrases, maxims, or philosophical principles, not just to remember ideas intellectually, but to stay deeply connected to their core principles, to anchor themselves. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, repeatedly, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Epictetus taught, "It's not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgment about them." These weren't just thoughts for intellectual writing or academic debate. They were thoughts for returning to, for anchoring, for reclaiming peace under pressure, for guiding their actions. Your default thought becomes part of your internal posture, your mental stance. It supports your attention the way physical posture supports your body. It helps you recover faster from cognitive drift, from mental fragmentation. When panic starts to rise, it's the line that immediately brings you back to center. When frustration grows, it's the reminder that opens your grip, allowing you to release tension. When nothing feels certain externally, It tells you where to stand, where your internal ground is. It also helps preserve your precious energy. When you have a chosen default response, you don't have to use valuable mental bandwidth to decide how to respond to every incoming thought or emotion. You've already consciously chosen, pre-programmed your response. This prevents cognitive fatigue, saving your decision-making power for more meaningful, complex challenges. You are actively leading your attention, not just reacting to it. You can use your default thought across many situations. In traffic, during conflict, while waiting in line, before speaking in an important conversation, after a mistake, any moment where spirals tend to begin. The key is consistency. You don't change your default thought often. You commit to it. You reinforce it through consistent use. And the more you return to it, the more natural, more automatic, and more powerful it becomes. The tone of your default thought also matters. It should not shame, scold, or push aggressively. It should steady, calm, and reassure. Think of it as your inner guide's calm, wise voice. A tone that brings your system down without pretending the problem doesn't exist. Acknowledging reality. It speaks to your capability without pretending that everything is easy or perfect. You can also pair your default thought with simple physical cues. A deep breath, a hand placed gently on your chest, a subtle shift in posture. These small signals create a stronger link between the phrase and the calm, grounded state it brings. You are actively training your body and mind to associate this thought with recovery, with calm, with clarity. Over time, this builds profound emotional resilience, not because you have eliminated difficulty from your life, but because you've created a reliable, immediate response system within yourself. You don't have to wait until you're calm to act calmly. You simply return to your chosen phrase, your anchor, your chosen reminder. It becomes a bridge between stress and clarity. There's also immense value in writing it often. You don't need long journal entries. Just write the phrase each day in your planner, in a small note on your mirror, or on a sticky note. Repetition without clutter. You're not trying to believe it harder. You're letting it become part of your attention landscape, a familiar beacon. You're training your focus to reach for peace instead of panic, for stability instead of chaos. You might even share it with a trusted friend. Let them remind you when needed. Let it be a language of support, a gentle nudge. When they see you spiraling, a simple shared reminder brings you back faster. It's not correction, it's reconnection to your chosen path. This practice also powerfully helps you pause before reacting. When something triggers a strong emotion, your default thought can immediately catch you. It becomes a soft, subtle barrier between the raw emotion and your next automatic reaction. It gives you crucial time to consider, to reset, to choose your response. That space makes all the difference in the world. When you face setbacks, your default thought can help you reframe the situation. Instead of collapsing into self-blame, you return to the phrase that reminds you of your ability to begin again, to adapt. When self-doubt grows, it's the thought that reminds you that progress isn't always visible, but you're still moving forward, still learning. These are not just motivational slogans. They are powerful mental tools. Their power comes from how often and how consistently they are used, becoming deeply ingrained. Some examples may include one thing at a time. I don't need to know everything right now. Let's take the next step. I'm safe in this moment. Breathe, then begin. These are not magic formulas. They are simple truths. They work not by convincing the mind in one single moment, but by becoming the default in many moments, a consistent guiding force. Even in moments of intense emotional intensity, your default thought helps you avoid collapse. When grief rises, when fear tightens your chest, when disappointment takes over, your phrase won't magically fix it, but it can help you stay present, grounded. It can help you move gently through the emotion. It can keep you from adding unnecessary weight or suffering to the experience. This is not a tool for achieving perfection. Some days you'll forget. You'll react before remembering. That's perfectly okay. The point is to return. Each time you do, the neural pathway strengthens. The spiral loses momentum. Your clarity rebuilds. The more you use this practice, the more you realize that most thought spirals don't need full exhaustive analysis. They need containment. They need guidance. They need a steady, calm voice to bring the system down. And you get to be that voice through the phrase you choose. Let this become your companion, your internal compass, something to instinctively reach for without thinking. Something that lives just below the noise, always ready to bring you back to center. You don't need to argue with your mind. You don't need to win every internal debate. You just need to have a clear direction, a chosen thought that says, here's where we return. Here's where we find our anchor. You are not erasing difficulty or denying challenges. You're planting clarity inside it. Repeat your phrase. Return to it. Let it become your unshakable anchor. And in time, you won't need to search frantically for calm. It will come looking for you because you've built the path. You've named the place. You've chosen the thought, one thought, chosen on purpose, spoken with care, returned to with trust. That's how spirals end. That's how stability begins. Reverse visualization, facing fear to find unshakable resilience. Once your default thought becomes familiar and trusted, your relationship with thought spirals starts to fundamentally shift. You don't try to prevent discomfort or challenge anymore. You learn to meet it differently, with courage and wisdom. You return to center more quickly, with greater ease. This happens not because your life has fewer problems, but because you've trained your mind to respond rather than react. Still, there's another layer of mental strength that many people instinctively avoid, a powerful practice that few dare to try. The part that doesn't just reduce fear, but walks directly toward it. Not to dramatize or exaggerate it, not to invite it in, but to strip it of its illusion, to expose its true nature, to see fear for what it truly is, a mental construct, not always a present reality, and to become stronger, more fearless in the face of it. That profound practice is reverse visualization, and it's not about negativity or pessimism. It's about building unshakable resilience and profound inner peace. Reverse visualization asks you to think clearly, deliberately, and with precision, not just about what could go right, but crucially, about what could realistically go wrong. This is not done in a panicked, anxious, or obsessive way, but in a structured, calm, and deliberate manner. The profound purpose is to train your nervous system, your subconscious, and your mind to face fear and potential adversity before it controls you, before it paralyzes you with anxiety. It's to imagine adversity, loss, or failure not as some unbearable, catastrophic nightmare, but as something survivable, manageable, something you can indeed move through with integrity. This is not catastrophizing, which is an uncontrolled spiral into worst-case scenarios. This is preparation. This is mental conditioning in its most mature, proactive, and empowering form. The Stoics famously called this practice premeditatio malorum, which translates to the premeditation of evils, or the premeditation of adversities. And they believe that imagining potential setbacks, challenges, in worst-case scenarios was not pessimistic, negative, or morbid. On the contrary, they saw it as profoundly smart, a wise act of foresight. It prepared them mentally and emotionally to respond with grace, clarity, and fortitude when life inevitably shifted unexpectedly, as it always does. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily with stark honesty that he could lose everything he cherished: his comfort, his health, his reputation, his control over his empire. But instead of being weighed down by the thought, instead of allowing it to induce fear, he was powerfully freed by it. When you've calmly rehearsed loss, when you've confronted potential adversity in your mind with a steady gaze, you stop living in crippling fear of it. Its power to surprise and paralyze you diminishes. This practice begins by choosing a specific fear that you've been consciously or unconsciously trying to avoid. It could be something you think about often, a nagging worry, but never truly examine in detail. The loss of a job, the failure of a significant goal, the painful end of a relationship, the public exposure of a mistake. You bravely bring that fear into sharp focus, not to obsess over it, but to look it directly in the eye, to understand its contours. You write it down as clearly and concretely as possible. What exactly are you afraid will happen? Once it's named, once it's externalized, you walk through the scenario step by step in your mind. You imagine it playing out, not in chaotic panic, but in a calm, sequential narrative. What would happen first? What would come immediately after? What would you feel in that moment, acknowledging the pain honestly? What would you lose? And then, crucially, what would you still have? What intrinsic strengths would remain untouched? What actions could you realistically take next? What resources would still be available to you? You continue this deliberate process until the feared situation loses its mystery, its power to overwhelm. Fear loves the unknown. It thrives in ambiguity, in the shadowy spaces of the unexamined. But when you bring the fear into clear, concrete steps, when you illuminate its details, you take away the fog, the mystery. You stop seeing the situation as a terrifying, bottomless cliff and begin seeing it as terrain rocky, yes, challenging, undoubtedly, but ultimately navigable. You don't minimize the difficulty or pretend it won't be painful. You feel it fully. You acknowledge the grief, the frustration, the pain, the sadness. But you also begin to notice something else profound. You survive it. Even in the visualization, you find ways forward, resources you didn't realize you possessed. You begin to access the part of you that adapts, that adjusts, that still acts with integrity, virtue, and courage, even when things fall apart, when external circumstances crumble. This trains your nervous system to respond thoughtfully, proactively, instead of reacting with automatic panic. When you face a version of the fear in reality, in actual life, it doesn't shock you in the same way. You've mentally rehearsed it. You've walked the terrain in your mind. You may still feel fear, but it doesn't blind you. It doesn't paralyze you. It doesn't dictate your actions. You've already consciously chosen how you'll move through it, how you'll respond. This practice also builds profound perspective. When you allow yourself to explore potential loss and adversity, you start seeing more clearly what truly matters in your life, what is truly invaluable. You start recognizing what you've taken for granted, what deserves more of your time, your attention, your appreciation. You also identify what you could gracefully let go of, what is actually superfluous. Reverse visualization doesn't just prepare you for the worst. It powerfully teaches you to value the present more honestly, more deeply, more fully. You can use this practice regularly, not necessarily every day, but at key moments before taking a significant risk, in the middle of a period of intense uncertainty, or when something you care about feels fragile. When a potential negative outcome seems to loom, you bravely sit with the question, what's the worst that could happen, truly? And you answer with clarity, not panic, with detail, not vague anxiety. You look at the version of the event that feels most threatening, and then you work your way through it slowly, calmly, without collapsing, without spiraling into despair. This structured process does not make you numb to emotion. It makes you more emotionally agile, more resilient. You are no longer at the mercy of your fears because you've made space to know them, to understand their nature, to face them directly. Most people instinctively avoid this work because they mistakenly confuse clarity with doom, believing that thinking about something bad will make it happen. But avoidance breeds anxiety. The more you refuse to think about something, the more power it gains over your unconscious mind. When you look directly at it, that power fades, it dissipates. Reverse visualization also teaches you how much control you still have, even in difficulty, even in loss. You may not control the external event, but you always control your response to it. You control your character. You control your next step. This is how dignity is preserved, how virtue is upheld. Not by avoiding adversity, but by bravely preparing for it with eyes open and a steady breath. This exercise is also incredibly useful in relationships. When you fear losing a connection, being misunderstood, or saying the wrong thing, you visualize those moments. You see the argument unfolding. You feel the silence afterward. You explore the discomfort, and then you ask, what would I still choose to do with care, with integrity, even here? What would I still say that honors my values, that expresses my truth? This sharpens your awareness of what truly matters in communication: honesty, respect, vulnerability. It frees you from needing everything to go perfectly, from the burden of absolute control. Use this same process for creative risks, personal goals, and public expression. What if my work is rejected? What if no one understands my message? What if it takes longer than I hoped and I fail? Visualize it, not to suffer in advance, but to become resilient in advance, to stop depending on only the best-case scenario to stay committed, to continue your efforts. The practice works best when done with full attention and intention. Find a quiet space. Sit with the discomfort. Don't rush to escape. Breathe through it, allowing its presence. You're not trying to eliminate emotion. You're training your ability to stay steady, grounded, and clear while feeling it. You might follow the visualization with a grounding step. Write what you learned about yourself. Write what strengths you discovered even inside the imagined hardship. List what you still had the ability to control, what was truly yours. This final step reminds you that you are not powerless, even inside difficulty, even in the face of loss. This is not about embracing fear as a lifestyle. It's about making peace with its presence, understanding its transient nature. The fear may still come, a familiar visitor, but it will no longer be unfamiliar, no longer capable of paralyzing you. Over time, this consistent practice changes your baseline confidence. You stop being shocked when plans change unexpectedly. You stop reacting with despair when uncertainty appears. You've prepared. You've walked through difficulty in your mind with calm and clarity. And because of that, you know deep in your being that you can respond with strength, wisdom, and resilience in real life. You also begin to trust yourself more profoundly. Not because everything will magically go well, but because you know who you are when it doesn't. You stop fearing difficulty as a threat to your identity. You start seeing it as a test you have already studied for, a challenge you are equipped to face. The Stoics believed this was one of the highest forms of preparation: to expect challenges, to welcome them when they arrive, and to use them to grow in wisdom, not by being passive, but by being ready, by making clarity a habit, not a reaction. Reverse visualization becomes an integral part of that habit. You walk through fear not because you want it, but because you don't want it to lead you, to dictate your path. You face the storm in your mind, so when the clouds appear in life, you're already steady, anchored. Let this be your inner discipline, quiet, intentional, grounded in reason. You don't imagine the worst to suffer. You imagine it to rise stronger, wiser, more prepared. You do this not to expect loss, but to become unshaken by it. That is the gift of this practice. Not just resilience, but profound peace inside uncertainty. And from that peace, clear, steady, and purposeful action always emerges. Silence fasting, the path to inner stillness and authentic voice. After consistently practicing reverse visualization, you start to understand something most people never allow themselves to see. Much of your fear loses its power the moment you bravely face it, the moment you shed light on it. You no longer live in crippling fear of what might happen, of hypothetical futures, because you have already walked through the storm mentally and returned intact and stronger. You've built a mind that can see clearly even when life is uncertain, even when the path is obscured. But there's another profound layer that strengthens clarity and self-awareness. Perhaps more than all the inner strategies combined, learning when to stop speaking. Not in protest, not in silence born of resentment or withdrawal, but as a consciously chosen pause, a deliberate return to inner stillness, a listening. Because while the world relentlessly teaches us to speak, explain, react, and perform, to fill every void with words, clarity often waits quietly, patiently, in the expansive space where words are no longer needed, where silence reigns. This is precisely where the practice of silence fasting begins. Silence fasting is a conscious, intentional decision to refrain from speaking for a set period of time, not forever, not to isolate yourself from the world, but to profoundly reconnect with your inner self. You're not removing speech because talking is inherently bad or wrong. You're stepping back from the ingrained habit of constant external expression, from the compulsion to fill every silence, so you can truly hear what's underneath it, what your own mind is doing, what your true feelings are. In intentional silence, the mental noise that usually hides behind conversation, the constant internal chatter that is often drowned out by external interaction, comes forward into clear awareness. You begin to hear your thoughts more clearly, not because they're louder, but because there's less external and internal noise to compete with. You begin to notice, with piercing insight, how much of your talking, your constant communication, has been used to fill uncomfortable space, to reduce internal discomfort, or to desperately gain approval or validation from others. Silence fasting doesn't mean avoiding connection or becoming antisocial. It means giving your inner world a sacred chance to breathe, to settle, to be, without the pressure of performance, without the need to impress. It's not about being antisocial or withdrawing from humanity. It's about becoming more deeply grounded within yourself, more self-aware, so that when you do speak, when you do choose to engage, it's from a place of profound alignment, wisdom, and authenticity, rather than from anxiety, habit, or a need to fill the void. The practice begins by choosing a specific time frame. This could be a few hours, a half day, an entire day, or even longer if you feel ready. During this designated time, you do not speak unless absolutely, unequivocally necessary, e.g., for safety, essential work. You do not explain the silence to others unless explicitly asked. You simply let it be what it is, a boundary that protects your mental space, your inner quiet. You'll notice something almost immediately. The moment you stop speaking, your brain, accustomed to constant externalization, will desperately try to fill the gap. It might replay past conversations endlessly. It might rehearse future ones in detail. It may frantically search for distractions, any distraction, to avoid the profound quiet. This is precisely where the real work begins, where your discipline is tested. You watch the urge to speak, to text, to perform, to fill the silence. You watch without judgment, without engaging. You let the discomfort teach you where your peace, your sense of safety, has been inadvertently tied to external expression, to constant communication. The longer you stay silent, the more space opens inside you, an expansive inner landscape. Thoughts may rise, but they don't stick the same way, losing their adhesive power. Without the act of speaking them, of forming them into external words, they lose urgency, they lose their perceived importance. You don't need to form them into perfect sentences to articulate them. You stop needing to sound right or impressive, and because of that, your mind begins to slow down. It doesn't stop completely, but it becomes more spacious, more orderly, less reactive, less fragmented. This kind of intentional silence also powerfully helps reset your nervous system. Speaking often comes with micro bursts of tension, especially when you're trying to be understood, to persuade, or to avoid conflict. Silence removes that pressure. You don't have to manage anyone's perception of you. You are not explaining yourself. You are simply here, fully present in your own being, in your own presence, without needing to shape it for others, without external demands. The Stoics valued silence not as a punishment or a deprivation, but as a profound practice for self-mastery. Epictetus taught that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we may listen more than we speak. They believed that speaking less helps you listen more, not just to others, but profoundly to yourself, to your inner wisdom. When you stop automatically responding to every thought aloud, you begin to hear with greater clarity which ones truly matter, which carry wisdom and which are just noise, mental static. During a silence fast, you may still go about your daily tasks. You can work, walk, eat, observe the world around you. The crucial difference is that you're not using conversation as a buffer, as a distraction, or as a means of external validation. You're allowing your attention to stay within, to observe your inner world. Even routine actions become more mindful, more intentional. You notice the way you move. You feel more present in your body. Your awareness sharpens not because you're doing more, but precisely because you're doing less externalizing, less performing, less reacting. It's important to note that silence fasting doesn't necessarily mean total isolation. You can be around others, you simply don't speak unless absolutely required for essential communication. This adds another layer of profound growth. You learn to be present in company without needing to fill the air with words, without needing to be the center of attention. You begin to feel precisely where your words used to rush in from fear, from habit, from insecurity, from a need to prove something. And in that pause, that space you create, you find profound power. Not from saying the right thing, but from choosing when not to speak, from the strength of your intentional silence. This practice also powerfully highlights how much energy you expend in conversation, speaking, listening, explaining, persuading, defending. It all draws on your cognitive and emotional resources. In silence, you conserve that energy. You redirect it toward inner clarity, towards self-observation. You stop scattering your attention through constant output. You collect it, you hold it. And in that holding, your thoughts become more organized, more coherent, more peaceful. You may also find that silence reveals thoughts you've been unconsciously avoiding, truths you've suppressed. In normal conversation, it's easy to stay on the surface, to maintain a polite veneer. But silence invites depth. It pulls you inward. You begin to hear the thoughts you've edited out, the feelings you've pushed away. You realize what's truly unresolved within you. You find the raw emotions and insights that have been pushed down beneath the noise of daily life. This is not always comfortable. It can be challenging, but it's always profoundly clarifying, leading to deeper self-understanding. One of the greatest benefits of silence fasting is what happens afterward when you return to speech. When you return to speaking, you do so more intentionally, more mindfully. You're less likely to speak out of habit, out of compulsion. Your words carry more weight, more presence, because you've spent time in stillness, in quiet reflection. You're more attuned to what genuinely needs to be said and what doesn't. You become more careful with your voice, not from fear of judgment, but from profound respect for its power, for its purpose. This practice also powerfully helps reduce emotional reactivity. When you get used to silence, you stop automatically reacting to every impulse to speak, to lash out, to defend. You pause, you reflect. You ask, is this helpful? Is this necessary? Is this aligned with my values? That pause, that moment of conscious choice, is precisely where wisdom lives. It doesn't mean you become quiet forever, a hermit. It means you become deliberate in your communication. Your speech becomes an act of choice, not compulsion. Silence also helps you understand others better. When you stop preparing your next reply, when you truly release the need to interject, you start actually listening. You notice tone, posture, subtle emotions. You hear what people are really saying, not just their words, but their underlying state, their needs, their fears. This deepens connection, fosters empathy, and brings profound understanding back into communication. For those who constantly feel pressure to be understood, to explain themselves, to justify their existence, silence fasting can be deeply healing. It reminds you that your worth is not tied to being heard at all times, to constant external validation. You learn that being silent does not make you invisible or irrelevant. It makes you observant. It brings you back into alignment with your own thoughts and inner wisdom before you offer them to the world. Over time, silence fasting becomes something you crave, a vital part of your self-care. Not because you reject others, but because you found a profound source of renewal, of replenishment, that doesn't depend on external noise or stimulation. You realize how much clearer your thinking becomes when you're not constantly explaining yourself, performing. You see how much tension drops when your only goal is to be present, to simply be. You can pair this practice beautifully with journaling after the silence ends. Write what you observed, what thoughts repeated, what did you notice about your behavior, your impulses? What felt difficult and what felt peaceful during the silence? These reflections help you build deeper self-awareness without judgment. They teach you how to carry the calm of silence into your speaking life, into your interactions. You don't need to do this daily for extended periods. Even once a week for a few hours can create deep, transformative shifts. Over time, the silence becomes less of a rigid practice and more of a state you carry with you, an internal quiet. You may find that even in conversations, part of your mind remains quiet, watching, listening, holding space, observing without needing to react. That internal stillness, which changes how you interact with the world. You speak from calm, from wisdom, not from urgency or anxiety. You listen from presence, not from reactivity. Silence fasting is not about withdrawal from life. It's about return. You're returning to your own voice, your own truth, by first stepping away from external noise and internal chatter. You're teaching your system that it doesn't need to fill every gap, every silence. You are not performing. You are not proving anything. You are just being. Let this practice remind you that stillness isn't absence or emptiness. It's awareness. And in that profound awareness, clarity grows, not from frantic effort, but from deep presence. You don't need to explain yourself into peace. You need to feel it, to experience it, in the space you've been inadvertently avoiding. Let silence speak to you. Let it teach you what your own voice truly sounds like without pressure, without external demands. And when you speak again, let it be from truth, not from habit, not from fear, but from a profound stillness that holds everything in place, centered and wise, connecting it all, the path to unshakable inner power. Once you've experienced the discipline of silence, you begin to notice just how much of your energy has been spent on speaking without intention, on externalizing without purpose. The clarity that rises from simply not responding to every impulse, every thought, is unlike anything that can be found in noise. Your thoughts slow not because you forced them to, but because you finally gave them room, permission to settle. That space becomes a doorway, one that opens to something deeper, something older than language or structure, something truly profound within you. At some point, inner stillness craves a reflection in the outer world. And that reflection is found not in more silence indoors, in isolation, but in nature, untouched by distraction, experienced without external input. Not nature on a casual walk while listening to music. Not nature with a podcast playing in your ears or a camera constantly in hand, ready to document. Just nature alone, experienced in its raw, unfiltered presence and without external input. Spending time in nature without devices, without the constant need for stimulation, is not about being productive or achieving an aesthetic ideal for social media. It's about exposure to something far greater than yourself, something vast and ancient, without needing to process it through a screen, a filter, or a stream of thoughts. It's about letting your nervous system recalibrate, reset, in the profound presence of something that doesn't ask anything of you, that simply is. Trees don't speak. The wind doesn't rush you. The water doesn't judge. Nature simply exists in its own perfect rhythm. And when you let yourself be fully immersed in that environment, without taking anything from it, without imposing your agenda, your mental state starts to shift in ways that are hard to explain with words, but impossible to ignore. This practice is simple. You step outside into a park, a garden, a wild space, and you leave everything behind. No phone, no headphones, no need to record or document your experience. You don't go to plan or brainstorm. You don't use it as a break before frantically returning to the noise of your life. You go as a way to remember something that the modern world constantly pulls you away from. What it genuinely feels like to be part of the earth, part of the natural flow, instead of separate from it. You're not going to nature. You are nature. You're just returning to your true home. What happens when you walk through a forest or sit under the vast open sky with absolutely nothing to occupy your mind is profound. At first, your mind may resist. It will try to find something to latch onto, an idea, a plan, a memory, a worry. It's accustomed to being constantly entertained or stimulated. But if you patiently wait, if you keep walking or sitting or simply observing, something shifts within. The mind softens. The relentless need to narrate fades. Awareness rises, not in words or thoughts, but in pure sensory presence. Your senses return to active engagement. You feel temperature again. You notice light differently, its subtle shifts. The sound of birds, the rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of the wind, they begin to reach places inside you that words, that constant thought, never could. Being in nature without external input is a direct, powerful invitation to reconnect with ancient rhythms your body has always known, but perhaps forgotten in the modern clamor. Biological rhythms, light, sound, temperature, interact with your nervous system in a way no device, no digital input can ever replicate. The color green alone, seen in its natural form in foliage, has been scientifically shown to reduce stress and lower cortisol levels. The sound of birdsong signals safety to the primitive, ancient part of your brain, calming it. The slowness of trees, their patient growth, subtly reminds your own body to exhale, to release tension. These effects aren't conceptual or abstract. They're physiological, deeply impactful. Without constant input, you become acutely aware of how much your nervous system has been pulled in every direction, fragmented and overstimulated. You physically feel the effects of multitasking, digital overload, and emotional fragmentation. And as you consciously give yourself to the pace of your surroundings, to the natural world's rhythm, that accumulated tension starts to leave your system. It doesn't ask for permission. It just starts dissolving, one unnoticed layer at a time. This practice is also where real perspective returns. When you're constantly surrounded by information, by external demands, everything feels equally important, equally urgent. Every notification becomes a demanding decision. Every social media post becomes a comparison or a source of inadequacy. But in the profound stillness of nature, you begin to see again what truly matters, what is truly essential. Not through intellectual thinking, but through a deep, intuitive remembering. You remember that life doesn't need to be managed frantically to be lived fully. You remember that peace doesn't come from finishing every task on your to-do list. It comes from releasing what never needed to be carried in the first place, from letting go of unnecessary burdens. You can practice this in many ways. A simple walk through a quiet trail, sitting by a tranquil lake, standing barefoot on soft grass, watching the wind move gently through trees. There's no specific posture or rigid rule, except one. No input, no screen, no man-made stimulation, no noise. Just you and the world as it is, without edit, without filter, without interruption. The longer you stay, the more depth and richness you feel. And not just peace. Sometimes things come up. Emotions you've buried, thoughts you've postponed, insights you've resisted. But nature in its vastness has the capacity to hold them. You don't need to resolve them instantly. You can let the environment subtly metabolize what you've carried. You can let it show you that healing is not always fast or loud or dramatic. It's often slow, quiet, and deeply grounded. This practice also changes how you return to your day. After time in undisturbed nature, you don't want to re-enter the world of distraction in the same way. You become more protective of your attention, more discerning. You recognize how noisy and demanding the modern world is, not just in sound, but in expectation and mental pressure. And you start setting stronger boundaries, not out of resistance, but out of profound clarity and self-respect. You may also notice that your creativity returns, not forced, intellectual creativity, but natural, intuitive insight. Ideas flow not from pressure or frantic brainstorming, but from spaciousness, from a relaxed mind. The mind, no longer pushed by deadlines or comparison, starts connecting thoughts more organically, making unexpected leaps. Some of your best ideas may come from these silent walks, but that's not the goal. That's just a beautiful result of giving your brain what it actually needs: rest, space, and a profound return to sensory connection with the natural world. You don't need to live in the forest to access this. A local park, a nearby beach, a small patch of trees in your neighborhood. Even 10 minutes with no devices can profoundly shift your mental state. What matters is not the setting's size or perfection, but your willingness to meet it without interference. No playlist, no notifications, no mental to-do list, just pure, unadulterated presence. The Stoics believed that nature reflected fundamental order, profound wisdom, and perfect proportion. To walk in nature, to observe it, was to align yourself with those qualities, to absorb them. Seneca spoke of walking outdoors to cleanse the mind, not to escape from problems, but to return to oneself renewed. They understood that a mind constantly shaped by artificial surroundings begins to lose contact with its own natural rhythm, its innate balance. Nature time restores that rhythm, not just emotionally, but biologically, physiologically. This practice is not a luxury. It's not something to schedule only when convenient. It's a fundamental necessity in a world of pervasive overstimulation. Your mind was not built to process endless streams of data to be constantly on. It was built to notice, to respond, and then profoundly to rest. Nature provides that rest without needing anything in return, a silent healer. As this becomes part of your rhythm, you'll begin to feel its positive effects not just during the time in nature, but long after. You'll find yourself more patient, less reactive, more grounded in decisions. You'll start to notice how often others speak just to fill space, and how little you now feel the need to do the same. You'll hear your own voice more clearly, not your thoughts, but the quiet knowing beneath them, your inner wisdom. Let this become something you fiercely defend, time alone without input in the profound presence of something of volume and still. Let it clean the mental clutter. Let it slow the frantic rush. Let it bring you back to what your nervous system forgot it needed: peace, presence, and balance. You don't need to explain this practice to anyone. You don't need to prove its value. The proof is in how you return, how you sit afterward, how you listen differently, how you stop rushing to fix everything, and start trusting that clarity grows in quiet places, in stillness. Nature doesn't need to speak to teach. It simply stays what it is, authentically. And when you meet it without trying to take from it, without imposing your agenda, it gives you what no content, no external achievement ever could. Your own presence returned, steady, unshakable, and whole. This is not retreat or avoidance. It's reconnection, the kind that doesn't just quiet your thoughts, but profoundly restores your entire way of seeing, perceiving, and being. And from that deeper seeing, you lead with clarity again, always from a place of inner truth. Your transformative journey, from overwhelm to unshakable power. You've just walked through a profound path most people never take. Not a mere shortcut, not a superficial fix, but a full, deep reset of your mind and spirit. A journey into your own inner world through the timeless, practical, and empowering lens of Stoicism. From diligently naming your thought loops to building deliberate rituals that bring finality to decisions. From bravely letting go through intentional silence to profoundly grounding your nervous system in the stillness of nature. Every single lesson here wasn't about escaping overthinking or avoiding discomfort. It was about seeing clearly, choosing wisely, and stepping back into full ownership of your inner world, your thoughts, and your responses. You now possess the profound knowledge of how to pause without panic, to question thoughts without fear, to sit with uncertainty, ambiguity, and discomfort, and still move forward with purpose. You've learned that peace isn't passive. It's something you actively train, something you diligently return to, and something that waits patiently, always on the other side of conscious presence. Now let's hear from you in the comments. Finish this sentence. My mind is clearest when. There's no wrong answer. Your honest reflection might be precisely the clarity someone else needed to hear. And if this journey resonated deeply with you, if you felt seen, grounded, or even courageously challenged to grow, subscribe to the channel. Not because we chase numbers, but because we're building something rare and valuable here. A space for real thought, real tools, and real transformation. Until next time, stay steady, stay awake, and always, always return to the stillness within.